everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things. Well, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Simple Things Outreach Media Grand Weekly Wednesday live stream. And what a grand Wednesday we have lined up for you once again this week. For all of you who were here last week when we were talking about motivation, I want to thank you all for coming. And if you were on my Friday night worship live stream, I want to thank you so much for your love and support. Mommy Simple love and appreciate you all so much. Last week we had Care Phenomenal Motivation and India Stay Motivated Murray. And this week we have another awesome guest lined up for you. And this week we'll be looking at mental illness and we'll be hearing the story, the awesome story of a young lady who is battling mental illness, and she'll share her testimony with us with the hope that it will inspire someone to whatever we are going through at times like this. Many of us are not diagnosed, but like me, certified, certified by many, all right? But some of us are not clinically diagnosed, but we have conditions or disorders that we are not aware of or that we might not take seriously. And especially for those of us from the Caribbean, I don't know about other regions of the world, so I can't speak for them, but especially for those of us from the Caribbean and Jamaica in particular, we don't take mental health seriously. All right? We don't, and many of us are living with mental health illnesses, mental health disorders, or conditions that we're not aware of. All right? So we have something great lined up for you today. I'm going to give you all some time to share out and bring even one person to come over and benefit from this live stream. So we're going to start up officially in a while. I'm just going to touch the chat right now to see who is here. Roll call. When teacher take out them pen and them register. It's register we used to call it, right? In primary school days. So we're going to roll call. So anyone who is new here today will officially enter my YouTube book. All right. So that I can go back and visit you if you're a content creator. Or whether if you're not a content creator, I appreciate you so much. You are who we are looking for. That's all right. You are who we are looking for. You know what I mean? Non-content creators, we love and appreciate you so much. Bring more of your friends because it's a struggle for us when we are the same ones supporting each other. We need you. Oh, we need you. And I see K, Global United Outreach Limited from IG. I can always depend on you for being here. Living Studies here again this week. See? God answers prayers. God answers prayers in the morning. God answers prayer at noon. Well, it's actually 1:47. So you are who we're looking for. Sandra, Livingston, Kay, and all the non-content creators. Mommy Simple love and appreciate you so much. Because as content creators, we didn't start our platform for other content creators. So when we see the non-content creators, we love you like cook food. So let me just see who is here. Lascious is here. Lascious Journey. Thanks so much for coming, guys. And if you want some great content, I say let us all try to attain for higher heights. And we must admit that some of us need a little cleaning up by now. We're here for 1 year, 2 years, and we not growing, even if we're growing in numbers, but the quality of our content is not growing. So go over to Luscious Journey if you're struggling with, just how to clean up your stuff and get it, all right, and professional. And you'll also be linking with I'm not going to say clique, but a network of people who has raised the bar much higher. And that's what I am aiming for my platform. And I hope that's what you are aiming for. So Tallman is here. My first YouTube son, Tallman TV is here. Thank you, Tallman. Sounds of yesteryear. So say, hi, Mama Simple. So that means it's somebody I'm supposed to know based on that title. So the first person on my register this today is Sounds of Yesteryear. Thank you so much for coming. So let me add you right here so I can go back. Sounds of Yesteryear, one word. I can go back and check you out, my dear. Thank you so much for coming. If this is your first time here, connect with me. You can just click the word subscribe after staying at least 10 minutes on the live, but also run over. You can open the next window. I don't want you to leave the live. So if not, you can write it down and go over after. And I have my latest upload pinned. Sorry about that. Pinned at the top. That one is long. So that is something you have to take some time to watch. But you can find something like 3 to 5 minutes and just leave me a meaningful comment there. All right, guys. And when we're connecting with each other, let us try to have some little 3 to 5 minutes video. All right. And nobody is going to sit for 30 minutes to watch something just to connect. They'll go back and watch it because now they're connected and they like your stuff. But when they're connecting, especially on a live stream, we need to have something at least 3 to 5 minutes. Hi, Sandra. Thanks for coming. Chilling with Lady D, my sister. How you do? Oh, thank you so much for coming, Lady D. Blessings, Denise. Thanks so much, Sister Sandra. So, Lashes, I say you can go over and check out Lashes. Livingston, my friend in a real life. Thanks so much for coming, bro. Hi, Stuart. So, Kay Burchell, Global United. Kay, could you type it in the chat? Our great friends and partners over there at Global United Outreach Limited on Insta. Please, guys, we collaborate with them. They're doing all the good stuff, helping where help is needed, supporting where support is needed. So you can make a note of their name, Global United Outreach Limited, and connect with them on Insta when you get the chance. And please also road to 500 for me on Insta. So follow me now. The little song back home, the little I used to say, follow me to creamy corner. Well, don't follow me, follow Jesus. But it go. Help me to grow my social media platform. Please, guys. I'm trying to build a Simple Things Outreach Media brand in the sense that making an impact. As I always say, when I die, you don't need to put Denise Brown on my tombstone. Just put, here lies someone who impacted others. That's all that matters to God. So that's all that matters to me. Juba is here, and Juba had an awesome live stream. Congrats, Juba. That was a great topic last night, guys. Check out Juba. I mean, as we'd say, Juba sits in his wheelchair each day, but he observes everything and is so intelligent, such an intelligent discussion. And I think he's going to have another live tomorrow. So, Juba, you can put it in the chat for me if you're going live tomorrow. Stewart family, just connected with you today. Congrats on the birth of your daughter. I guess that was maybe like a month ago. Family is growing. All right. So you were in my house earlier, just connected back not so long ago. And here you are. Blessings, Totalman, all the way from Grenada. What's going on over there, my son? My white son. Hey, Bible quiz. Good evening, Simple Things. Glow fam in the house. Thanks for coming, because she always so supportive. Juba is in traffic. Yeah, man. Love that. The Bible. Okay. The Bible quiz channel. Very enlightening, guys. Thanks so much for coming. Just met you last week on the live stream with Care and India, and you're here. Hello. So greeting everybody. Stump fun in the house. Guys, that's Dee's Lifestyle. That's my niece's channel. She doesn't really have much over there because she wasn't into it. I'm the one who prompted her to start. So she has a try on haul. And basically, I'm the one who uses the channel most of the time to moderate this one. But you can connect with these lifestyle. Faika, mega love shout out all the way from the Philippines. I get it's evening now, so we say Magandang Gabi. How are you? Thanks for coming. Salamat, salamat, salamat. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, Stuart. I was off to a late start because sometimes these StreamYard thing, you know, it doesn't always start up properly on time and it gives you a little hitch sometimes. So I was off to a late start. But thank you so much for waiting. All right, so I see my member Tasha's Timeless Thoughts in the chat. So I'm gonna drop her link. All right, but please, guys, don't run off the live stream as yet. If you have a window, if you have a desktop or sometimes I forget what I'm saying and I might get old. A desktop or a tablet. If you can open multiple windows. If not, you can make a note of it. So that's my member, Tasha. Feel free to connect with her. Juba is here, Lady D is here, and there are other Team Happy. Okay, Brittany's here and Faika all the way from the Philippines. Team Happy, always so supportive. So Team Happy, I still have a little giveaway courtesy of India Stay Motivated Maury from last week. And I'm hoping to share that to give something to a Team Happy member today in your Gcash. So Team Happy, FICA, and you can spread the word. And Brittany, I'd sent the I think I tagged Happy Gang on Insta on this thumbnail. So spread the word, Team Happy, and someone can come over today and win Gcash. Team Happy members only. Today is not a giveaway day, but all right. Happy to be here. Thank you so much, Lady D. Yvette is here, my able moderator and Druba's mentor. So join Yvette and Druba tomorrow. I don't know what the topic will be. They'll perhaps continue discussing current events or something like that. Yes, last night on Juba's channel, we were looking at, how can our leaders work together to make a change, that sort of thing. Jem Smith is in the house. Thanks for coming, Sandra, everybody. Hailing up everybody. So we're going to get started out. Thank you, Miss Yvette. We're going to get started up, unplug and unwind. I need to do just that. That's exactly what I said last week when she was here, Yvette. So why are you stealing my words? I said I need to unplug my device and unwind. Woo! Yvette, Global United Outreach Limited, right? So you can make a note of that, just like that, guys. Go follow them on Insta. They do amazing outreach. You have seen them on this platform several times before, and we collaborate with them in several of our outreach projects, and they collaborate with us. I don't know which is which, but we just love the wonderful team at Global United Outreach Limited. Help them to grow their platform. I'm here in the back. Thank you so much, Sanya Henry. If this is your first time here, thank you so much for coming. You can click off the chat box and you'll see thumbs up, thumbs down. So remember, please give me a thumbs down, a thumbs up. If you're going to give a thumbs down, click it twice. All right? All right. Thank you so much. And you can share with a friend and come to hear my amazing guest today, because this is a topic that we all need to pay more attention to. So Unplug, thank you so much. I was in your house earlier. Amazing content, guys. Lanika is here. If you have students doing their CAPE and CSEC, in my days, Yvette, we old, so it's CXC and O levels and A levels, but everything changed up now. Connect with Lanika. She has very helpful and informative past papers on her channel. Martina is in the house, Global United Outreach Limited. Thank you so much for coming, Martina, one of the able volunteers over there. Thank you, ma'am. So polite. Oh, So colonial, oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks so much for coming, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So we're gonna pray and get started. We're gonna hit the ground running today because I have another amazing guest for you. So I'm just giving you some time. Each one bring one person. Each one reach one. So I'm giving you some time to bring one person because you don't want to miss this awesome. I don't like to say story because story is made up. All right. When it's somebody's experience, I prefer to say testimony because it will motivate you. I was going through a channel and I started doing some research on the topic and I realized that wait, you know, but I'm not gonna say it right now. When she comes up, we'll say Martina, Glow fam, welcome. Okay, blessings to you, Mommy Yvette. Yvette Juba, could you let us know what time tomorrow is the live stream? I know Lady Let's Tea Time with Lady Let's go on about I think 2:30 and Rambo Green Hands goes on at 4:30. All right, so thank you all for coming in. We're going to pray and get started up because I see the house is filling up. Let me just type in the chat so when I type with this name you can recognize who I am. So this is me right here. When you see this name, that is me right there. So okay, so when you see me, you know it's me when I type in the chat. All right, and my able moderator will help to moderate and to respond to some of the chat. And my other member, Inga, is here, so let me put her link for you as well. Tasha was here earlier. Let me just put Tasha one more time. Connect with my members. I always drop their chat, their names, whether they're here or not. But I normally start with the ones who are here first. All right. So that is my government name. Oh, this is my real face. But that name in the chat, that's my government name. Oh. So when I type in the chat, oh, you'll know it's me. But Yvette and my moderators, my members, will help to moderate the chat because I don't want to disrupt my guests too often. So we'll respond to you in the chat until when it's convenient or appropriate to not disrupt in that sense, but to take address your questions or comments. But at any stage, feel free to drop your questions and comments in the chat for my guest when she comes on. So, Inga, my dear member, my first YT member. And guys, you can join my membership. All right, if you like what we do here, you know we do a lot of outreach in a real life, which is what we were doing even before I started this channel. So if you like what you do here and the Lord impresses you, please, even if it's a sacrifice, I have many testimonies of making sacrifices for worthy causes, and God will give it back to you more than sevenfold. So at any time, feel free to give a super chat by clicking on the dollar sign in the chat. Have your card ready and just do the do. My PayPal link is in the description of all my recent videos. If you want to PayPal me and bless this channel, thank you so much. Right now, we still have several projects coming up. We also have in our community, we do a lot of give backs as well. Last year, my family, I wasn't a part of that one. I was a part of the Christmas one with Nello Champagne. But my family also gives back to our immediate community at springtime, at Easter time. So this year, hopefully, I will be able to join this one. Thanks for your help. We were able to donate to the Christmas one last year. But hopefully, I can donate to my real family for my immediate community this year. Samantha's lifestyle is here. Thanks for coming, Samantha. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, so you can do that if you like. And I'm asking you, please feel free to join my membership. These funds all go towards outreach project. All right. Only whatever I get from ads, that's the only thing I take from my pocket, and that wasn't much. But you know, I have to return a tithe and I have to pay my phone bill and stuff to keep the devices running for my channel. And I have to pay for my apps because my editing app and I have to pay for more memory on my iPhone, and I have to pay for my video clips. I do subscriptions for those things. So whatever little I make from the ads go towards that. It's not much. I always have to put from my own pocket. King Shane is in the building. Thanks so much for coming, Shane. Watch in 3 minutes. Pay the bills. All right. I can always depend on Shane for that. You hear me say pay the bills. That's exactly what I was talking about. Bless you so much, bro. Blessings, everyone. Event of blessings. Thank you so much. All right. So my guest is in the back. I'm gonna pray. Thank you so much. Um, let me put her link is in the description of this video, guys. Just scroll down to the bottom, but I put it as well as time goes by. So we're going to have a short word of prayer. If you're so inclined, please reverence yourself and join me. If you do not wish to participate, that's fine, because Mommy Simple is all about choices. God is a God of choice. Never let anyone force you to do, especially where religion is concerned, anything that goes against your own beliefs, whether you're Christian or not. So we as Christians have to give the same allowance to others, the same level of tolerance. So let us pray. Dear Father, in the name of Jesus, we come giving you thanks and praise for another Wednesday where we can just connect with each other and empower each other, learn from each other, build up each other, give back to each other, support each other, and give your name glory. Father God, be with us, bless and keep us, help that everything might go decently and in order. Be with my guest as well, Lord. Bless her and keep her as she comes up shortly. Thank you for everyone in the chat. Thank you for those who are the silent listeners in the background. Lord, I pray that today they might choose to come forward and become a part of my Stomp fam. Thank you for leading us this far. Thank you for your grace and your mercy, Father. We thank you for hearing and answering our prayers. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen. So put your amens in the chat. We're going to start up now. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Juba say, okay. Juba, I know that by heart now. Okay. I could close my oh, he changed it today. Juba, you switch on me. I was gonna close my eyes and say it, but today said, okay, God is so great because he had let my dream come true with something that I did have thinking about. He's really great. Oh, that is so good, Juba. I wonder if you find a wife or what. Chuba say, God, make him dream come true. Sanya, thank you so much for coming. All my new timers, my newbies, I love you so much. I love you so much. Juba say, Juba, you're going to have to let me know what's going on. If you have any idea about that, thank you so much, guys. All right. So in the back, we have my guest, and you're going to meet her in a bit. So I just want to thank you all for coming. Share with someone. Give a thumbs up if you can. And we're going to get going. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. What's up, Storm fam? Welcome back to this week's episode of Simple Things Outreach Media's Grand Weekly Wednesday live stream. And this week we have another awesome guest. We're talking mental health with
She's stepping over all her obstacles. With her kings and queens, she's short and spicy, short and spicy. It's the love of God. She's holding her own.
Hi, my YouTubers. Welcome back to Short and Spicy Nicks. This is your girl, Nikki, speaking. How are you guys doing today?
Oh.
Nikki. I see you sipping. I have my water. Drink water and mind my business.
I'm drinking tea.
You sound like a mother just like me, Can I say that?
How you know?
I could see, I could tell from visiting your channel. Welcome, 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 welcome. Guys, we have Short and Spicy Nix. Let's welcome her. Give her a grand welcome. It's an honor to have her on my platform. Inga says, welcome. Sanya giving up some emojis. King Shane is in now. Thank you, Shane. So let me see you welcome my guest today, guys. Short and Spicy Nix. Do you mind telling us about that name?
My goodness. I don't know how I just came up with it, but It's just something that from a child I was always the little, I might seem quiet, and yes, for the most of it I was, but don't get on my nerve because the mouth is kind of spicy.
Oh, okay. I thought the spicy had to do with confectionaries and cake and all them things.
Everybody keeps asking me that, are you a chef? I'm like,
Exactly.
and I'm short as well, so right.
Okay, so you heard it for yourself, guys. The mouth is a little spicy. And for those of you who are not Jamaicans, it really means that don't mess with me or I'll pop off. Okay? So we're gonna learn some more about Nikki today. She has a channel. Her link is in the description of this video. I'm going to drop it in a while as well because later on we'll be connecting with her. All right. So today she's not really here to talk about her channel, although her channel reflects who she is in real life. But she has an amazing story, or I don't want to say condition, but an amazing experience because it's not a lie. So I don't want to say either. I don't want to call it story either. An amazing experience that she's going to share with us today. So I'm just going to allow you to go right ahead and talk. And then, whenever I have questions of my own or we have questions from the chat, you can tell us a bit of who you are and what your experience is all about, what your I don't want to say disorder, nothing wrong with you. Apart say your head's sort of like mine, but I don't want to say disorder.
It's an illness.
I don't want to
Regard-
say illness either because you look perfectly fine to
Right,
me. But go right
right,
ahead and tell us a bit about it.
right. That's exactly um, the the opposite of what it is. Because on the outside, we may look like we're doing so well. Um, if I didn't start speaking about my mental illness, um, a lot of people wouldn't have known that I battle with one.
Yes.
My diagnosis is anxiety and depression, and I don't know if our the viewers right now know much about it, but there are a lot of different forms of mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they're all bunched up into one. Like when you say mental illness, you start being judged and called or all sorts of name. When you said your head no good and mad like me, like at one point I did not like that word mad, and now I make fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
I bring some light to it, but I would get so angry because when I started to speak out about it or speak up about my issues with mental illness, I was being called crazy a lot. You
Yes,
know,
yes.
the light was on me more. It's like I was a different person from who everyone else knew originally, right? So yeah, and people were using it to chastise me and curse me out and insult me, those type of things, and
Mm-hmm.
it really got me. But now, thanks be to God, I don't accept it, the word, crazy, mad, but I'll use it lightly, right?
Yes.
Because I am who God says I am. I'm not what
Mm-hmm.
anyone else says I am,
Mm-hmm.
and I've learned to love myself now. But Nikki is my nickname, the name that was given to me by my dad. My government name I'm not gonna say,
That's fine. That's
some,
fine.
some stalkers and some of them come Google me. But
I know,
Nikki,
right?
Nikki is regularly what I'm called, other
Yes.
outside of business and stuff. I was born in Jamaica. Grew up for um, most of my childhood. I migrated to Canada at 12, but growing up in Jamaica, I did not grow up with my mother. Um, from what I was told, my mom gave me. Hey Margaret, what's up? From what my mom, my I was told by my, aunt and grandmother and stuff. My
Mm-hmm.
mother gave me to my grandmother, and even know from what my mom said as well. Um, at a young age, probably baby stage. Um, the first recollection I have is of sitting on a porch,
Uh-huh.
what we call veranda in Jamaica. My grandmother was making rice and peas, and the tire, the rim from a tire. Oh,
Yes.
in Jamaica they use it for stove,
Plus cold stove, yes.
stove. So my grandmother was making rice and peas on the coal stove, and the pot turnover with the peas.
Oh wow.
Yeah, whole pot of peas, red peas,
Mm-hmm.
turnover. And my grandmother would tell the story. It's like it went like this around my cousin, right? Around my cousin and go right under my bum.
Wow.
Yeah, it passed my cousin. It went around him, but it went directly under my bum. Tall man, is that TR?
No, Tall Man is a content creator Grenadian in this little circle.
Okay, I thought
Yes.
it was TR.
In
Oh,
our little
hi, sorry, I'm
circle,
gonna try
yes.
and not look at the pop-up saying hi, but
That's
hi,
fine. I'm just
hi, Arlene.
highlighting them because I'm not able to respond to everyone at the same time as they come in, right? So
Yes.
you can ignore those and just
Yes,
continue.
yes. Being a YouTuber, you have your eyes on everything. So I'm gonna try
Everything,
to
exactly.
keep
I
the YouTuber
know.
out of me right now. Right? I'm
Yes.
a guest. I'm a guest. I'm a guest. So yeah, I was rushed to the hospital, and it was, I don't know, probably third-degree burn. I remember just the pain, because
Hmm.
that I think I was probably around 2 or 3, a baby, but I could just remember the pain when the nurse burst that big old bubble behind there
Wow.
and took off that outer layer, right? So next thing I could remember is my father, my aunt taking me from my grandmother and bringing me to my dad, because
Yes.
apparently they were having a hard time, taking care of me, the responsibility of taking care of me as well. And I
Hmm.
guess my grandmother was complaining to my father too much. He couldn't take anymore. So he decided that he was going to take me to the country, Clarendon.
Clarendon, that's where I'm from.
Yeah,
Interesting. Yes. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Thompson Town.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm,
Um,
I'm sort of like the other side of Maypen, though.
I don't know too much about Clarendon because
Okay.
I was
Okay.
so young them time. So about um yeah, so when my aunt brought me, I was telling my aunt, because I was always afraid of my father. From a child, a baby, I just knew that he was you know, right? And when my aunt brought me, we were sitting there and he had to go shower the outside bathroom.
I know
So
what you're talking. Yes.
he went to the outside bathroom, but there was like a little space at the top that he could look over and see what's going on out there.
Yes.
But
That's
he,
how they're made. They're made without roofs.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But guess what? This one had a roof, but it had a little
Oh,
opening at the top
okay. Okay.
between the door and the, right?
Hmm.
So he could look up and see what was going on. And I was just so sad. I was crying to my aunt, telling her I don't want to go, because from a child, I just love my grandmother. From a baby, that love was just embedded in me, right? And she was about to take me away, bring me back. And
Yeah.
she was trying to creep away and take me. And I just saw my dad push the bathroom door open and just came out with his towel around him.
Hmm.
And it was her and him with me like this.
With a baby, like tug of war with a baby in
Tug of
between.
war. I felt like my arm was going to be popped out of
Oh,
socket.
dear.
So I could remember that.
Hmm.
So, anyways, I was brought to, you know, Clarendon.
I can't forget that he bought me ice cream cake at the bus station or the bus stop though, because
Mhm.
that I can never forget that. I guess that calmed me down because that's my favorite dessert in Jamaica is ice cream cake,
Yes.
right? And I was brought into an environment where I didn't know anyone. I was so shy, and he brought me to stay with his uncle and his uncle's wife.
Mhm.
And she was a lady that had her own disability. She had physical disability. Her feet, one of her feet was kind of like a stump at the bottom. So
Okay.
she had issues walking. So I had to walk from where I live all the way to the school. I think the school was called Victoria Primary or something like a far distance, right? And I remember just hopping onto, those big trucks. I don't know what they call them, Leland truck or whatever, those
Oh
big.
yeah, those Leland truck. Yes, yes.
I followed the children. I was probably around 5 or 6, and it was too tiring and too long to walk so far to go to school. And I was young and always, I don't know how I got the courage, but I was brave. And I don't think I had a choice because everyone had to go to school on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just hop on the back of the trucks with the children when I see them jumping onto the back of the trucks going up to go to school. And I remember at one point there was a thing called Blackheart Man, and it
Yes, I remember all those. Yes,
about trucks, white van coming and taking you
to
and
take you
going
away. Yes.
with candy and all of the gory stuff stories about that. And I was scared, but I was not walking the distance to go to school, right? And she wasn't able to go around with me a lot. So most of the things I had to independently do on my own. And I even remember having an accident. No, that's after. I used the washroom once, pit toilet, and I
I
think
know what you're talking about.
that's
Yes.
when I learned how to pray.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's when I learned how to pray because I was using the toilet once, and I felt like there was something just going back up while I was trying to do number two.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter how I tried to let it out, it was going back up and it felt weird. And I looked over to the side of me and I grabbed newspaper. And when I picked up the newspaper and grabbed onto the thing with the newspaper, because it was slippery,
Yes.
I was tug and war. It was a tug and war with myself and that thing. It was a worm.
I was about to say, what was that thing? Because I know in the pit toilet is normally crooked lizard more than anything else that they used to have in there.
It was a massive worm.
Also, it was like, you mean like tapeworm?
I don't know if a tape or what, but a rope worm.
Like worm that worm that we pass out of the body. That's what you mean. It's not what it wasn't from outside.
No, it was a
Okay,
rope. It was a rope worm,
I get you. I
not
get
a
you.
tapeworm, because it was a tug and war, and it was me and that serpent.
Oh,
And
that must have been so scary.
I said, God help me, Father. I don't know what exactly, but I know I cried out for God to help me,
Yes.
and I just yanked out that thing. I pull and yanked it out
Oh Lord.
and sent it right back down in the pit of hell where it did not supposed to
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Came out, washed up my hand and everything, and went back in the house, and I didn't say anything to my grandaunt. I don't think she knew about it. So after that, I was fearful of using the
The pit
toilet.
toilet. Yes.
So I defecated myself in the bed once. I went number two in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And she got up the morning and saw, and she was upset, and she sent me to the river. So me forgot wash out the sheet. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just remember carrying that pan with the sheet. and following the people that were going. I think a older lady was there. I don't know if she told me to go with the lady. I can't remember the details of it all, but I just
Yeah.
remember going with the lady and going to the river with the pan and washing it out. So I would say, a lot independent from very
From very
young.
young. Right, right.
Yeah, and I went through some struggles in country in Clarendon, but it was mostly fun. And
Yes,
I
it
would go,
is.
yes, I would go from back and forth from her home, my granduncle and his wife, and
Mm-hmm.
my grandmother. That's my father's mother, because that was my father's country. That's where his family is from and where he's from.
Okay.
And I love that. I love going around my grandmother and going underneath the cellar where they have a farm on the land. So I would always be eating mango out of the tree, eating banana,
Yes,
going at
yes.
the cellar. They have the crates of banana packaged to go sell, and I would teeth out the banana and try to make it so they don't realize.
I'd imagine.
Make
I'd
this little,
imagine. We
eh?
used to have ours, that's our cellar, that's where like the puppy, the dog would go have puppies, or where the chickens would go lay eggs. So we used to go under there to play with the puppies. Let me just take the chat, greet some people, and then we'll catch up. Shane was asking who is her Simple Things mother. That's Short and Spicy Nicks, guys. I just pinned her link so we can feel free to connect with her. Her link is also in the description. Let me welcome Anna. Thanks for coming, Anna. Deez is greeting everybody. Thank you so much. I don't know what Inga and Yvette laughing at. Anna, big up. I'm out here in the YT street. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sanya says you're welcome. Yvette, Anna, glad to see you. Shane, mother, I will follow the channel. Whatever I say, we do. Okay, okay, Shane. Thank you so much. Shane was saying he loves your Google shirt. I didn't even notice it until he typed
I
it.
saw it. Mr. Listen, Google is not paying me, so maybe this will make them pay me. Hey, Google,
I hope so. They
let's stop.
might think you're so cute in it that they'll start endorsing.
Right?
It would be good. Juba say, okay, I will really share that one with no, because God is so great. Okay, Juba. Oh, you mean your experience? Okay, Juba. Tomorrow on your live tea time with Lady Let's. Thank you for coming. Tea time. Thank you so much. And everybody is greeting everybody. And let me see if I missed anybody. A Brown, beautiful. Give thanks for life. Okay, Shane, that's so great. Thank you all, one and all. Let me see who else came in now. Anna, thank you so much. Hi, Shane. Shane says, okay, love that Google shirt. Right. Thank you. Thank you. I'd want one like it too. Amen. Okay, so amen to that. I guess at the start. Vibes with Thompson family. Thanks for coming in, Vibes. Thank you so much. Margaret Doyley. I guess she's your guest. Thanks for coming,
Yes.
Margaret.
Margaret, I saw what you said in the chat. Girl, I was what, 6? I don't know which river.
Oh, she was asking you the name of the river. And that wouldn't be, it wouldn't, if you said Thompson Town, it wouldn't be the Rio Minnow, because the Rio Minnow doesn't come from that side of Clarendon. So I don't
Whichever
know.
river them go wash. But Margaret and I grew up with my granddad as well. She was my adopted sister. We grew up from them in the same home, so we know about the strictness of my granddad. But
Your
we love
grandmother.
her to this day.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's interesting. And Margaret, you have a lot of springs and rivers on that side of Clarendon. So tea time say you're an overcomer. God is working on you. Amen to
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
I'm good, thanks. Just checking in. So if you're new here, Margaret and others, Sanya and everybody, make sure you connect with me, please. Just click the word subscribe after you stay at least 10 minutes on the live. And for everyone else, Short and Spicy Nick's link is pinned, so you can go right ahead and connect with her. But don't hop off the live. If you can open another window or use a different device, that's better. All right. It's not good to connect with someone on a live stream with the same device that you're watching the live stream on. It's not good for our channel. So I don't think I missed anyone. Thank you all for coming in. Give a thumbs up if you can. Feel free to join my membership if you like what we do here. You can also give a super chat by clicking on the dollar sign. And Case Diamond Body, thanks so much for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Share with someone. Samantha, thanks again. You come from close to where I grew. Oh, Samantha said, yes, she's from Clarendon as well. Close to where. I don't know if you're from Chapelton. Empress Obermuller sounds like a German name. So I have my little record book and I'll take your name, Empress. Today, guys, we're talking with short and spicy Nix, and she is inspiring us with her story. As I say, I don't like to say story, her experience, with the hope that it will help someone else. When I looked up her condition, I'm like, oh, I learned a lot. And later on, I'll explain why it hit close to home. All right. So share with someone that they too can come over. On Wednesday, a lot of inspirational, well, empowering stuff goes on over here on a Wednesday. So welcome one and all. Leland truck, which cane with cane in them. But it's Thompson Town Sharon, so more than likely it would be sugar cane, it will be orange from Moko. Yes. So I hope I didn't miss anyone. Thank you all. Great, great live stream. Shane said Blackheart man. We from the Caribbean all remember about the Blackheart man. Blackheart man. Then only thing we were afraid of in those times. So true. Not like no. Pit toilet with crooked lizard. You're bringing back a whole lot. Oh Lord, Kashi says a whole lot of memories right there, Nikki. So, Sanya, how are you? Everybody greeting up everybody. So, at the start, when I said something about Caribbean Gospel Zone, Miss Barbara is here. Thank you, Miss Barbara, everyone. Caribbean Gospel Zone, if this is your first time here. Sasha, did someone mention Sasha British? Yvette, where is Sasha? Sasha, you're here. Someone type your name, but I didn't see you. My member Tasha is here. I'm gonna drop your link again. And Inga, as soon as my members come in, I drop their link. Caribbean Gospel Zone. Okay, so Nikki, when I said about Mad Ed like me, I deliberately said that because, as you mentioned, especially as Caribbean people, very very often we make light of, and you said that yourself, of situations that are real to others, and we are not understanding enough, and the whole mental health thing we don't take it seriously in Jamaica especially, and we laugh at people when you know people, especially as kids. Your experience is not mine, mine is not yours. We don't know what a child is going through. And very often we laugh at someone's condition or someone's experience instead of trying to understand and seek help, seek the right avenues for help for especially kids. I don't know at what stage, whether at this stage you're referring to, whether you had started experiencing any symptoms, quote unquote, or what. But would you mind sharing with us, when were you aware that, at what stage of life were you aware that I have a condition that needs to be addressed?
Well, I started. Would you like me to continue from there or
Well,
just
yeah, go right ahead, but I just want to be sure
think?
that we get
Okay, let me.
pointed in the discourse. Okay. Okay, Samantha, Breckford Crawl, right next to Thompson Town. Yes, I know there. Go ahead, my dear.
It was actually after having children, or
Okay.
I would say my three children, my three children. Yeah, yeah, because I have four children, but it was after having my third child.
Mhm.
Yeah, that I was just experiencing headaches a lot of severe headaches and anxiety attacks and overthinking. And I kept going to the doctor, and he would be doing all sorts of tests, and it will all come back normal. I'm in perfect health. I used to be so worried. Do I have cancer? Knock on wood. Do I have this? Do I have that? I would be worrying about everything.
Mhm.
And it's like when they all came back normal, it's a relief, but it's like, okay, so what's going on? What's wrong? And then I was referred to a psychiatrist, and even then, I still didn't open up fully about what I went through.
So,
So
as a child, weren't you displaying any other than normal, because nobody's abnormal, behavior pattern or anything that your grandmother and grandaunt were aware of?
I don't think so, because I was a happy child. I didn't start experiencing the trauma that I'm gonna speak about later
Mhm.
until later on, around 16 is when I really,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah,
Okay. I just wanted to put that into perspective so
yeah.
you can continue with the story from here.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Sasha. So nice having you back, and condolences to you and family, my dear. Everyone, please say your condolences to Sasha on the loss of her grandmother and her aunt. Thank you so much. Go right ahead, Nikki.
thank you. Yeah, so like I said before, my granddad was just too strict, right?
Mhm.
She's a great cook, but she was very serious. I don't know if she was baptized then, but she listened to a lot of gospel, and you'd always hear grace thrillers and all sorts of stuff.
Mhm.
Um, but she on one side, she wouldn't let me go outside, even to go see and spend time with my aunt that lived below her. That's my father's sister. So I
Mhm.
started to rebel at that young age. A little rebel, I would say, because I would get beaten for doing that, and um I think I just left and went to my grandmother and refused to go back. I just wasn't gonna go back to stay with her. And
Yes.
then at one point I was staying with my second cousin, I think, because I think it's my father's cousin, where my great grandmother was. That's my father's grandmother. And like I said, I have a little spicy tongue, right?
I know, right?
I
Mhm.
don't know what grandma, granny, we call her, was saying to me or whatever. And I said something to her, and she grabbed after me, and I pulled away,
Yes.
and she almost dropped down the stairs. May I tell you, almost fall down the stairs,
Oh
and I
dear.
didn't hear the end of it. Me I go tell so and so. Me I go tell your father, because that's
Yes.
all they would use to scare me, Because like I said, my
Mhm.
father is even more strict than the lady I was
Then they
staying with,
were, yes.
and they would always be scaring me. Anything I do, me I go tell so and so. Me I go tell your father. So, anyways, it was time for me to leave. It was time for me to get. So my uncle brought me to Kingston, where my father was living with his now um, second baby mother. That's my stepmother,
Yes.
and she had two daughters before meeting him. So one was 3 years older than me, and the other was 3 years younger than me. I was in the
Mhm.
middle, right? So I was a new addition, and they had just my stepmom had just had my sister. That's the first child with her and my father. So I was brought into that household, and in Ativali in Kingston.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was told from, or we were told from the get go, okay, since I came in, all of a sudden we have to call my stepmom mommy. That
Okay.
that
She get elevated. She get promotion.
so my stepsisters were used to calling her by her name,
Mhm.
but now Nikki come and things change, rule get, you know.
Yes.
I'll Nikki have to call mommy too. Mommy, even to this day I call her mommy.
Oh well, that's nice though. Yes.
Yeah. So. That's the what's going on. Oh my God. So I left from one strictness into another strictness, and my father's strictness was, it was stressing because it's the same type of thing. I couldn't go outside. We could, all of us, we couldn't go outside. They used to call us house rat
Oh wow.
because all we would do is stay at the living room and look through the window. Any window we could find a weed that said so. I look through the window. And Jamaica has those windows that you could shut it, but it's like I don't know what material, but it's almost like blinds. The is it vertical blinds?
Okay. I think we used to call them louver blades, the glass one.
Those, yes, that you wind up.
Oh, the like the metal one, and you
Yes,
wind it to close it.
yes.
On
That
what?
all you
Yes,
would see is
yes.
our eyes this looking through, watching the kids them outside
Oh
playing.
dear.
We couldn't
Yes.
do it. The only time we would get to go outside is when we have to clean the house. And we always a fight who are gonna clean the veranda.
So then everybody want to clean the veranda. That's the only freedom on the outside.
That's the only freedom was going to school and when you get to clean the veranda.
Oh Lord.
Right? That's our only fresh air.
Yes.
Okay. And in a sense, it was good. It kept us away from a lot of things, from getting into things, but we didn't have much freedom.
Yes.
And the strictness again. And I was from there, I lived there permanently, but that's when I got a chance to be connected back with my grandmother and my aunts and uncles and cousins. And that was my break when I got to go to my grandmother's. So
Yes.
that's my mother's mom. And I would look forward to that so much. I was free. She lived in a tenement yard now,
Mm-hmm.
up at Maxfield, Whitfield Avenue.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I
Right?
have an idea. I don't know if I know Whitfield, but I know Maxfield area.
Maxfield is
Yeah.
at the top of Whitfield. Whitfield is at the bottom.
Okay.
Right? And a big yard. You have one house there, one at the front side, and at the back. We were the house that was all the way to the back.
In the back.
All the way. That house was the house, but we had everybody from granny, auntie, cousin, uncles. And it
Yes.
was just filled with, it was like a one big room. But my grandmother had her bed, big bed. It must have hold about 3 to 4 bed.
Yes. Yes.
And she had her, what you call it, that cabinet or something,
Mm-hmm.
and a little table, but it was just a big room with. And like, it was just heartwarming. Like, I just love my grandmother. But at that time when I came back to Kingston, my grandmother had lost one of her leg.
Oh wow. Sorry
Yes.
to hear. Yes.
She was working with some Indian individuals, and she was supposed to migrate to Canada with them. And while picking oranges for them, she slipped and the feet got, you know, broken. And she said
And she
something.
lost it.
Yeah, she said something about it not being set properly. And
Oh.
yeah, it started to get gangrene and whatever. And they
And
had
they
to,
had to amputate it.
yes,
Could
yes.
could I just interject right here for those of you who are not from the Caribbean or from Jamaica? If you're African, it's sort of like a tenement yard is what you'd call a compound in Africa, where more than one, it can be different family units, but it can be neighbors live together in one big yard. So you have different houses for different family units or different neighbors. So if you have the concept of what a compound is in African countries, that's similar to what a tenement yard. Could I just pause to welcome some people here? Michibu, thanks for coming, hon. How are you? Thank you so much. I see Evangelist Melvina Thomas who is saying hello to you as well. Thanks for coming. And then I see Sidonie Johnson is saying happy Wednesday to everyone and to the chat and to my co-host as well. And Vino Prankster is saying blessings to you. Thanks for coming, Vino. How are you, bro? Yes, Inga, Louver Windows. Yes. Thanks so much. And Livingston is saying hello to everyone. Please like up the live. Thank you so much, Inga. And I don't know if I missed anyone. So we're talking mental illness with someone who has battled with mental illness. Her name is Nikki, or Short and Spicy Nix. That's the name of her channel. Very interesting channel. Her link is pinned, guys. Feel free to connect with her at any time, but stay on the live. If you can use a different device or open another window, stay on the live so you won't miss a beat in her interesting experience. Go right ahead, Nikki. Thank you so
Mighty
much.
God, it is. It is. So that was that. Where was I living with my grandmother?
With
And
your grandmother. So happy to have her there, and then she lost her leg, right?
her losing her leg. So I went to Denhamtown Primary School,
Mhm.
right? And it was hard at some points because there became issues at the house.
Mhm.
Not besides from the strictness, I would notice that my stepsisters and I were always, there's a tug and war somewhat because I felt outcasted,
Yes.
because it's the two of them against myself, right? Um, my stepmother treated us all the same
Mm-hmm.
for the most of it, but the loving embrace, I didn't feel that. Not worse, not from my father. It was all go to school, get an education. I remember not knowing my times table and I got beaten for not knowing it. And it was written, or I need to practice it. And if tomorrow comes and I don't know a certain amount, may I go get beaten?
I know, right? That used to be so cruel. Beat us for learning.
Beat me for learning. Yes, right? But then on Saturdays, we would be home while my stepmother's mother, which I call my grandmother as well,
Mm-hmm.
would be there to help out. And when it was just us girls alone, my eldest stepsister, she always had a pick for me. She would always want to be overly strict with me and fight
Yes.
with me. And she had long nails and she would scratch me. And once I had a mark of an X on my right cheek
Wow.
from her nails digging down into my skin.
So where was your stepmother? Where was her mother in all this?
I think she worked on Saturdays sometimes.
Oh, okay. So she wasn't home at the time.
Yeah, from it was us children there. And she even had a brother that was probably the same age as my eldest stepsister. So it was us four in the house,
Yes.
right? And people are not supposed to come in, the neighbors or whatever, but when we got a chance, we sneak them in, yes, with her rude self, right?
Wow.
Before they're gone before she come home, right?
Will be kids. Kids will be kids, right?
Right? If she ever find out we get beaten for that, and we're not getting beaten with just regular belt, we're getting beaten with cable cord.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, those beaten leave wales on you. So it was, I would say that was abuse. Now looking back,
Looking back at it, right?
right? So we tried not to do too much out of the rules. And
Yes.
she would have her individuals, watching us if we ever step foot out and go out, like the neighbors from upstairs all over would be telling her friends, letting her know, right?
Mhm.
So we didn't have much room to breathe, basically. Like I said, my grandmother's home was my freedom and my enjoyment.
Yes.
So the part with my stepsister now, once I remember her saying for me to do something, and I don't know what I did because every time she fight me, only thing I could do was grab her in her. She had some big hunkers,
Ah, oh dear. Yes.
and I'm shorter than her, so the only way I could defend myself is just grab her, squeeze. So
I imagine, yes.
I would always try to grab because I don't have nails, and she would scratch me up and grab me up and do it. And all I could do was just grab and squeeze, right? But once she said for me to do something, and I argued, I was at the window looking out, and I
Mm-hmm.
got upset. I'm like, why? Leave me alone. Why you always bothering me? And the girl pushed me all the way into my stepmom's room,
Mm-hmm.
and they had portable closet, wardrobe, the plastic one that you could zip up.
Oh, yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
she
I
had
know
one of
those
that
ones.
to put clothes in. And she pushed me down there and she almost choked the life out of me.
Wow.
She had her arms wrapped around my neck and was squeezing the life out of me. And I all I could remember doing is kicking up at her
Yes.
and grabbing her hand and trying, and I couldn't get free. And my stepsister, younger, I think, came and was trying to push her off of me. And I got up. When I got up, she ran into the kitchen for a blade this big, one of the biggest knives
Serious.
you could find.
Mm-hmm.
And she chased after me, and I had to run out the house and run over to the neighbors across from us.
So I get it that should have been the eldest one at home when your parents weren't around. When her okay, all right.
And I cried and I stayed there until the lady kept me there because she came out. She even came all the way out to the front. So I was so scared. And I cried until I went over to the neighbors and I stayed there. And I stayed there until my stepmom came back. I don't remember where my dad was, or
Mm-hmm.
it was at work, I believe, or whatever. Because he worked at the bus park or whatever.
Yes.
And yeah, when I came back, when my stepmom came home, and I think I remember my stepmom beating her for that or whatever, but I just couldn't understand why she hated
Mm-hmm.
me so much.
Wow.
After a while, I started hearing that my father had to leave. He couldn't stay there anymore. Something to do with my stepsister, the older one. So now I had to be sent to my grandmother up at
Okay,
Whitfield.
I thought he was gonna leave you behind with your step family.
No,
Okay.
they she brought me to my or asked my aunt to come and get me, because when that happened with the scratch, when my aunt came for me that time, I cried to her and begged her for me not to go back there.
I'd imagine. So your aunt and were your aunt and your grandmother aware of what was going on there?
I would always complain to them, my aunt, but I don't know if my aunt would tell. I think so, but my dad was that kind of strong arm,
Yes.
because there were times when my aunt that is about his age, that lived in Tivoli as well, but over by the Board Villa, would come for me with my cousin, her son,
Mm-hmm.
and she would be at the front and asking him if I could go come out there with her. She wants to bring me to go buy ice cream, and he would tell her no. My cousin, she would make my cousin come and knock the door because him and that aunt could not get along. That aunt didn't live with my grandmother in Whitfield. She lived same in the Tivoli area.
Okay.
But her and him were always at it. She's the one who was doing the tugging war when I was 2,
Okay, okay, okay.
because
Yes.
she's one of the older ones. So my grandmother would go to her to because
Mm-hmm.
once he fought her out at Tivoli, down by a section where the garbage bins were,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was the same day that she asked for me to go have ice cream with her and my cousin, and he was art, and she wouldn't leave, and she's like, "Why my niece can't come to go have ice cream and stuff?" And he came out with a machete and went down there and was fighting her and was hitting her with the machete. I heard. I was kept
Wow.
inside. I couldn't go out there.
Okay, because I thought you witnessed all of that,
I witnessed it in a way where I was hearing, but I
but you
wasn't
didn't
seeing.
actually. Yes,
Because you know
yes.
when fights go on in Jamaica, the crowd is you know,
I know, right?
yeah, everybody's crowded and you hear pure noise.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember coming out on the veranda a little bit, and I could hear my stepmom talking about how, I don't know my mother. The little girl don't even know her mother or whatever. But the thing is, when I was a younger child, um, before I went to the country, I
Yes.
remember, or after one of those times, probably come up on holidays or whatever. I remember going with my mother to where she lived with her boyfriend
Mm-hmm.
because she had had a baby, with another man. And I remember my mother bringing me back to my grandmother's. But for the most of it, I don't remember everything. But I would remember going to her house where she lived, but I couldn't stay there. For whatever reason, I don't know why I couldn't stay there.
Yes.
I later found out that her baby father would not have it.
Mm-hmm. Because
He
at
would,
that age, a lot of things are not explained. I mean, there are sometimes in some families, your parents or your grandmother or your aunt just come for you maybe overnight or early morning and just pack your bag and you leave and they don't really explain why or and you end up thinking, did I do something wrong? Or does it have anything to do with me or
yeah.
that sort of thing?
Because I remember when that happened on the bus ride, I asked her, why am I going back? Because I thought I was going to live with her. Because as a child,
I'm sorry, my dear. I'm
why?
sorry.
I don't know how it came up on me like this.
Yes, yes. That's okay. There are a lot of things sometimes we carry around and it's buried so deep in our subconscious that we
Why?
don't realize how much it affects us until there's a trigger. So if there's anything that you're not comfortable sharing, that's fine. And if
I'm
at any
okay because
point you feel
my
like
mom and I,
stopping this interview, that's fine as well.
yeah, my mom and I are good now. But I don't know why that, speaking about as a child wanting that bond with your mother,
Yes.
yeah, and not having it. So
And
I,
especially now that you have kids of your own and you realize how important it is. Mhm.
yeah. So I'm gonna pass by that one because
That's fine.
that one hit me
Yes.
right there. So yeah. So anyways, back to with my father now having
Mhm.
to leave, and so now I had to go stay with my grandmother permanently, from what I believed, and went from school to from there I would travel to school, but my grandmother didn't have it much of the time, right? And my cousin and I, he's a little younger than me, we would walk from Whitfield down to Denhamtown Primary, right? And that's how I learned about Maxfield, because we'd walk and cut through roads,
Oh
Yeah, we
dear.
would walk from the bottom of Whitfield up to the top of Maxfield and then cut through and then walk down that long street to get down to Denham Town. I don't know what that street is called. I think that street is also called Spanish Town Road or
Spanish
something.
Town Road,
Is it Road?
I would guess.
I think
Because
so.
I can picture Spanish Town Road and Denham Town side and that sort of, but I don't really know Whitfield, so I don't know. Spanish Town Road is the one that takes you all the way from 3 miles into the market,
Doesn't it
through the
cross?
market and
Does it
to
cross
and
Maxfield?
no, that I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, up at that top, up when we get up to the top of Maxfield, then we walk down on Maxfield Road down to that road, and then it's
Uh-huh.
just that straight road going all the way down to Denham Town.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we would do most of the times because it
If
was a lot.
any Kingstonians in the chat, you can let us know. Thanks for coming in, everyone. Let me just bring your attention to Evangelist Melvina Thomas. She said that's okay, but it's good to cry and let it out.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I've done a lot
Evangelist.
of crying. I've done a whole lot of crying.
And
Yeah.
Sanya says, thank God it's over, Nikki.
Thank you,
Focus
Lord
on
Jesus.
France. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Lord.
Welcome, Jamfet. You're not on Charms Live. Charms Live. You're on Simple Things Live. Thanks for coming. And Margaret had said up here, oh Lord, please take your time, sis. That's what your
Yeah.
friend Margaret said.
Thank you. Thank you, sis. Thank you.
And thank you so much for availing of yourself to share with us. I know for many people, trauma or some experiences are not easy to share. So it really takes a brave person to share.
Mm.
Sister Sylvia, thanks for coming. Unbroken Sylvia Sunshine. I've had her before. That is one of the interviews I told you, said you before. I said you could go ahead and take a look at that one. And
Yeah.
right, so she's here in the chat. Thanks so much. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much, guys. Go right ahead, my dear.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your support. Yeah. So that's how we would get to school. And then after a while, my stepmom came back for me because
Yeah.
I think it was my father had gone back to Clarendon because he couldn't be in Tivoli for some reason.
So he just left the kids behind?
Yeah, he had. I heard he had to run away because there were rumors of something having to do with him and my eldest stepsister.
Okay.
So he had
I
to
mean,
leave.
that is okay that he left, but okay, I
Yeah. So he,
understand.
he couldn't stay, from what I was hearing. He couldn't stay, and was even brought to the ruler of Tivoli, and he ran for his life, from what I heard.
Oh wow. Just a
So
second there. Sylvia knows you. She said, Sister Nikki, this is natural way. She
I
knows you.
natural way, Coyote.
Oh, that's so
I
nice.
always
Oh,
forget your new name, Natural Way.
thank you so much for
We're
coming,
connected. She
Sister
always has to
Sylvia.
remind me because she's a strong
Okay.
woman of God. I love her. Yeah, yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Amazing,
Yes,
amazing.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I was at my grandmother, and then my stepmom came back for me, and apparently my father had migrated now to Canada because his eldest sister was in Canada, and she, um, what would you say? She got her siblings, which is his brothers and sisters, all from Jamaica and brought them to Canada, right? So it was our time, my stepmom and I and my youngest sister at that time were going to migrate to Canada. And that's what happened. So I migrated to Canada at the age of 12, and we all lived in one big house in Toronto. Each prospective family had their own rooms, but it was very large rooms.
Okay.
So my uncle had his room with his wife and his children that he brought up from Jamaica. The wife was his wife that he met here, but he had children from outside and he brought them up. My other uncle had his wife from Jamaica with their children that came up. So it was one big house
So it's tenement yard, but foreign
in
style.
under one roof.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So at one moment it was like that until we my father and his family, which is us, the children and his wife, because then my other stepsisters came later.
Yes.
So then we moved, relocated to Brampton. That's a city.
Oh yeah, I know Brampton
You know Brampton?
and Mississauga. Yeah, I've been there. I
What?
have friends there. Yes.
Wow, nice. So at this time we're in high school, and we lived at one house, and my stepsister had a room for herself, the eldest one. her room was downstairs somewhere. She had a part that was her room, but
Yeah.
the rest of us, our rooms were upstairs. I think the stepsister after me and I shared one room, and my stepmother had a room with my father and the youngest one, or something to do with that. I can't remember the dynamics or what.
Mm-hmm.
But then after a while, my eldest sister, I think we moved to a next place again where it was a basement now. And for that, my eldest stepsister was there temporarily. She wasn't there. After a while, she wasn't
It's
there
the
anymore.
same one who ran you down when you
Yes.
were okay.
Yes. And then when we moved to this other home, because we moved like 2 to 3 times, and
Mm-hmm.
my father was in jail for a short period of time. I don't know how long, but it didn't seem too long. And I remember him speaking to me on the phone and saying if I'm okay and he'll be home soon, and that was that.
Wow.
Then we ended up in a shelter, and we were in a shelter because I'm hearing that basically my father was interfering with my stepsister. And that's the reason why she wasn't there. And I guess the reason why he
That's,
was,
and I must ask again, that's the same big stepsister,
yes.
but this was his child.
No, it was my stepmom's daughter.
Oh, because your stepmom had another set of children.
Two
Okay.
children outside.
Oh wow,
And
mercy.
that was also the reason why he had to run away from Tivoli,
When you didn't know why he had to leave. Oh wow,
because my
mercy.
stepsister had brought it to school and told the school, and yeah.
Very traumatic indeed, Inga. Mercy. Oh dear.
So after being in the shelter and stuff, we moved from Brampton to Toronto, and we're now in housing, social housing. And the same things, not allowed to go anywhere. If we ask, we can't go to school dances. We ask my stepmom, she said to ask my father. We asked my father, he says, what did your mother say? Which referring to my stepmother, and just like that. So basketball was my
Mm-hmm.
my joy. I loved Michael Jordan. I love the Chicago Bulls. And even before we left from Brampton, I remember when Michael Jordan's father passed, and I cried, and I remember getting a slap in my face for crying.
Could I pick up a comment right here? Very um oh, it didn't come up. Okay. From she mentioned the dynamics of the home, you could see this alleged behavior coming, and that's from Yvette. And Yvette, I was thinking the same thing. Why can't they play outside? Why can't you play with the neighbors? Why can't you go? Normally, when you see that sort of, not to judge, but it's like a pattern of consistent pattern of behavior. When you see that sort of control, especially by the male in the home, then you can understand what the kids are being groomed for. And Inga says sometimes you think you have it hard till you hear someone else's experience. Shaking my head. The moral of the story is everyone has a story, a past, or a history. And that is so true, Inga. Thank you all for coming, everyone. Welcome, welcome again. If I missed you, please forgive me. My members and my moderators are welcoming you in the chat. Please keep the conversation flowing by commenting or putting questions for Nikki in the chat, and we'll take them when appropriate. All right. And please share with someone else because a lot of times I am suffering and somebody next to me has experienced what I'm going through and we don't share. So when we see brave hearts like Nikki, like Sylvia, like Marlene, like Michael and on Friday, who are willing to share their experience to empower others. Let us applaud them. Let us value them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sister Sydney, thanks for coming. Go right ahead, my dear.
Yeah. So I cried and it was like, what I cry for? You know him? You know the people them? And it's like I wasn't allowed to have any feelings except for the feelings that he tells me to
To
have.
have, right.
Right? So um I hated him, to tell you the truth. I despised my father growing up with him and all of that. So when we moved back now to Toronto and my stepsister is no longer there. Now she's stayed in Brampton because from that incident with her having to leave the house again
Mhm.
because something was going on and she wasn't comfortable and she went to stay with friends.
Oh, so she was old enough to make that choice by now, I figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
at that time I was probably 15, 14, 15.
Mm-hmm.
So she was older.
Okay.
And we went to Jamaica. We went to Jamaica 94 for December 94 Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
right? And same thing when we went there, not allowed to really go anywhere. My aunt came to bring me to the beach for my birthday because my birthday is in December.
Mm-hmm.
My birthday is December 20. I'm not afraid to say. And
That's nice.
my aunt also came with my cousin again, like she's done previously when we did reside in Jamaica, saying that she wants to take me to the beach for my birthday. Right? Because my family loved me so much because
Mm-hmm.
birthdays, if anyone forgets it, my grandmother's side, they don't forget anything when it comes to Nikki,
That's good.
right?
You were really loved by your
I
grandmother
was
on her
really
side,
loved
right?
by them. I am really loved by them. I'm not saying that my family on my father's side didn't love me, but they're a different type
Yes,
of people.
I understand. And
Yeah.
it was expressed in a different manner.
Yeah. And I don't know, I'm not going to say bad about them, but they have a different type of energy.
Yes,
Yes.
I
So,
understand.
yeah. So my stepmom said no. She went to the payphone and called because payphones were in then. Called my
Mm-hmm.
father in Canada because he didn't come with us. It was just us. So and an argument ensued with her and my aunt and cursing back and forth and just hearing her curse my aunt and say the whole of them living in a one room like sardine. I was so infuriated. For years I had her up for that. Because I'm saying in my heart,
Yes.
that's my sardine. You're like, how dare you? You know?
And that's your own experience. I mean, you had no control over that. You weren't old enough to pick your lifestyle,
But
so
she
to
was
speak.
cursing my aunt, saying that but she didn't. That aunt lives by herself with her child and her family. But she was talking about my grandmother's home in Whitfield.
Okay.
So she was already judging from coming and seeing how all of my aunties were there, two aunties, three, uncles and cousins, and it was a, like I said, it was a big room,
Yes.
but we had beds and stuff, and she doesn't even understand how much she hurt me by saying that because that's where my joy was,
Exactly.
and that meant and signified closeness and love to me.
Having all your because I remember when you just moved to Whitfield and you said when everybody in the one house, you felt so at home. It was family, one big happy family.
One big happy family. No
Mhm.
traumas. We played bingo. My grandmother would be the one heading the bingo, bingo, calling out B1, B22, this, and
Precious memories.
precious, precious memory. Toto, blue draws. She bake, she cook.
One
She's
big pot of food, everybody belly food. That was the nicest part of living together at that
wholesome,
time.
wholesome
Yes.
love,
Well,
right?
welcome, Juba. Welcome, everyone. Yes.
right? So that was that. And so January, she did make me go with my grandmother. First time going to Montego Bay, because at that time my grandmother was living in Montego Bay, but my aunt was still in Kingston, that lived, the one that came for my
Yes.
birthday. So I spent time with my grandmother, came back, and we came back to Canada. So this was, say, January, February, March now. My bag with my stuff is still packed. For some reason, my suitcase, my aunt had loaned me that suitcase, but my clothes was still in there from Jamaica, right? And the trauma in a way was still going on. The strictness. I would have basketball practice. I was on the basketball team. I had my little boyfriend. I was 16 then. I turned 16. So, yeah,
Yes.
I didn't want to be home most of the time. I loved school.
Mhm.
I was doing great in school because I'm basically, I'm smart.
That's good.
And I was
And
always
maybe school was also like a distraction
getaway.
as well. You could put your everything into school.
I
Yes.
put my everything into school. I was doing
Mhm.
great in school. My classes, I was getting A's and B's, 90s, 80s, you know. And I had the little boyfriend and I had basketball, and that was joy for me, right? Whenever I had to go home, it was like torture,
Oh wow.
you know? Because when my dad is not there, I feel like my stepmom is cold, you know? They were going through issues with themselves, their relationship,
Exactly.
but she was having children because at that time she probably had two more or three children. I don't remember exactly, right?
Mhm.
And this happened in I don't know when this started to happen. I can't remember, but I remember sleeping one night and in the dark and just
Mhm.
remember feeling breeze down by my area, my by my underwear area,
Yes, yes.
a wind, and my eyes opened to see a part of my underwear moved, and my father messing around with my
Oh mercy.
Pagina.
Mercy. Welcome, Richie Rich. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mercy. So all along, this really goes to prove how much he was grooming you from childhood days. And it put that wall of a protection around you by not wanting you to play outside, play with friends, go out with your aunt, or anything like that. My gosh. Really, Juba says, my gosh, says Inga, mercy, I tell you. Wow. Wow. Whenever you're ready, you can continue. Blessings. Richie, thanks so much for coming, bro. Guys, please remember to give a thumbs up on your way in. We're talking here with Short and Spicy Nix. She's sharing her experience. Tasha, my member, says, my God, I got got goosebumps. We're giving her enough time, as much time as she needs, because having an experience like hers, it's not easy to relate in a public forum like this. So please bear with her, guys. All right. Please remember to give a thumbs up, guys. Guys, if you like what we do here, please bless this channel by donating to my PayPal. My PayPal link is in the description below the video. And feel free to give a super chat at any time. You can join my membership by clicking on the $sign in the chat. Remember, we do a lot of outreach in real life where I have them well documented on my channel, and that's just a small portion of it. That's just to be transparent. It's not to show off or anything. And I thank you all for the donations over the time, over the year, less than a year since I got monetized. Yes, for the donations to these outreach projects. I want to thank Global United Outreach Limited as well, because that's how I met Nikki. And remember, guys, I guess maybe only three guests I've had, maybe two or three who I know in real life. Most of my guests, I've never met them. We have never met. Okay, so we'll give them the what would say now, give them credit for sharing their experiences with us. Okay, Sanya said, Jesus, what a wicked man. Sanya, I think you need to refresh, hon. You can just click on the screen and you'll see a little button come up that says live with a red next to it, Sanya. When you get to this point, make sure it's red. If it's gray, you're behind. Click on it and turn it red, or you can refresh. I think you're behind. For real, Juba is an understand. Okay, let me see what apparently Juba said something here. Where is it? Really? Okay. You're a strong girl, Nikki. This is from Inga. I pray God continue to give you strength to overcome the trauma of your past. And Yvette says, but unfortunately, I saw this coming. He should have been imprisoned after allegedly molesting your stepsister. That is so true, Yvette. But several of my guests, if you've never had that experience, I don't think we can understand why some family members are afraid to speak up when it happens the first time. So I really can comment, because it can be denial. It can be opening up a whole can of worms where you're gonna have to deal with somebody in prison, court cases, somebody in prison, social worker coming to your house every week. Maybe the loss of some of your children or siblings, or a whole instability of your structure that I guess a lot of the parents, the adults are not ready to mentally deal with. Barbara say, my God, judge him, Lord, says Margaret. And the Lord is a God of mercy, Margaret, but I know he's a God of justice. So, in Jamaica, we say, God not sleep. Inga said, Margaret, in better repent. My goodness. Thanks so much for the feedback, guys. Remember to give a thumbs up if you have not yet done so. And if you're so inclined, you can just keep it, whisper a little prayer in your heart for Nikki and for anyone else who have had to experience trauma in one way or the other. On the coming home part, Yvette, I've been there. In my past marriage, I'm not married now, but I mean in my marriage then, I've had days where the other Margaret Brown will tell you, she's my church sister. What time I leave church on a Saturday night? Sometime all minutes to 11. To 11. Okay, I just don't want to go home. It was just so miserable, so sad. When you have certain experiences, as Nikki said, you don't want to go home. When you find a safe place, a happy place, you don't want to return to the misery of home. Okay, that really break my heart. She's such a wicked man from Juba. For real, Sanya, past wicked. Margaret in better repent. Yes. So we'll allow Nikki to continue at her own pace when she's comfortable
I'm
doing so.
ready.
Thank
I'm
you
ready.
so much.
Yeah. So that would make me be scared to go to my bed.
Mm.
I would be in the sofa down in the living room a lot, and it's like I could see him over the chair, and I'm like, I refuse to go to my bed. And when I do go to my bed, I would be noticing that my door was being meddled with.
And you had a room by yourself or
I had
with
my
other
room by
siblings?
myself.
Okay.
My stepsister, we all had rooms by ourselves because
Okay.
four it was three of us now there, and my sister that was born here, four of us at that moment,
Okay.
right? And my baby sister would sleep with my stepmom and him, I guess. And my other stepsister, the one after me, would be in her room, and then my um I would have my own room, but my room was downstairs. And my door, like, there was like a, the dead, not a deadbolt, that bolt that you just push in to close it, and you turn it down and it locks, those locks on your door. I
Yes.
had a lock on my door inside in my room, and I would
Mhm.
lock it at night. I would start to lock my door like that.
Yes.
That disappeared. That was taken off.
This
I
man, he was bent on doing like the devil. He was bent on doing what he wanted to do.
My doorknob, I would try and do all sorts of mechanism to lock my door. I would get cord, rope, whatever, and try. And when I notice that it's gone, I'm wrapping up and tying up and tying up. The doorknob was gone.
Wow. Wow. I'm gonna put you on solo screen because I'm and set up this for my mom because I know she'd want to hear your story, and I don't think her TV is on. So I'm just gonna put you on solo screen, and you can go ahead talking. I can hear you from there. Welcome, Alexa McTarvish. I guess she's Nikki's friend. Let me just put it on for my mom so she can hear. Go ahead. You can continue talking.
The only thing that was left is for that door to be taken off the hinges. Because I wrote a letter about it and I put it in my drawer. My stepmother found it. How I know she found it is one morning I was getting ready to go to school, and my father called me upstairs and asked me, "What is this I'm writing? What I hear I'm writing about?" She found my letter and gave it to my father. And I don't remember the talk I got from him, but basically, that information was kept to myself, but nothing changed. My stepmom told the pastor of the church we went to. He came in one day and had us all sit down in the living room. All of a sudden, now my stepsister is there, and she came there for this reason. I don't know how they got in contact with her. It's the first time I saw her since we left. And we were talking about it, and the pastor, and we're sharing story, and laying down in my stepsister's lap, the one older than me. And I guess it's asking who experienced what, whatever. And I'm gonna leave that part because I'm only speaking about myself right now. And like I said, nothing changed, but I would go to school after having fights with my father because he was still physically abusive. And I remember going to the store with my stepmom once, and I stole a tester perfume because we wouldn't get anything. We couldn't get little earrings or nothing like that, you know. I had my ears pierced. My aunt brought me to pierce my ears from I was living in Jamaica, but I didn't have earrings or anything like that. And you go to the store, you go to school and you see children with things and they smell nice and you want your own little stuff. And I stole from Zellers. Back then it was Zellers. I went to the store with my stepmom and my younger stepsister. Mind you, myself and my stepsister would always try to take stuff when we go there, if we do. But this time she just decided she wasn't going to take anything. But I didn't care. I saw an earring and I just took it, put it down in my pocket. I saw the tester perfume. I'm like, they're not going to miss this. It's a tester. Took it, put it down in my jacket, my Chicago Bulls jacket. And when we were leaving, I saw security guards chasing after us. So now I'm being brought back inside the store because I stole. Anyways,
Wow. But
when
but welcome, Jermaine Johnson. But you can see how easily a pattern of behavior develops. And that is why sometimes it's not good for us to judge as to why kids or young people do certain things. Because as you said, you saw it and you wanted it. And I wouldn't call you a thief in that case. But when we come from homes where sometimes, and it's not that he couldn't afford it or anything, but sometimes we're denied of the things we want, we need or we want for a reason. And that is why Yvette said right here, Pastor knows. Wait, where is it, Yvette? Pastor knows, stepmother knew, and no one did nothing. This is heartbreaking. That is so true. And she said this is a big problem in our Caribbean society, the plague of silence. It's full time we stop protecting the abusers. That is why I value my guests who are so willing to share on such a public forum, because it's time to end the silence. Thank you so much. Oh, remember that part? That was a part. Oh, Juba. So remember that was a part of my topic last night. So true, Juba, because you were saying the school system should be such that these patterns of behavior can be spotted and addressed from early. Wow. I don't know her. Oh, Alexa, thanks for coming. I thought you were Nikki. You were here to support Nikki. Thank you so much for coming. Please subscribe to my channel, guys, if you haven't yet done so. And I saw Jermaine up top saying, "Hey, sis."
Well, brother.
Thanks so much. I don't know if I missed anybody. So if you're new, guys, connect to me by subscribing to my channel, and also Nikki's channel. Her link is pinned. And when we say pinned, at the top of your chat, there's a box in blue that says it says Denise Brown. When you click on it, it drops down and there's a link. That's the link to Nikki's channel. Guys, just go right ahead and connect with her. Thank you so much. Feel free to go ahead whenever you're comfortable, my dear.
Yeah, so after that, now there's a court case. So now I'm 16 and I have to go to court. But my stepmom well, when this happened that day, we went back home, but my stepmom had to go on a retreat because she had just started, getting into church. And I think she had just baptized and stuff. And my stepsister and I were there, and I was on the phone talking to my boyfriend, telling him what happened. And later on, my father came and I was on the phone and he just came and stood up over me. He stood up, and as soon as he came inside the house, I guess my stepmom told him what happened. As
Mhm.
soon as he came inside the house, and I already had my guard up. I was already fumed. At this point, he was like poison to me.
Yeah, because I guess that, that sort of presence, you can just feel it whenever he's around. You just, without even seeing, you can just sense that he's there. Wow.
Yeah. And he came over me and stood up and started yelling, what is me here? What is I hear you doing? What you got? What your teeth?" And I said, I don't remember what I said, but I remember, the phone. It's not cordless. It's a phone that you put down on the handle.
Yes, yes,
And he's like,
yes.
"Come on for the phone, come on for the phone," and going on. And I hung up the phone. And I think he hit me or went down to hit me, and I just took up the whole phone, everything, and I went bam in his head with it. And I just started running for the door.
You
And
decided you weren't having anymore. I'm not having it anymore.
I ran to the kitchen, because the kitchen, and then there's a wall, and then the the living room. So I
Hmm.
ran to the kitchen to go to the front, and he's running by the dining room area between the wall to run. So I pretended that I'm running to the back to go to the backyard, and then I just made a different move and ran straight to the front door, and I opened the door and I just started running. I just started running down that street, running. I don't know where I was running, and I was running. But he was
Wow.
right hot tail behind me, chasing me down.
What?
Yes. And he chased me down and grabbed me, and I dropped on the grass right there. And it was in front of a co-op um building or community, whatever building.
Hmm.
And at that time his friend was driving out of that co-op driveway, and he's like, "What's going on? Look, a girl, what you do?" And he's like, "No, me no know, she not listen." And the
I
friend
can
goes,
that's what I was about to ask you. What was the neighbor's response? I mean, the passers-by. What was their response? Because of course he's gonna pretend as if you're the one who did something wrong.
that's exactly what he did. And his friend rolled the window down and looked out and said, "Look, a girl, listen to your father and go back home."
You see that? The victim is like victim shaming. The victim is always the wrong one. I hope this interview will help others who are in the dark to speak. Oh, amen, Alexa. And that's why we share. And I thank you so much, my dear. Wow. So suddenly, no, you are the one who is at fault. Listen to your father and go back home. And no one asks, what happened? Why you running from that man? Wow.
So I got up with him. He brought me back to the house, and I ran up the stairs and I started grabbing my suitcase or something out the closet. And you know, my father started choking me,
Because must be infuriated by now. You foiled his plan. Mhm.
started choking me, and I was crying out, and I don't remember what I said to him. And he let go and left and came out the room. I remember going to school, and by that time I had a long scratch on my arm.
Yes.
And I had a guidance counselor. I can't remember her name now, but I loved her, and she was so welcoming and embracing.
Hmm.
And I knew she saw the scratch on my arm, and she asked me if there's something I wanted to speak to her about.
About, yes. Thank God.
I refused to open up my mouth.
Hmm.
All I could think of is my sisters and my stepsister, and at that time I already knew about Children's Aid Society,
Yes.
and I just didn't want to be the reason for them being taken out of the house. That's all I could think of.
When Sylvia, was it Sylvia was here? No, when Marlene was here, that was a point she raised. So I guess it's consistent with abusees, because she said she didn't want to speak up because she feared the repercussions for her siblings.
Yeah,
She felt that by keeping silent, she could protect them.
yeah.
Wow.
I couldn't deal with it too much because one Saturday when my stepmom had gone to the store or whatever, and even before that, he would do things like whenever he passes me in the kitchen, grab at my hair,
Mhm.
and I would just look, and a nervous smirk would be, but then I would be so infuriated,
Yes.
and I would be fearful almost to pass him at times.
Wow.
And one Saturday when she wasn't there, I remember him coming to lay beside me as in my room. And he was too close to me because I felt something on my leg.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't until realizing, and I tell, get out my room, get out my room. And it was almost as if he was telling me it's okay. And I knew better because I was telling him, leave me alone. Like,
Yes. And by now you were old enough, you were matured enough to, wow, to know the
and
difference.
trying to tell me that that's what the love from him. And
So
I'm like,
that's 16.
yeah,
You
and your
thought you would have
child?
been that dumb at 16 to know
No,
the difference between appropriate love and inappropriate love. Come
and
on
your
now, daddy.
child. All I could think, your child, and I just knew. I'm like, this is what, or probably even worse, what my stepsister went through. No wonder she hated me because I would always be told that I look exactly like him.
Oh, wow.
And when I think about what happened back in Jamaica, I'm like, I could have lost my life because of that.
Yes, yes.
Because when she looks at me, all she saw was him.
Was this monster, right, right. Wow. And she couldn't express that because she couldn't let you know what was happening and you had no clue what was happening.
I
And
just
you
knew she
knew,
hated me.
wow.
So it wasn't too long after. One day, my stepmom did laundry and she wanted me to go outside and pick up the clothes off the line. And I was just like, I don't know, I wasn't in a good mood or whatever. And I just felt like she would always call for me to do work.
Hmm.
I'm like, why are you always calling me? And, you know, I just felt like she was on me or, for some reason, she's always on my case. And I was angry, but I was passing my sister, which was the youngest one at that time, first one to be born in Canada, and I stepped across from her to go and get the stuff. And my stepmom just got up with a rage and she just grabbed me and started hitting me, asking me if I'm gonna step on our pitney. And I had had enough of all of them at this moment, and I was fighting back. And I was punching her in her face, but my arms couldn't hit her to the way that I wanted to hit her. And she was just pounding me in my back. And remember, she's a bigger woman because she's on the bigger side.
Was he abusive to her as well? Was he abusing her?
Very much so.
Okay, I figured.
He was physically abusive to her. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember one time asking her, why don't you just kick him out right in front of him? And he slapped me in my face for it. But on this day, when that happened and she hit me in my back and all I feel was pain, I ran outside and I grabbed up two big stones because she's a gardener. She started gardening at that time. And I picked up the stone and I was threatening her with it. I'm like, I'm gonna mash her up with this stone. And he was sitting around on the wall, like a concrete wall around the side of
Yes.
the house,
Hmm.
on the outside where the streets are. And I went down there to tell him, and he came back and he was beside me when I was telling him, and I'm like, I'm not staying here. I was adamant. I said, I'm not staying here.
I admire your courage.
I said, I'm not staying here.
Hmm.
And I went upstairs to grab my suitcase because, like I said, this was like May, and we came
Hmm.
back from Jamaica from January, but I just decided I wasn't emptying out my stuff out my suitcase.
You had a plan.
And when I went to grab my suitcase, my stepmom came and she emptied out my suitcase and said, give me this. I'm me. And she called my aunt's name. I'm me, so and so, lend the suitcase to. And I packed my clothes in garbage bags.
Oh, mercy.
I had a lot of garbage bags, but they were most like, I don't even know, clothes that I probably didn't even wear.
Hmm.
And I called my boyfriend, and he wasn't there because it was the Victoria Day holiday
In Canada, yes.
in
Yeah.
Canada. And I spoke to his sister because I had met his sister at one time going to her house, his house. He lived with his mother and his father, and they were
Hmm.
elderly.
Yes.
And I decided, I cried and I said, I don't know what is happening. I don't know where I'm going, but
But you know you're not staying there in
if
that
you
kind of
don't
home.
come for me right now, because his sister was an older, a adult who lived on her own with her family. I
Hmm.
said, I'm leaving. I don't care where I'm going, but I'm not staying here. And she came and she got me. And when she came for me, my father was out there and I went to tell him I'm leaving. He was still sitting out there on the side on the rock. And he's like asking me if it was him, if he is the reason why I'm leaving. And I told him no. I said no, I just have to go.
Yes.
And I
Because that
left.
will also make him feel like the victor if you admitted that it was because of him. Like making him feel more important than he really is.
Mhm. It was just too much, all different types of, abuse, and I couldn't take it no more. And it was told to everyone basically that I went to stay with man. The
But that
real
and that is the thing when, like, even in Jamaica, when kids here as well in North America, when kids go miss teenagers go missing, and the police or whoever end up finding them at man house, we need to question their home life, question those parents, question the home life, and find out why these teenagers are running away. It's
exactly.
refuge. A lot of times it's refuge. They're running away from abusive situations. But as you say, they're told, oh, She run, we go live with but the girl, the little girl bad, she run, we're gonna live with man.
Yeah.
And then every the public believes it. And no one stopped to question that young girl to find out what's going on in their life on a daily
That
basis.
was the
Keep the chat
rumor.
going,
That
guys,
was what the
please.
family members were told. Yeah.
I'd imagine. Guys, keep the chat going, please. You can put your comments and your questions for Nikki, and we'll pause at appropriate moments. Welcome, welcome again, everyone. Yes, Sydney is just like that. Yes, that is so true, Sydney. And so I know several people who have had that experience. That's why they're running away. Why on earth would it take Nikki's situation? Nobody is gonna question the dad or the oh she look how them bring her up from Jamaica. Look how them file for her bringing her up. Send her go to school. She play basketball. She do well at school. She get everything what she need, and she run. We're gonna live with man. Like duh.
Right.
Mercy. You're
Thank
really
you, Lord.
strong.
Thank you. It's God. It's not me. I
Amen. Amen. Praise God.
thank you, God. Thank you, Lord Jesus. So now I'm staying with this young man. He came home to see me, like, what? What's going on? Now I'm bringing my burden, and he still didn't know about what's happening. He just knew that my stepmom beat me up, punched me, hit me, whatever.
Oh, so he was still okay.
He's
Okay.
still out in the dark.
Hmm.
And he brought like I stayed there for a while, but his mother and father, his mother wasn't really having it too much, you know. She didn't let me sleep in his room. I stayed in the basement, which I don't have an issue with that because we're still children. But I guess I was mostly in the basement. She didn't understand why I just always I'm down there. I don't know if she wanted me to come upstairs and do a lot of work, help out and stuff, but I was mostly in the basement. And I think also the financial part of it, because I wasn't getting any money, you know, any financial, you know, support. It was just her and
Yeah.
and her husband, and they were elderly, so I don't think they were working either because he had already elderly parents from I even met him even at that time in high school, right? So I was there for a while, and then I couldn't stay there anymore. And I called my cousin, that is my aunt that lives here, that brought up her old sibling, my father and his sisters and stuff. I
Hmm.
called my cousin from that aunt and asked if I could stay there, and she said yes. And my boyfriend, he drove because he was like 18. He's always 2 years older than me. And he brought me to my cousin's house, and I stayed with my cousin for a bit with her and her baby father and her boys. She had, I guess, three boys at that time, but
Hmm.
I guess she had to leave her house too, even though she wanted me to stay with her. She couldn't stay there. She was being evicted or something. So now it was her and I and her children and her baby father having to go stay with my father's brother,
Oh
right?
my Lord. It's like where is the stability from the days of Thompson Town till now? This is like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like 7 moves, more than seven.
You haven't heard the half of it.
Oh wow. Oh
You
wow.
haven't heard the half of it.
Mercy. Let me just take Jermaine's comment, my dear. Well, Juba says, okay, that was the same thing that I was talking about on my live. Everything is fulfilling. That is so true, Juba. And Jermaine says, I always tell people not to call a young, exactly, Jermaine, a young promiscuous girl bad. Sometimes it's a way of rebellion. That is so true. And most times they were molested. That is so true, Jermaine. Sanya says so much pain and hurt. For real. Welcome, Team Happy, all the way from the Philippines. Claire Ann, mega love shout out to you. Thanks for coming. Juba say, because sometimes you see the kids and the sign is right there in their face that something is wrong, but there is no one to find out what's really wrong. That is so true, Juba. Thank you for your aunt and for that teacher. That is so true. Make a love shout out to you, Nikki, from Claire Ann. She's from the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Prezi ends. It's been a while. Prezi, thanks for coming. Thank you so much. So true.
Frizzy.
That is so true. Facts, Juba. That is so true. So true. We can say kids are what would cause a I have a niece at 13, 14, two nieces. If you grow up in a certain situation, 13, 14, and you're getting pregnant, and it's just like last year, the small, and they're both sisters. The smaller one said to me, Auntie, I didn't even know anything. I wasn't taught anything about boys. I didn't know anything about sex, about menstruation, nothing.
Nothing.
But she was molested when she was younger as well. And everybody would be saying, oh, she bad. Let us stop saying these kids are bad. Not saying that sometimes their behavior is inappropriate at times. That is true. But German use the word rebellious. They're rebelling against something, people. They are. Thanks for coming again, Prezi. If you're new here, guys, please subscribe to my channel. Just click the word subscribe after you've stayed in the live for at least 10 minutes. If you don't have Short and Spicy Nicks, her link is pinned at the top of the chat. Make sure you connect with her. Thanks for coming, India. This was my guest last week, India Motivated. Stay motivated, Murray. Guys, you can go back and watch that live stream on how to get and stay motivation. Thank you so much, Nix, for sharing your story. You're awfully strong. I'm just allowing you to go at your own pace. So whenever you can pop
Yes,
up
yes,
whenever
yes.
you feel
I'll
like
go
it.
now. I just had to ask my daughter because I don't know how she didn't
Okay,
let me know. She
great
has
to you.
work regularly, usually.
Okay, let me just take Prezi before you continue. In the
Yeah.
background. Thanks, India. Darling, thank you so much. Just a 10 minutes holiday now in Jamaica. Oh, today is Ash Wednesday. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
God bless you, Prezi.
Okay, now my daughter. Okay, I'm glad she doesn't have work. I'm like, wait, it's almost time for her to go to work, but yeah. So,
Okay.
so yeah, so we ended up staying at that uncle's house with his wife now, and his children. So stayed there for a while. I'm not gonna get too deep into that right
No,
there.
that's fine. That's fine. Whatever you're
Yeah, I
comfortable
on
with.
my channel I speak about that, about ended up his wife, um because when I was there, and we get child tax in Canada for children from birth till 18, and that was supposed to be transferred over to her for her to get financial support to help me, because my cousin ended up not staying. She got her own place, and my cousin, ended up getting a place for her and her family. And my uncle's wife said to me, "Why don't you tell my cousin that I'm going to stay with her, my uncle's wife, and my uncle?" Because we were close, so she wanted me to stay there with her. And that's what happened. And I ended up staying with my uncle now instead of going to my cousin that was going to find somewhere, right?
Yes.
Because my cousin and her baby father, they weren't stable either. So when she said, they're going through their thing, and you don't know where you're going to end up,
Exactly.
you don't know where
This
you're
is
going
like
to end
added
up,
burden.
right? So I took it as, yes, that's a good idea. I'll stay. And plus, her and I are close. So I stayed. But like I said, she was supposed to transfer the child tax from my stepmother, so she will be getting the money now to help with financially supporting me to go to school and stuff. And
Mhm.
they were finding it hard for even giving me bus fare to go to school. She would come before school week starts, and we don't have no, and I don't know how you're getting to school. I have no bus fare, I have no tickets or whatever. She provided it every so often, but then at some point I don't have it. You're right. So my boyfriend would be, we were still together, and he would come and get me from where we lived up at Jane and Finch, and
Mhm.
drive and bring me to school down in Etobicoke, right across from where my
That
stepmom
is
and
pretty
my father.
close to one of my sister, Jade
Yeah.
and Finch. And I don't know where that is. Yes.
Yeah, so I was still going to school. right? Still going to school. And it was hard. So at one point, she told me, "Oh, your money came." Because I guess it was an accumulation of your months that
Yes.
miss. The money coming up, but your uncle borrow it.
Borrow the money that's supposed to send you to school and take care of you. Your uncle borrowed it.
This is the one time accumulation that came, but it's supposed to be a monthly thing because I was nowhere near 18 yet. I was still
Yes.
16, 17, right? Because that happened within a space of a year, I would say, right? So all the moving and everything from what happened to my father and the boyfriend and cousin and then there. And a little after her brother, my so that's my uncle's wife, her
Mhm.
brother came to Canada and he was staying there. And things happened and him and I slept together. My aunt found out, my uncle's wife,
Mhm.
and she told my uncle. And the next day, I was asked by my uncle while I'm in the kitchen getting ready to go to school, he's upset. So when y'all gonna leave? When y'all leave here? And out of shame, I said to him today, because I tell you I'm feisty, so it doesn't
To go
matter,
where? Exact spicy indeed. Leave to go
right?
where?
Where y'all go? Where you going? When y'all leave? When y'all left here today? Even though it was a shock to me that he came to me like that, just him saying when me I leave, when y'all
Yes.
leave here, you have to leave. When y'all leave, my defense was just like, I'm not gonna ask you why I have to leave. It's like today, not knowing what my next step was gonna be.
That's what I'm saying. Leave to go where? But then given the situation, that's an appropriate answer. It's like, you know.
The fight in me somehow said, "Me not beg a guy to stay here."
Yes, because if somebody asks you when are you leaving, then obviously they're pretty much telling you go. They're saying it's time to go. It's time to leave. So the appropriate answer is today. All right, no. Even without knowing what your next move is.
Yeah.
Nikki is like, Sashay, I didn't know you were there. Welcome, Sashay, my YouTube daughter. Sherry, welcome, sis. I didn't know you were there either. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Yes.
Yeah. So that day, um my boyfriend, I went to school and I told him, so he followed me home to get the stuff, right? And I still didn't know where I was going, but I called my cousin, which is my uncle's daughter, not my uncle's wife's daughter, because they only have two children here in Canada, two boys. But my uncle, the two kids that my uncle had from Jamaica, he had one boy living with them, and my cousin, the girl cousin, that was living outside, but she was living steps away from the building that they lived, and
Mhm.
that was the reason why I was having issues with my uncle's wife as well, because she started to have an attitude when I started to go over to my cousins to spend time, because her and my cousin didn't get along. Thank you, Sherry. Right? But that's another part of the story. So um that evening after school, I again packed up my items in garbage bags because that's all I knew. And
Wow.
when I went there to live with them, I didn't have much clothes either. It was always old clothes, carrying from travel to travel, just garbage bag of old clothes. And
I can imagine, and it's like they were always in ready mode. You hardly ever unpack them because it's as if by now your brain is telling you always be in ready mode
they
because you
were
always.
packed, but they were unpacked after,
Oh, okay,
you
okay.
know? But I always know to grab from my garbage bag.
Mercy.
So um now I'm carrying the stuff back and forth with my boyfriend to go to the car to bring the bags. And like I said, my aunt, I didn't have much clothes. So my uncle's wife, she had asked her friend, a close friend of hers, and even her herself, whatever she had that couldn't fit her, those that's how I would get clothes. But when I was leaving to go, she grabbed onto the overall that I had on. I said, I feel me this in my clothes, this you know.
But what this here say? It's as if she wanted you to have nothing. Mentally, they already robbed you of everything. Financially, they already robbed you of everything. Physically, they already robbed. How much more can one young person take? And you did nothing. You. It's not like you hurt or harm somebody or fight somebody or beat up. You did nothing to
I
deserve
just
all this.
I
And
just
from every angle, they were just taking from you.
I just was there and her brother had sex with me. Because it's not like I was doing, you know, he had, when you're just there, but you're not there. And
You take with the girl, the lady man. That's
it's her,
what they'll
it's her
say.
brother. It's her
That
brother.
the young person always get. She come in on my house, come take with my man. She
But it's
come
her
stay with me
brother.
and she take with my. That is always well, brother. But
It's
you
her
know
brother, though.
how it is.
It's her older brother that came from Jamaica and was staying there, even
Yes,
older
yes.
than me, have a child and
But it's
everything.
always you, the victim, who gets the blame. That's
Yeah,
what I always wonder.
yeah,
Why do you always blame the victim?
yeah. It was just a situation where sleeping arrangements, and my cousin and her friend was over there, and her friend has a daughter, and her friend, needed to sleep somewhere, and my cousin, the boy, cause my uncle's son, and then my uncle have a room, cause it's only two, three rooms, right? So it
Yes.
was a sleeping arrangement situation, but her brother and I had become so close when he came from Jamaica, because when my boyfriend wasn't picking me up and bringing me back home, he is the one that was giving me bus fare.
Because he was mold grooming you from then, I'd imagine.
Her brother was the one that was helping me out.
Mm-hmm.
An
Yes,
outfit
he had
that I
he had
wore,
the ulterior motives from then.
my an outfit that I wore to take my graduation picture, like, the casual look. He's the one who brought me to the mall and bought it, because they wouldn't buy me anything. According to them, they didn't have it.
Wow. Let me just take some of these comments because there is someone who can relate. And based on what you said, I remember what someone said up top about the housing situation, the living arrangements being part of what bread. Like the person said they could see it coming with the Whitfield Avenue living arrangement, that they could see it coming. And now as you outlined the living arrangement here at your cousin, I mean, we pretty much could see that coming. And there's something about abuses that I don't know, but abusers seem to be able to psychologically spot an abusee and make them an easy target. And I think that's maybe what your cousin's, oh we go, brother,
Uncle's, auntie's brother, or
brother,
yeah,
right,
something
had
another.
done, right, right.
Yeah.
So let me just once more read. I'm so happy Nikki is sharing her story. Miss Sherry says she inspires me so much. And everyone, Miss
Oh,
Sherry.
hey, Sherry.
So she says, I left my father's house without him knowing, and my other relatives, something happened, and I packed my things so fast, I didn't even have anywhere to go. I think they were shocked, but at that point, I was fed up. And that's when he said, you have to leave. And when are you leaving? And you said, today. That's what she was responding to. Yvette says, too many bad fathers, Sashi. We need a reset on so many of our men. That is so true. Sashi, so sorry to hear, and that's from Sherry. We all have a story. We have to learn to support each other. Amen, Miss Sherry. That is so
Amen.
true.
Amen.
And so she says, sound like my uncle wife. That must have been when she grabbed the overall and said, this are for me too.
Am I close?
My
I
clothes,
was I
right?
was shocked too, but and I don't remember if I took it off and gave. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember that
That
part.
is true. Make a love shout out, Mary Grace, Team Happy all the way from the Philippines. I don't care at this point. Simple. It's just funny that I left so fast. Couldn't believe it then. They cost me for the rent. And no one stopped to find out what happened, right, Sashi? And to give you support. Yes, Sherry. I thank God I am much better now. Praise God, Sashi.
Thank
Sometimes
God.
suddenly enables them abusers in their mind in their midst by hiding them and blaming the child. So very often event. And we as Caribbean people have that culture. Africans as well. Happy for you, Sashi. Welcome, Mary. Thank you. Greetings. Thanks for coming, my brother, all the way from Kenya. Makuna Matata. Thumbs up, down. Thank you so much. The wife tell me to hurry and find somewhere and come out our house. And my uncle never said nothing. So me just part. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. And God gives you strength.
Thank
Yes,
you,
my
God.
dear.
So
Wow.
I didn't even know where I was going, but my cousin, like I said, my uncle's daughter, she called a friend of my aunt, right? And the friend said she would let me stay there. I was staying there for a little bit, and I went to stay with my aunt in Scarborough. That's a different city in Canada for like a little bit because the lady that I was staying with was also the ex-friend of the same aunt that I'm staying with in Scarborough. She said to go stay there for a little bit or her mother is coming, if I could go stay with my aunt. So I'm at my aunt's now and there and my aunt is trying to now get transfer the child tax benefit from my uncle's wife, you know, to her now so she could have financial assistance for me. And it happened that way, but the uncle's wife did something and presented a report card, a recent report card, because my address hadn't been changed to my aunt as yet, and told the Canada Revenue that no, I'm staying there, even though she know well that I wasn't staying there, and messed
Well,
up my aunt's finances from child tax benefit.
ooh, it's more about the money.
More about the money, all about the money. Anyways, that they had to deal with that, but staying with my aunt, that's my father's sister, because this is all my father's family in Canada, not really my mother, it's all his family,
It's right.
my
Wow.
that side of the family. Yes, my
Yeah.
family, but that side. So I stay with my aunt, and my aunt there, we were very close. So I'm there and back and forth to school, taking the bus, the train, 2 hour ride. But I'm still staying in school. I'm
Mhm.
still going to school, and I help her with her two young boys that she had. I would, you know, babysit them, take them to daycare, and for her to go to work, and stuff like that. And the friend said, well, that is after the friend said I can't stay there with her no more. Remember, the friend that I was staying at when the uncle issue. She said I can't stay there with her no more. Her mother, something with her mother. So I went to go grab my clothes from there, and it was garbage bags again that I put them in.
Oh wow.
That friend that friend of my aunt's lived in on the building across from where my another aunt lived. That neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
the same, Falstaff, that's in Toronto. So say my
No, I don't think
my
so.
that friend lives on the 20 building, my aunt lives on the 30 building. While going from the 20 building with my garbage bags to the 30 building, I met my children's father. Came up to me, saw me with the bags, started hitting on me and stuff followed me up to my auntie's floor, and gave me his number.
You know, I was about to ask, moving around with these garbage bags, how if it weren't you like self-conscious of seeing one of your classmates or something, and here was a young man hitting you up with the garbage bags.
With my garbage bags.
Interesting.
Wouldn't even help me with the garbage bag. I should have took that as a red flag.
Exactly. Let me just say, Miss Sherry said, and if she don't tell you her story, these and if she don't tell you her story, you wouldn't know she's full of life and always making you laugh. I could see that. That's why at the start, when I went on her channel last night, I could see that so bubbly. I admire her spirit a lot as well. Love Doctor, thank you so much for coming. I think you're in the ad, so you're not hearing me. Thank you. So if it was said it's just $180 them a fight over, back in the 90s, child's credit was nothing much, right, Sherry? But even so, 180 is still better than nothing, my dear.
That
So
could have
she,
bought
okay,
bus
that's
tickets
where
for
she,
me to go to school.
exactly. So she say, in regard to her uncle and his wife, she stays wide from them. Yes, so she, some family members are toxic. It's better you can live a better life without them. Some we don't, people we don't need. I don't believe in that, not because you're family or whatever. I don't have to stay around you. Mary Grace, thanks so much for coming. Mega love shout out to you, my dear, and anyone else who just came in. Thank you so much.
This is where I transitioned into a next part of my life that,
Oh my lord, how much can one person take?
oh my God, oh my God.
Wow.
It was bad enough going through what I had to go through with that side, with my father and family and all of that and stuff, and not having a mother. But I met this young man, like I said, and I got pregnant instantly off the bat.
Wow. So
First
was it
time.
for you, was it like refuge or you just didn't care anymore or what?
Refuge, because the boyfriend and I broke up. I was on the
Oh.
rebound. The boyfriend from high school that, you know,
And he was so supportive that your boyfriend was so supportive up to this point.
total
Wow.
opposite from what my children's father is.
Is oh.
And it was my anger why that boyfriend broke up with me.
Mhm. And
I
then he wasn't
was
matured enough to be
understand.
understanding enough, and you really couldn't expect that because at that age, you understand it was. I would think it was. It would have been expecting a little bit too much from him to
I
be
wrote
tolerant and understanding enough of everything you were going through.
I wrote a letter when he broke up with me to let him know why I'm angry, because he's like, I'm always angry with him. And when he drives, like I said, and when he would drive and his friends would always be on him, bring him here, bring him there, and I would get mad at him like, you have these guys just always telling you do this, do that, carry there, carry. And I was too rough for him.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Yes.
once I got angry with him or whatever, and he said, "That's it," he couldn't have it.
You
He
couldn't
had
have it
enough as well,
anymore. And that's understandable,
and
but
that's
it's
what
also
happened.
understandable for that your temperament was shaped by your
Yeah.
whole environment for almost all your life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I wrote a letter to tell him about something what happened with my father, but he had already broken up with me, and I didn't get a response from him,
Oh wow. I can
and that was
imagine you
that.
got that.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
So this is me meeting my children's father now, and I decided that I was gonna go and see him because I was living in Scarborough, he's living in Toronto. So after all that exchange, phone number exchange, and I went back to Scarborough to stay with my aunt. Um, I called my cousin basically because the aunt on the building, like I was explaining, the other aunt that
Yes.
lived on the building where my children's father lived, they just lived floors apart. She lived down on the like, you know, second floor. He lived up at the 16 and or so floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to my aunt, because she had adopted a young girl as well. And I asked her, because I want to know about this guy. I'm like, what do you know about this guy? You know this guy? I gave the name. She's like, huh? Only two-person with that name I know. One is short, one is a. And I'm like, well, he's not short because this guy's taller than me.
Mm-hmm.
So that when he told me that he was, I said I was I'm 18. And then I'm like, actually, I'm 17 turning 18. He goes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm 18 too. Come to find out later on, a couple weeks after I found out he was lying, he's 2 years younger than me.
Younger. Oh, I
Yes.
thought he was a, I thought he was gonna turn out to be an adult, not
No,
a younger person.
no, he's 2 years younger than me. He's just a liar. Okay. And you'll learn more about that soon.
Let me
So,
just welcome Pat Brown. Thanks for coming, Pat Brown. Jordan, welcome. Jordan, welcome. Elish Figueroa from the Philippines. Mega love shout out to you. Thank you so much, guys. Love Doctor, if you're in, thank you so much for coming.
yeah. So I asked her, and she's like, if it's this one, run. Run as fast as you can.
So at that age, he had such a bad reputation already.
She said him change woman every week. Run, Nikki,
Oh
run.
my Lord. Wow.
Because I guess that what you call them face boy. Because I'm a face boy.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I had hesitation already because when he came up to me and I saw the approach and everything, I said to myself, this is not my type. I could already tell that he was problem.
Yes, yes. And he knew exactly what he was after.
I
So
knew what he
that's
was
why it didn't
after
matter if
too.
this is a young girl walking around with a garbage bag of clothes. It really didn't matter to him because
No,
he knew what it wanted.
all he wanted.
Thanks for coming in, love. Love Doctor. How are you?
When I remind him and tell him that when I came down the stairs after bringing the clothes to my aunt and I came down and saw him and his friends and he was singing and rapping, freestyling, let me take you to my room upstairs
He
and
knew exactly what you were going there to do. Mercy.
when I tell him
Wow.
now that that's what he was singing, he's like, "Are you kidding me? I was really doing that." He doesn't even remember
Remember,
back
yes,
then.
yes. Wow.
So I should have known basically, but I didn't. I wasn't in the mindset to be thinking like that. I was in too much pain, and I guess whatever it was, whatever. So I
Yes,
lied to my aunt and told her I was going to a friend's house for a weekend, and that's how I ended up there. And first shot, first try, protection. But next up, yeah, that's how my firstborn came.
yes.
So I was pregnant at 17, almost shy of 18. And he
And you
was,
were still at your aunt. You were at your aunt still, right?
I was at my aunt's, and
Wow.
how should I say this now? I was
People,
going back, I was going back and forth. I graduated that year. I went to commencement. He was supposed to be there, but it's his mother that came, his mother and a gentleman that was living, around the same age as his mother, you
yes.
know, that came. And my father was there at the graduation. I don't know how he knew. And my stepmother, they came to the graduation because they live across from my school, like I said.
Okay.
And after the graduation, I went with his mom and the older man to they're with them because the older man was the driver. But I was looking forward to seeing him at the house. I'd already found out that I was pregnant because I had called, I'd felt weird. My aunt and her friend was already telling me, "Oh, you look so, what is that? Oh, your stomach, oh, you look so." So I took a pregnancy test and it just so happened the day of commencement,
That's when you
I,
found out you were
I found
pregnant.
out I was pregnant. So I went to commencement, all of that, went back with his mom to his house. He wasn't there, slept there. Come to find out the next day, the police came to the door. he was arrested.
Oh, Nikki. Oh Jesus, how much can one person bear? I mean, it's literally if it ain't one thing, it's another. Oh Jesus.
So for all of my pregnancy, firstborn, find out he was already um in young offenders, but he ran away from the young offenders. And that night, when I'm expecting him to come to
So
graduation
that
with
I'm sorry,
him,
that's like probation, like being on probation or something.
no, young offenders, because he's 16. He wasn't at the majority to
Oh,
be,
okay. It wasn't you're right, right.
but he was incarcerated, but young offenders.
It wasn't legally old enough to
Yeah.
be tried as an adult. Yes.
So it's more, they call it that back then, open custody.
Okay.
And come to find
This
out,
me think me did so, but me I go stop said that. Sashi said, Sashi, trust
those
me.
to that.
And I can assure you that Nikki is by nowhere the worst, my dear.
Yes.
Praise God.
I had somebody told me before that me I'm across his life. And guess what?
Oh, that
That person themselves went through cancer and almost lost
wow.
their life and can't
That
have
is
children and all sorts of stuff. But they referred to me after sharing with them and they sharing with me about their life, tried to turn that and curse me and talk about my cross's
that
life.
is insensitive. I mean, never judge a man till you have. I remember this from maybe high school. Never judge a man until you have walked a mile in his shoes.
You will be shocked to know, but that person is also a YouTuber. I'm gonna leave it at that. Um,
See, judgment zone.
okay. So that I was going back and forth because I lived with my aunt in Scarborough, but my aunt had been to a pregnancy home in Scarborough when she was pregnant, and she told me to go there. She referred me to there. So I was staying at the pregnancy home, but majority of the time I was leaving from the pregnancy home on weekends to go to Toronto to stay with my baby father's mother because she had basically told him that, you know, she heard that I was pregnant and, you know, she got pregnant when she was young and so did her
So she was
daughter.
more
Yeah,
sensitive to your
yeah.
situation.
So did her daughter that passed.
Oh,
Her
oh
daughter
wow.
had a child, but died shortly after having a child, probably 7 months after having a
Oh
child.
wow.
Yeah, she
So
was in
that
the
really hit
hospital.
close to home for her.
Yeah,
Avon Fantasy, may I just pause to welcome Avon? She says, Nikki, it's
Adrian.
Drean.
Yes,
Thanks for
Adrian.
coming, Drean. And
What's up,
Sherry
Dre?
says, cross his life equal blessings and wisdom. For real,
Blessings and
Sherry.
wisdom. Thank you, Lord
That
Jesus.
is so true.
Yeah, I
Thanks for
almost
coming,
cursed that
everyone. Remember to
person
give
out.
a thumbs up, guys. Just click off the chat box and you'll see the thumbs up and the thumbs down. Just click on the thumbs up and come right back in. Thanks, guys. And when I ask, it's not for likes. We're not doing it for the likes, but this is an amazing story of inspiration. And the more you interact with someone's video, is the more YouTube will put it out. So at least 100 thumbs up. That's what makes the live stream or the video important in the eyes of YouTube. And with love, I'm sure just as much as she's inspiring us, I'm sure you'd love others out there who might have had a similar experience. I'm sure you'd love them to benefit from this program. So please, let's get this live to over 100 thumbs up if we can. We can do it. Thank you so much. Love Doctor, welcome in, my dear. Welcome, everyone. Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. Go right ahead.
Yeah, that's the reason why I started my channel because of anxiety and depression and mental illness and the stigma around it as well. So I'm glad you said that, Simple.
Yes.
So I was in the pregnancy home and I would leave from the pregnancy home to go to my mother-in-law's house because my baby father was now incarcerated for running out of the halfway house plus doing something that night before and being chased and beaten up by police officers, and now, gonna be getting more time. So my
Yeah.
whole pregnancy, he was not there. And I really bonded with his mother. And I thought at that time that she was a very great support system, because
Hmm.
that's what she showed me. She would tell me about him. She showed me pictures of him from he was a baby, everything about her daughter passing, and the child that the daughter left after passing. She's the one who had that child. So my baby father and his nephew grew up as brothers.
Okay, okay. And maybe she sort of saw you as well as a replacement for her daughter who she had lost.
Yeah, yeah, I thought so too.
Hmm.
That young man wasn't there in the home. He had also been getting into trouble from a young age, from the age of 11. And he was in the care of the Children's Aid Society. So her son, my baby father, was in jail, and her grandson is in the Children's Aid Society.
Oh, wow.
When I met her, she would be traveling back and forth to go spend time with him, the younger her grandson. But she was very she didn't talk much, except for when she's talking about her life and
Yeah.
watching. And she's always like you had your glasses on. She have her
Mhm.
glasses on, and she's always around her table, and she's always writing. She was always writing, and I always wondered why she was always
Yes,
around
she
that
was
table
right.
writing.
Yes, yes.
As a matter of fact, when I met him and he brought me upstairs, when I went to spend the weekend with him, and he brought me upstairs, as I went into the house, she was over on the table further down to the dining, and I looked over and I said hi. I waved to her hi. She looked up over her glass, she's like that, and she looked up over her glass, and she just looked up and then hold her head back down, and he brought me straight into his room. And he wanted to do something, and I said to him, listen, I'm not doing your I didn't even say hi to your mother. And he's like, okay, so hi to my mother. And he brought me,
Yes.
mom, she wants to say hi. And I said hi, and she's like, hi. And right back in the room he brought me.
So it's like she didn't even really care who he brought home
To
or
me,
what
that
he
was so
brought home.
shocking, because I've never experienced anything like that ever in my
Yeah.
life.
Especially having such strict parents growing up.
Tell me about it. So that's a little of history where that is concerned. But now I'm pregnant, and back and forth, and bringing drops. I'm chefing up. I'm coming and I'm cooking, because she wasn't too much of the cooker, cook good food. And now she has a, a next person living with her,
Yes.
not the person that came to the graduation who drove her. This person is older than me, but younger than her. And he's staying there now. And it was like just the three of us all the time. Her, that person in the mid, that gentleman that started living with her now, she's helping him out, and myself when I come, you know. It so happened they had to move from that house, and she moved to a different house, and me and my pregnant self, I was there on the move and everything. So I'm with them throughout everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before I had baby, I looked for a place. I was getting a lot of assistance, and I looked for a place, and it was close to where they lived, around the same area, because I want to be around them, right? Close to
Yes.
where them. So when my child's father comes out, he'll be able to,
Mm-hmm.
be there. I was planning that he was gonna come live with me and our son.
I like how you say you were planning.
I was planning and
Yes,
planning
yes.
with him, and he was sounding to be along with it, like happy. He's gonna have his own key and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
not knowing that his mother was already saying her child is not going nowhere. He's only however age she is. Him not what talking about him not doing that.
He's not ready to leave home in
Him
mommy's
not,
eye. He's not ready. He's not
him
old
not ready
enough.
for that yet. Him ready for a child, but him not ready
But
for
he's not
that.
ready to leave home and
No,
live up to his responsibilities,
no,
right?
him not ready for that. That is the behind the door conversations that was going on. So her and I were still close because I'm not really too in tune with that. And when he came out, no, when I went into to have my child, she was right there beside me because she is just walking distance from her apartment to come to where I live. She lived on Humber Boulevard, the name of the street. I lived on off of Western Road. So it's like 10-15 minutes walk. So she was always at my house. No, didn't have to call or anything. She just pop up and I'm there.
Yes, yes.
So she came and we were there and I went into labor and I called my auntie, the same one that I brought the clothes to on the building that my baby father and his mom lived before moving,
Hmm.
right? And my auntie's husband came for me because it's my auntie who, her and her husband helped to fix up the place before the baby's born, painted and everything. Got old furniture from my aunt in Scarborough that I used to live with. And, everybody pitched in. Another aunt of mine helped with getting the phone in her name, had a landline. They came together. My father's side, in that aspect, came together and helped in like that.
It's nice that they were so supportive. I mean,
Yes.
throughout everything, they were still supportive.
Yes, my aunties were, yeah, they're supportive, right? Besides the way they are at
Yeah,
some
I
in
understand.
some
Right.
part,
But
they are supportive.
yes, yes.
So my other auntie, yeah, yeah, they're supportive, very supportive in that manner. So I'm there now and time to have baby and went to the hospital. The hospital was a night and you know go to the hospital and I'm in labor and I'm in labor for like say 13 hours now. But for some reason the baby wouldn't come. My son wouldn't couldn't be born. I was feeling so much pain. 13 hours in, no epidural or anything and I couldn't take the pain anymore. And got the epidural. Everyone was in my room, my delivery room. They, like I said, very supportive. So auntie is finding out this person, everybody's hearing because word of mouth is going, Nikki's in labor and everything. My stepmom came because at that time our relationship was mending.
Even your stepmom, that's good.
Yes, because
Welcome,
later on in
Chevenese.
years
Welcome,
my
Elfa
stepmom and I got
Jean.
very close. We got close after all of that. It's like for some reason I had put it behind me about what took place.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was buried and I was just trying to
Yes, yes.
still have a relationship with even my
With them,
father. In
yes.
the back of my mind, I couldn't trust him and I felt uncomfortable, but I still couldn't draw myself away from having a relationship with them.
Wow.
So my father wasn't there in the hospital room, but my stepmom was there, my aunt from my uncle, not the one that I lived with, another one. My
Hmm.
uncle, my father's brother, another, and his wife, right? They were there. The room was, my mother-in-law was there, and my reflexes were just going out of control. I was swelling. The doctor, my doctor was just trying to get all different sorts of specialists to come in and check me because when they checked my reflex, it was just my arm was flinging out of control. My knee, when they hit the knee, that triangular thing that they go and try to test, everything was just going out. They gave me mercury. I don't know what that is for. They gave me something with called mercury, and
Yes.
they were just about to whisk me off in the operating room, and my stepmother, my mother-in-law said she called her pastor to pray for me, but I was too out of it. And my stepmother called her pastor, the same pastor that, came to the house and spoke about whatever.
Really?
Yeah, him and I are close. I love that pastor because when all of that was going on, he was trying to counsel me, and
Yes.
I would have to go to like a Tim Horton to sit down with him and talk. But just the whole part with my father, that part didn't get dealt with, but he was a support system
Mm-hmm.
somehow. I don't know. So he was praying for me on the phone, and it's like shortly after that, my son's head started crowning, and he started making his way.
Yes.
So they whisked
Into
me
the
off into
world.
they whisked me off into the room that they were going to operate, and he started to coming. But when he came out, the cord was wrapped around his neck.
His neck. Oh, wow. Wow.
That's my firstborn. My doctor had
Wow.
to unravel like a few times. I saw him like unraveling. And my
My
stepmother
God.
and
That
my
was
mother,
just in time.
just in time,
Mhm.
just in time. My stepmother and my mother-in-law were the two in there with me, because everyone, when they brought me to that room, everyone couldn't be in there. So they two were
Yeah.
there. And the doctor took my son and gave to my stepmother because was ready. And she held up the baby. But I glimpsed the look on my mother-in-law's face.
Mm-hmm.
She looked at her, she was upset. Oh, she looked at my stepmother as if to say she wanted to have the baby first or something, hold the baby. I saw the look on her face. I didn't too pay attention to it because remember, I'm just having baby. But
Yeah.
when you see something and then it just pass you,
Right. At the time.
and
But
when she held,
that would be so obsessive though.
okay, I'm glad you said that. Remember, you're the one who said it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So she held my son and she looked up and the baby was looking down on her and she's like, you know me, you know your family, you know your people. Because my firstborn, these big flies. It's one and he's coming back and he's coming back and he's adamant that he's coming at me.
It's a fruit fly
Fruit
season.
fly.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Anyone from my channel, they would tell you I'm always fighting with them
Hmm.
when
Yeah,
I'm doing my
they
live
come
too.
around my screen sometimes. I think they have some that are attracted to the light on the
The
screen.
light they are,
Yeah.
because you'll see them
And
up in
so
your light.
whenever I have on the ring light and the computer screen, they come around. Yes.
I have mine on. That's why. But even if I don't have it, but it's a light. You're right.
Yes, I
Because they're
think
always
they're
on the light
attracted. Hmm.
fixtures. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Welcome, Elish. Welcome, Levi. Welcome.
hi.
There was someone, Chevenese. I guess
Oh,
she's
hi
here to
Chef.
support you.
Hi
Right.
Chef. How you doing?
Welcome, Healthy G Mom. Thank you all for coming. Please give a thumbs up, guys. We have short and spicy Nicks on our program today, sharing her very inspiring. I could say, I don't even want to use any negative words because this is all behind her. All right. So I'll just say it's awesome. So share with someone so that they can come over and be inspired. Her link is pinned at the top of the chat. By pinned link, we mean that the writing at the top in blue, you'll see it beginning with my government name, Denise Brown, and her name is next to it. Click on that and the link is there. You can connect with her by subscribing to her channel. If you haven't yet given a thumbs up, please do so. Make this live as interactive as possible. I'd like to get it to over 100 thumbs up so that YT will push it out so that others can be benefited from Nikki's inspiring story. Thank you so much. And so young, right, Margaret? So true. Imagine at this age, it's like she live a whole lifetime of experience and gain a whole lifetime of wisdom by the time she's 18, 19.
Mighty God. Only God.
I know. Go right ahead, my dear.
So yes, the baby's born, but the baby choked. So they had to put him in the incubator.
Oh,
So he was in the incubator right away. They brought him to the incubator, the ICU. They brought him into the ICU because
yes.
I guess because of court, obviously. And they took the nurse. They said one of the nurse took a picture to give me, and I would sleep with him with the picture right beside me and just kissing up the picture because I didn't
Wow.
get to really have my baby
Your
beside me
baby,
right away.
yes, yes. Wow.
Now, the next day now, I'm in the hospital bed and remember my child's father is not there.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was asked, when my uncles and everyone was like, so where the father there in the delivery room? His mother answered, I'm here the father.
That's a good one.
That's what she had answered because she's always, if
Yes,
anything,
yes.
yeah, she
Oh,
not leave you like that. But we'll talk more about it. It looks
yes.
very supportive.
But she had ulterior motives as well.
The next day, my child's father called me at the hospital, or I called him because I think you could call in, or one or the two, and he said that his mother told him that she saw somebody in their building, and that man, it was a gentleman, told her that he's the father of my child.
What? So who is that? Who is this person now?
Ask her.
So who was that? Her
A
man?
person that said hi to me once when they saw her and I.
Oh wow. So what's the relation between her and this gentleman?
He lives on her building.
But I mean, like she knows him well enough and that sort of thing.
It's an older man. It's like
Oh
he's older than me. He's probably those times I was what 17. That man probably was in his 30s or something. That's
wow.
how old the man was. He
This
was
is
more.
taking on a mysterious tone. First, it was dramatic, but now it's mysterious. The mother a tell lie upon her. Yes.
This gentleman, I only met this gentleman through my children's father. And
Uh-huh.
and it's only because when I met my children's father and we're in the hallway or if we're going in, this man would see him and I. So when he
Yes.
saw me pregnant, that's before they left the building where my auntie lived, before she moved from there. She got a transfer. So I was pregnant at that. And when I got pregnant and he saw me with a big stomach, he hadn't seen me after seeing me with her son, my mother-in-law's son, my baby father. So when he saw me now, I had a big stomach in front of me. So
It's very possessive indeed, Yvette.
Yvette,
Yes.
Yvette, you'll hear more about it, Yvette. Let's go.
So she said, what a planker. For real.
So that was
Thanks, love doctor.
so that the next time he saw me, so he was shocked. So he said to me, that's the man. That's the time when she saw that the man knew me. But the man doesn't really know me. She doesn't know the extent of how the man knows me. She just saw that the man is saying to me, "You're pregnant?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "For that, for me, someone that is, which is her son, because he's seeing me with her, and he knows her son because that's their building where they live on, right?"
Yeah.
So when he said that, I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "What?" He's shocked. So now when I have the baby, and the next day my baby father told me that because he wasn't there to see the birth, I was so distraught.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, why would she say that? Why would she do that? I don't even know that guy. I only know the guy through coming there and him and see and you through you. So that was very strange to me.
That's what I'm saying. This is becoming a mystery now.
But like I said, it was strange then, but it passed me because I'm young. I don't know what's
Yes.
going on. It was only later now I started realizing, but anyways, that was the first thing to do with her. So now I'm in my home, I out the hospital in my home. It's time for my baby father to come out.
Wally,
And
you know Wally. Wally says passing through. Welcome, Wally.
hi.
Welcome, Palangaka. Mega love shout out to you. Team Happy from the Philippines. Wow. Okay,
So
love doctor, thanks.
yeah, continue.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm now at my little apartment. It's a house that has a first floor, and I'm upstairs, and I'm there with young baby, and my baby father comes out, but I didn't know how that he's out. I just heard a knock at my door, and I thought it was just her. When I opened the
Mhm.
door, he was behind, and I was so shocked, but that was what was going on. It now becomes time for me to sign birth certificate, the form, and for my baby father.
I don't think I want to hear what. Please, Lord, let it not be what I'm thinking. Continue.
And his mother said for him to sign his name other than what his name is on his birth certificate.
All right, just as I was expecting.
Instead of the name that my children have now, which all my children are for him, instead of the name that is her name and was his name at that time, she said for him to sign it in Chin, because she gave the story that she's going to be changing their names. She's going to be changing all their names
So
to
you
her.
didn't have then in Canada you didn't need a proof for the pair for the father to sign a birth certificate. You could just put any random name on a birth certificate then.
You didn't have to show any proof.
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
So my firstborn had the name Chin from the time he was born until I couldn't take it no more because nothing was happening. No name was being changed. Even had a second child, but we'll get into that. But
Yes,
my son had the name Chin. And the father, did you hear what I said? She told him to sign it.
to sign it. Yes.
Did you hear that he had an hesitation?
Oh Lord.
Because everything his mom says is how it is. Even from
Yes,
that,
she's very obsessive
even
and
from that
controlling.
that stage. So that is that where that is concerned. The name is signed there. He's out, but he's not living with me like I was planning. That sure didn't happen. He's
Wow.
he's living with her, and I'm going down there to see him with the baby and her. She's there. Everything. She's there for everything. She's in the middle of everything. Not a problem to me at that time because I thought it was just love she loved.
Right.
Once she was out at the balcony, because she's proud, it's her grandchild and everything, and she has the baby
Mhm.
out there. And even though they live on the third floor, I'm still anxious of her holding my baby so close to the balcony
I'm
railing.
I'm beginning to question how her daughter died.
I've been questioning it since I've
But
met them.
let's not get into that. My mind is weird at times.
Your mind is not weird, you just have discernment.
Oh Jesus. Lifetime Movie Network, guys. I mean, regarding the your mother-in-law and her actions.
Okay.
Because
So,
there has to be a Lifetime movie. That
okay.
lady is living, or the mother-in-law is living. Like
Okay.
really, right, Sanya? Like really. Go
You're
ahead,
talking to the
dear.
person inside the group. Okay, we're not even gonna go there. Sanya, you already know, right? I've already told you, but we're
Oh,
gonna leave that
Jesus.
right there. So, because Sanya is my friend. I don't know if I told you. Sanya inside the chat.
Yeah, well, I don't know how close the connection, but I know she's here to support you. I
Yes,
figured that out,
yes.
right?
So she's my friend from living in Whitfield, and I've spoken to her about her name, and that's all we're gonna leave it to.
Okay,
So,
yes.
um, so she got upset that I said that if she could please move from the balcony railing with the baby. My baby's a young baby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not comfortable with the baby, you holding the baby so close. And she started to say, you know much pitney me, girl, you know much pitney me, take care of, take me care, take care of it. And I'm like, I don't really care about that. I don't feel
Exactly.
comfortable.
You just don't trust her, right?
I just didn't feel comfortable. It's not even say about trust her. I didn't know what I know
Yeah,
now about her then. I
yeah.
really didn't. But there's a reason why I didn't like that. I just felt uncomfortable. And
Hmm.
my baby father is there, but he's not saying anything, nothing about it.
But he's voiceless. He's a puppet.
When I tell him that, he gets mad at me.
But at that stage, I don't know anything about him after. But from what you have shared so far, then it's obvious that he was being controlled by his mom.
And you are not wrong in any sense, then or now.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's get
Mercy.
into what I'm saying. So, and she said she cursed me and said, "Well, me feel left and go me yard." She said to go home, tell me to go to my house. And I packed up my baby, put the baby in the stroller, and I strolled off and I left.
Hmm. Hmm.
I went home, and he came to the door, kissed his baby in the stroller, and I left. Not even too much of a worry about me or anything.
Yes, yes. For real, Chevenese. I mean, we can judge what was in her mind, the mother-in-law's mind, but from what is being shared, I mean, that for real. Yes, my dear.
So from that point, I would go there not a lot. I would just be at my house.
Yes.
I was just at my house, you know. He would come whenever he wants me to do his hair, braid his hair, or he'll come
Uh-huh.
see the child, stay there for a night. Even to go shower, he would go home to shower.
Oh, wow.
It's a while after being with my children's father, he showered in my home.
At the apartment, right, right. Wow.
I the guy that I told you that was living there started my baby father started to bring him to that place where I'm living
Mm-hmm.
because like I said we're close knit. He's like a family friend, a family member.
Yes.
But he grew up with my mother-in-law's daughter that passed. So he was more of her age. So however old the daughter would have been then when I was 18, that's the age that man was. So probably in his
Yes.
30s or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he would come with my baby father at my house because I guess he was trying to get away from her because he had started to have a relationship with her.
With her, I figured that's where it was heading. Yes.
But him and I were cool till he was even coming to tell me how she was behaving because he already had his girlfriend and she was okay with it. The girlfriend was in high school and she would tell me about it. She told me basically that they were having something. So he basically said that she seduced him, but she made it sound like she was just having a relationship with him. And he's saying that first she was okay with it when they lived at the building that my aunt lived,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess she wanted him for herself now because she was She did all of a sudden she didn't want the girl coming to the new house that they moved to, the new apartment, and she was doing things. But when he was coming by me, sometimes he would come by himself though. She started to tell, well, it wasn't then yet. Yeah, so he was coming by himself. Sometimes he would come without my baby father. Because we were like that, we're family. So it wasn't a problem to me. I didn't see it as a problem. It was a problem to her because he would tell me that when he's leaving, she would make remarks like, "Oh, everybody I got Nikki. Look like me if I start got Nikki too.
Oh dear.
Everybody
Well.
that got Nikki look like me if I start got Nikki too." Till one time he came there and he made his girlfriend come there, and I was so anxious because I'm like, this lady could pop up at any time, and I felt uncomfortable. I'm like, why you make this girl come here? Like, because her and I were close. So I didn't want her to feel like I'm allowing that. For some
Yeah.
reason, I just had that moral and thought that I didn't want to go behind her back and make, you know, him bring his girlfriend to my house. I didn't want it to seem like I'm accepting that, but it was a shock to me. He did that without me knowing. I don't know if she found out about it or knew about it, but the relationship with her and I started to be estranged until she came there. And once she came there while he was there, and she's like talking about how she had a girlfriend that she and her girlfriend was so close, and she just find out that the girlfriend was showing her face and was behaving a certain way, and come to find out the girlfriend was sleeping with her man. That's why the girlfriend was behaving like that.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
That was the story she was telling me in his presence.
Wow. Let me just pause to acknowledge. Thank you so much. Love Doctor, thank you so much for the amazing super chat. Blessings, simple things. Keep up the good work, guys. Remember, I said if you love what we do here in real life, we empower each other on this platform, but in real life, we also do outreach. So follow Love Doctor's example now and bless this channel with a contribution. Any amount is accepted. Just click the dollar sign in your chat and be ready with your card. You can also contribute to my PayPal. The link is in the description of this and all my most recent videos. God bless you. Always love, Doctor. You keep up the good work on your platform as well. And may God multiply your blessings and your store basket never be empty. Thank you, Lanika, for coming in with another with your ninja guys. Please, just about a dozen thumbs up to go to get this live stream over 100 thumbs up. Thank you so much. Keeping up with the Brown family. Miss Brown. Is this Miss Brown? Miss Brown, thank you so much. Is that you? Oh, Empress. I thought it was Miss Brown. Empress, thank you so much for coming in, my dear. And if you're late, guys, please, you have to rewatch Nikki's amazing, 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 and inspiring story. Faith Walk, thank you so much, Lady Let's. That's how we do it on this platform, guys. I love the love over here. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Thank you a million times. Sashi said she can't wait to hear how baby two came about. So I told her be patient. But let's see what Yvette says here as well. She says and Yvette lives in Canada. From what I see, our community here in Canada, most of our black men are controlled by their mom. In my unprofessional opinion, it's largely a reaction to the absence of good dads in these young men' life. And I don't think that's a matter of opinion. I mean, wisdom dictates
Wisdom,
that is true.
wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and that
Yes,
is the exact case.
exactly, exactly.
And some of it is not by the man's choice. Just to let you know that.
Right, right, right. I agree. I
It's not
agree.
always to blame the man and says it's the man. Some of it is the mother's plan
Mhm,
because they're
mhm,
not getting their way.
mhm.
Okay. So
Mercy.
I'm there now sitting down and like, where's this coming from? because that was weird. For some reason, it hit me that she was insinuating something, but I didn't pay attention to it or let her be aware that I'm sensing something from her. So she left, and when she left, so did my house key.
Nikki, oh my dear, Nikki, have you written a book as yet? I do editing. All right, I have at least three publications to my repertoire
Thank you.
for
I've started, and I told Sherry that, and it's gonna be called "The Stone That the Builder Refused."
Amen. You see that's oh, okay. That's why when Cornerstone Boss, when Michael was here on Friday nights, I distinctly remember your comments. Yes. So I'm here. I told that to Marlene as well and Sylvia, Unbroken Sylvia Sunshine. Whenever you're ready, I do editing. Reasonable rates. Keep up the good work, Miss Brown, from Sanya. Thank you so much for still being here, Sanya. Continue, my dear.
So now you see why I had to speak up in that live, because it was too surreal when he was speaking, and him not being brought up by his mother and then being molested, and then the cornerstone, and I'm like, what is this, Lord? What is this,
Oh,
God?
Jesus.
And that day I spoke about failing and failure, and he's talking about why he did the video about failing and giving up, and I'm like, mighty God.
Yes. I remember you said so much of Michael's story resonate with me or I can relate to or something. Yes.
Yeah. So lip gloss, after a while it makes this corner of your mouth start looking white. I don't want to have.
That's fine. That's
Yeah. So
fine.
so
Whoa.
yeah. So did my keys when she left, and I'm like looking around the house. I turned the chairs upside down. I had a chair that it it was passed down to me from a family member, because remember I told you I got help from the support was like overpowering when I got my first place. So this
Hmm.
chair, it had a
Yes.
hole in one side though. And we would have to put like cordboard or whatever we can to cover. So that chair was emptied, shaken up and down. Even the single love seat, I
Hmm.
turned that thing upside down because they were light chairs. You know the chairs. I think every Canadian has that chair with the strike, and it's pink and blue, and it's just a lot of different colors, right?
Yes.
And yeah, that's the chair. And I couldn't find it. And I got up the morning, just draw my door up and dress my son, and I strolled down to their place. And I knocked on the door and I said, "Where my key?" God just told me my key didn't get up and disappear. And she stand up at the door and she, I don't know, I not have it. She has that dead, daring look on her face that
I know, right?
she will look you in your eyes and lie with no feelings at all.
That's all. Oh my dear.
And she look at me and say, "Me no know, me not have it." And I say,
Bare
"Yeah,
face. That's what you call bare face lie.
be your face lie." And I say, "Yeah, you don't have it? Okay." And I left and I went home. I don't remember how long after
Hmm.
she came to my house. I don't think the man was there. The guy, the friend was there. I don't think he had come up there that day. She came to my house. And you know that love seat that she sat in that I told you I emptied and turned upside and shake?
Yes. Yes.
I see she go something like this and go, but wait, not the key this way I look for.
Oh dear. Lord have mercy.
And so she found the key.
So she took it home and took it back. She took it away and took it back.
I said, "You found the key? How you for find the key?"
After you shake out the love seat upside
After
down
me
and
just,
everything.
I said to her, no, first I said, where you find it? She said, "No, down in here, so down in the chair here, so." I say, I'm turn that upside down and shake it and not hear nothing. Me key have keychain.
You see what Sashi says? So she said, Nikki, tell the truth. It was the lady house that she take up her key. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Sanya, mother-in-law, kiss my teeth. God only you alone know. Yes, my dear. Thank
And
you so much, guys.
I didn't go any further with that. I got my key back now. Shortly after that, I had to leave that place. And I moved like a few doors down to a low rise on the same street.
Mm-hmm.
And my baby father was doing this, still coming back and forth because he had his own key. I always give him, he has his key. He was young, and I knew he was out there, back at his
Yes.
mother or whatever. And this is when now the gentleman that she's having relations with, the same gentleman,
Mm-hmm.
came to that new place because he helped me, him and my baby father. Was he there? I think they helped me to move the stuff over. I don't even remember if my baby father helped me. But yeah, and I just see him come there one day and ask if I could keep his clothes, his stuff in my storage. Because in Canada, I don't know anywhere else, but when you have an apartment, they give you a storage unit.
Okay.
So
I,
I
I
had a
don't think
storage
that's the
unit.
case over here.
Yeah, I had a storage unit in the basement that I didn't have stuff in there. So he asked me if he could use my storage to put some of his stuff, and I said yes, because he was having issues with her. She had taken his girlfriend's picture, her student card ID, his boxers, and he couldn't find it. And then she came back to him and told him and gave him his boxers and the ID and said, "You will never have another child."
Nikki, this sounds I mean, as I said, I can't judge because I'm only hearing your side of the story, so I don't know what's in her head, what was in her head space. But this sounds more like evil to me. But continue. Thanks so much, guys. 10 more thumbs up to go, guys, if you can. Well, 7 more to go. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, my dear, go ahead.
Would you
Wow.
believe me if I told you up to this day that man has never had another child?
That's why I said, it sounds like, but continue. Continue because I want us to thanks for coming, Pearl Calhoun. Sound like St. Thomas-ish. That's what I'm saying, but let's leave it there. Wow, greetings everyone. Encourage me. Thanks for coming in. You missed a great live stream, but then you can always rewatch. But there's still more to go. So thanks for coming. On screen, we have Short and Spicy Nix. Her channel link is pinned at the top, and she's sharing her amazing story, her experience. I'm not going to say story because stories are made up. But I want you to all to stay with us because she's gonna touch a bit on the excoriation part, which might be new to most of us. But when you think of it, I did a little research myself. It might be far more common than we think. Go ahead, leave St. Thomas alone, Pearl. Sashi, take that personal, straight out of St. Thomas, Sashi. Go ahead, my dear.
So, when he told me that, he asked me if he could stay there with me. I had a one bedroom, and he stayed in the living room. I didn't see a
Mhm.
problem with it. My baby father and I didn't have a relationship where like that where we would be sitting down and discussing anything at all. He would come when he to see his son, and then he will stay if he feels like staying, but we would still be having intercourse. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
But to me, being young, he was my baby father, so he was my baby father, meaning my boyfriend. That's what to
Mhm.
me it felt like.
Yes.
I realized to him he was just free to do whatever he feels like.
Yes, but for you, it was more like family.
But to me, he was just not living with me. That's how
Yes,
it was to
yes,
me.
right.
He started to tell her son that I was sleeping with that man. And I saw him distance even more from me till one day he came and he said he's just going to leave me to do my thing and he's going to do his thing.
Oh, Jesus.
In my bedroom with my baby beside me on the bed, and him saying that to me, I didn't understand what I did wrong,
Hmm.
what was going on. I didn't know what
Thanks
I
for coming,
did.
Kellyanne. Welcome, 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 Kellyanne Jones. Yes.
Yeah.
Sunny said her situation is yours is similar to hers because what? Some mother-in-law is wicked.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Yes, my dear.
So he still came by every so often, and the man was still there, but whenever he comes, he would push his key in and open the door and come in and stay. He comes and goes as he pleases. But his mother was telling him that, and she was telling the whole world that I was sleeping with this man.
And why would anybody doubt it? Because he's there and he has a key.
The man doesn't have a key. My baby father has a key.
Oh, okay. I thought he had. Okay, okay, okay.
The man didn't even have a key for my house. It's only my baby father
Wow.
had a key. He was just staying there in my living room in my couch because he said he had to punch a hole in the door in the wall when she did that, and he said he couldn't stay there no more. When she brought back his boxers and the picture of his girlfriend and said that. And shortly after that, him and the girlfriend broke up.
Wow.
But he was staying there for a while until something happened at that house, and I had to leave. I was evicted from there. And from then, I was just I went, guess where I went when the police came? Because it was an incident that police came
Oh,
to my
wow.
door. Firearm
Hmm.
went off. Somebody came to come see the man and went into the room that my firstborn was in his crib, and the firearm went off and went down in the in the bottom, the lower level
Of
unit,
the crib? Oh.
no, of the apartment,
Oh.
into
Wow.
somebody else's house.
Oh, Jesus.
And the police came. I didn't my baby father was there, and he came inside the house, and he's like, what happened, what's going on? And let me tell you how everybody left. And I don't even remember, was he there? But the man and friends were out there at the front. And like, it's so long ago. My child was a baby. And they said police was out there. The man
Hmm.
that came and whatever, he left too. That came to visit the guy that was staying there with me. And everybody took themselves away, and it was me and my baby left there. And later on in the night, I'm in my bed trying to go to sleep, and I hear bang, bang, bang on my door. When I look through the peephole, it's pure lights.
The cops came back.
Task force was outside my door with their lights up at my peephole like this.
Oh, jeez. I don't know. I don't know how you do it because at that age, you experience so much. You're so strong, and you didn't lose it. You didn't crack. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
And they came
Yes,
in
my
and
dear.
they drilled me and they threatened my child being taken away with children's aid. And they asked me question about the man and where is he and all of that and who is the person. And I'm like, huh? And I'm like, I don't know his name. I met him so and so here, and I don't know. Right?
Wow.
And
I hope his
they
last name
asked me,
wasn't Chin as well.
They asked me if I wanted them to drop me somewhere. It's night and I couldn't stay there.
But with
And
your baby though, not
yes,
taking away the baby from
no,
you.
with the baby. And they dropped,
Oh,
guess
okay.
where the only place I went to her.
Well, at least thank God.
And that's where I went is by her place. Because remember, I told you it's walking distance.
Yes, yes.
And when I went there and the police knocked the door and she came to the door, the police is like, "Oh, hi, Mrs. So and so." And she look at them because them knew her.
I was just about to say that sounds like they're on friendly terms, very friendly terms
They know her from her son and her grandson being in and out
of the system.
of the
Yes.
system.
Mercy.
And she started telling everybody, oh, the girl, she told my baby father's sister, because I had met his sister on his father's side, because his father
Yes.
has children here in Canada. And she knew the sister, the mother of the child, because she and the mother of his sister were friends.
Oh, wow.
And they both got pregnant for the same man, because the sister's mother was with him first, and then she went with him and go have a child with him, got pregnant for him, but he
This
migrated to the
is
States.
Lemika, this is far more than interesting. This is more like a saga. This is epic. Oh, Jesus. Yes, my dear.
So she told his sister's mother, because they still were in contact, that the girl carry police come our yard. That's what they told me, that she called them and said to them.
But it got turned around on you. That is expected. Netflix series indeed, Sashi. The type that you watch, the Netflix movies that you watch over and over. Because each time you're like, no, I can't believe that. Let me go back and watch it and see if that's really what happened. Let me go back and watch it and see if that's really what they said. Wow. Yes, my dear.
So I stayed the night there, but the reception and even on my baby father was, because he's out there doing his thing. He went in his room and I stayed there in the sofa.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed in the sofa. And the baby was always there. So the baby went to the in there with them, right?
Yes.
The man that was staying he went his way now. I don't know, probably have to find somewhere else to stay, right? But she was even telling the sister and the sister's mom that I was sleeping with her man.
That's expected. I was hoping his last name wasn't Chin, why she told her son to sign the birth certificate
No,
as
he's
Chin.
not. That's not his last name.
I was really hoping. Yes.
So now I'm there and I'm there for a little bit, but I'm feeling uncomfortable because my baby father is not staying there. He's all over the place. He's doing his own thing. I'm there with her and she's back and forth on the phone talking stuff. And when I talk to the sister, her and her mother is talking to my mother-in-law, and saying that my baby father needs to help out and help with raising my child. And she's gonna tell them that him no need for do nothing. Me need for go I make welfare. I need to go and make welfare. Help me with my child.
Oh, Jesus.
This is what she told
Flesh and blood.
my sister-in-law.
Flesh and blood.
And so I ended up going to stay with them. I left from there now and went to stay with them.
Amen, Tasha. If God can do it for Nikki, he can do it for anybody.
Anybody,
Amen. Go ahead, my dear.
anybody. Amen. That's why I was adamant of sharing my story. And I'll tell you when I decided to do that. But
Mm-hmm.
so I was staying with my sister-in-law now. That's his sister, half sister from his father, and her mother. and the children that my sister-in-law had. And I was there for, or was I there the whole time? I can't remember if I went there exact. I was there for a little bit, and then I went to stay with my father. I can't remember. Yeah, I was there for a little bit, and then I left and went to my father, one or the two,
Mm-hmm.
and my stepmother, same place in where I went to high school. And I wasn't comfortable because my father and I got at each other's throat. He was behaving a certain way, and I was in my stepsister's room, the one that's 3 years younger than me. She was still at home,
Mm-hmm.
and some argument, and I cursed him out and called him a pedophile. And then I just called my sister-in-law and asked if I could come there. And I took a cab from there and I went, and that's when I started staying with my sister-in-law now and her mother.
Yes.
And even staying there, I was trying to work. I was doing telemarketing, but I wasn't getting paid. It was one of the crooked telemarketing. They wouldn't pay me. I went to
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica and spent some time with my family down there, help them out with some of the, OSAP money, because I had started to go to school and let them keep the baby, right?
Yes.
And after a while, I got a place. They helped me. My sister-in-law and her mom helped me get a place close to where they had a friend that lived close to them, you know, in her building, low-rise building. And I moved there and I was staying there. And I was going to school doing what would you call it? Administrative assistant.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I always wanted to be a nurse, but after having my child, I was just thinking that it was going to be too much for me to go and do that. So I did the little, academy of learning, get fast OSAP money, and just doing that administrative assistant school in the day. And then in the evening, I would be doing a telemarketing job because I had found a telemarketing job that was legitimate. It wasn't a fraud or anything like that.
Yes. Yes.
So I would go there in the evenings, and my son would stay with his father and his grandmother during that time. She was comfortable with that because she was having my son for all the whole of the week. And on weekends, I would get him Friday after work or whatever. I'd get him and bring him back Monday on my way to school and then work, whichever. And
Wow, that's a lot.
it was
Yes.
going on like that for a while until my problematic baby father got in problems again, having his friend come over there and issues with weapons again. And
Oh,
she
Jesus. He's delinquent.
she was told is either she kick him out, that's what she said, and
Mm-hmm.
she'll be able to stay there. She said that, but I believe it's because of the weapon. But she always comes up with her side of the story of what to make it work in her favor, to make it
I
look
know,
like
right?
she is just there for him or the grandchildren. You'll hear later on the grandchildren. At
Yes.
that time, it was just him. So she said no, she's not kicking her son out, whatever, and they evicted her. And because of that, and because she was the one taking care of my child while I go to school and work, I suggested to her, come live with me. Come stay with me because you're already taking care of my son. I wouldn't like that you're out there, whatever. So she came, and so did my brother-in-law, because I call him my brother-in-law. That's it, her grandson. He's out of the Children's Aid Society now. He's older now, and he's
Yes.
let
Oh,
go
because you
now.
said she grew him like she
Yeah,
was a brother to your child's father. Yes.
yeah.
Welcome, Casey's Corner. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Amazing story here, my dear. Thanks for coming. Please remember to give a thumbs up, guys. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you so much, guys. So we listened to Short and Spicy Nick. Her link is pinned. Feel free to connect with her. She has very amazing stuff on over there on her channel. Thank you all for coming. Thank you so much. Please remember to give a thumbs up. Guys, we are sorry. We just need 4 or 5 more to go. Thank you so much. But the more the merrier. All right. And I've dropped my members' links along the way. Please feel free to support them, guys. We need your support. And I value everyone who came out to support Nikki today, the non content creators in particular. Thank you so much for coming because you make it so worth so much more when you're here to support us. So if you're new here, please subscribe to my channel. You can click the word written in red subscribe below the video, or you can hop over to my channel as well and watch a few more of my interesting, informative, empowering, and inspiring videos, and leave me a meaningful comment. So she said, but look how Nikki go buy a problem. so she said, but look how Nikki go buy a problem though. My dear, when you're at a certain age, I mean, the world is hard enough for you to develop and grow and become who God meant for you to be. But when just about everybody in your environment is just
Toxic.
throwing things at you, just complicating your life, it's so difficult to navigate your way through. And even those who support you on the one hand are bringing you down on the other hand. Believe me, it's difficult. It takes strength only God can give. Go ahead, my dear.
So they got evicted, and it was all three of them now with me in my 1 bedroom apartment. So her and my brother-in-law would stay in the living room, and my baby father would he's just a roaming soul.
Yes.
He's all over the place, and then he comes home when he feels like. And it was distressing to me, but going to school and going to work, and her being there, having to and watching my son while I do this, it didn't bother me that much.
Mm-hmm.
So it just he came back in. He came because we weren't together, because when he said he's gonna do his own thing, and I basically took his word for that. So I went to Jamaica. I met a guy down there, and I was thinking that I was gonna move on with my life. Then
Mm-hmm.
when I came back now is when they got evicted, and then they all,
Oh, so they
yeah.
got evicted while you were away or after you came back?
After I came back, I'm
Okay.
hearing,
Okay.
because that's when I went to start going to school. I was in school, and then I took a break to go to Jamaica.
Yes.
And when I came back and everything now, because remember she's watching my son. Yeah. I think it's when I came back I found the job, and then it was school and the job now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're staying there, and me and my baby father are somewhat getting closer because now his mom lives with me. He's still going on with his nonsense out there, being promiscuous and everything. And, want to be disrespectful to me and stuff. Till one time I said, you know what, it's okay. I broke it off with the guy in Jamaica. That's how he came back into my life, right?
Yes.
And it was going on with whatever. And I met a guy while going to work one day, and he had just cussed me out. My baby father had just cussed me out,
Mm-hmm.
right? And basically saying that he's his own man, he do whatever he wants and whatever. And I'm like, nothing, That's what he was making me feel. So I'm like, okay. So when I met this guy drove a nice vehicle, well, big truck,
Oh,
detail,
Lord.
detailing inside, outside, everything. And guess what? His brother saw this man coming to pick me up at the apartment to bring me to work. And his brother went and told him, Nikki, have a man there. Hey, you want to see the truck where him drive?
Oh my God, are you serious? Yes,
All of a sudden, next day, who that me come home, come see in at the house?
he's back. Welcome, Superstars Academy. Thanks so much for coming. We're chatting with Short and Spicy Nix. Her link is pinned. She's sharing her amazing story of inspiration, battling mental illness. And she later on we'll hear a bit about excoriation disorder. I'm sure we'd all like to hear that. So stay with us. Thank you so much, guys. So after all that, you and her live together, Lordy. I think Yvette, I think you're way behind, because that part gone already. I
Yeah,
think you need to refresh Yvette.
I guess she's saying about what the, I don't know what was going on
After they got
with
evicted, I guess. Yes.
Yvette. I don't know. My heart. I couldn't know that she was watching my son, and then now have nowhere to live.
Well, that is it. Because if
And even
you
though it
have
was a
been in
one,
similar situations before, and like when you went to your cousins and that sort of thing, so
I
and
know
you really
about
don't
being
have
homeless,
right, you don't have a heart of evil towards any of these people who did you all these wrongs anyway.
and it came back
One
to
thing,
bite
if
me
a
in the
man
butt
suspect him,
later
I
on.
get one him nice bad. So
What?
she, yes. Thank you so much, guys. We're almost there with the thumbs up. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sashi, I never see nobody reach back the yard so fast. Sashi,
As him
I
here, so
was
the man pick you up, pick you up with a nice stroke.
the man picked me up and
He's
would drop me.
back.
The man wanted to go further, and and even I gave him my phone number and everything. I was talking to him because this person is letting me know they are doing whatever they feel like. So I'm not. I'm like, okay, then go on. Them times I'm young. I only have one child. Them times. It's not like when I got older and started having more children for him. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I was quicker to say I'm gonna try fight. Okay, right? I was more open to that idea then. So but I had to run that man off now because the man called and he was in the bed one time right beside me, and I'm like, sorry, I can't, whatever, I'm trying to work it out with my with my baby father, whatever. He get up now and go out, come out of the bed, go out there. See? Oh, I guess because it's your house. Because if it was ever me, trying to turn it around on me as if to say
I
I did
know, right?
something wrong. So, anyways, no, we started to get a little closer, I would say. And the mother now is going back and forth to his sister's place now. She go find seat at his sister place, and she's bringing everything that's going on in the house to his sister and the sister's mom, to her matey. She carry news
Oh,
to our matey and our matey daughter, which is our step father daughter,
yes.
right? So now the sister and the mother is calling me. The mother is the mouthpiece with the sister, though, because it's like the mother and my mother-in-law are kind of like the same type of people from what I'm seeing.
Okay, okay.
Their behavior with the mix-up and into people's
Yes.
life,
They're drawn to toxicity. Is that the word?
right? They're in the
Yeah.
same age group. They're from the same era.
Hmm.
Just that type of thing is what I was getting. And I wasn't letting them know that I was working because I was on assistance. And the mother would always be, the sister's mother, would always be saying to me, so, Nikki, me here say, yeah, that telemarketing place that yeah, do them, I go read it, So the sister's mother would always also come to me with some stories of her own. So you see what I'm saying? It's like they were so comfortable with lying.
Oh, wow.
In that sense, they were close. They were like the same type of people. Two red-skinned woman too. right?
It's not me, guys. It wasn't me. Okay.
And it has nothing to do with
It
that
wasn't
either.
me.
It wasn't, but they look, they have the same, you could see the type of woman that his father likes,
Oh,
basically.
okay. And she said when the movie I go film. So she's
So
gonna write the book.
so
Yes.
I'm there now hearing things back from them, and I'm like, what is going on? I told her once that my worker was coming to see me. So please don't be at the house. Don't come to the house. Because she in and
Mhm.
out whenever she feel like. And I think I had given her a key then. And I'm there, my worker's there. And you know, this woman came right in the middle of the meeting that the worker came out to see me, my social assistance worker, even though I told her not to be there.
Not to be there, right?
Because I'm the one getting assistance. I'm supposed to just be living by myself with my son.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm helping her, but at the same time I'm helping her, she's trying to hurt to destroy me. And it was confusing to me because I couldn't understand. She's going over to my sister-in-law's house and talking a bag of things about me. And there, the mother for the sister-in-law is also telling her lies about something that I said about the grandson and the reason why he was in the Children's Aid Society too. So
Mm-hmm.
they're both liars. So we ended up, we're moving because I had to leave. I don't remember what the reason was. So we were moving. And because I told him what the sister-in-law and her mother was letting me know his mother was doing, because they had called me and said, but wait, didn't your work, wasn't your worker there today? The same day that I told her not to be there because my worker's going to be there. And
Yes.
I wasn't on the phone letting them know what's going on in my life. Because first of all, I was working and on assistance, and that's something I would never let them know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when I
Maybe
told
from
her,
the mere fact you asked them not to be there, that's why they stayed, because they have to deliberately mess things up.
she wasn't there, she came in the middle of the appointment, and then she left again.
Welcome, Javane Smith. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't know if that's one of your if Javane is here to support you.
Javane?
You're
Hi,
not familiar
Javane.
with the name. Thanks for coming, guys. Remember to give a thumbs up if you can. Connect with me. If you're new here, just click the word subscribe below the video. And also, you can connect with my guests, Short and Spicy Nicks. Our link is pinned at the top. The blue bar at the top with the name Denise Brown written. Just click there and you'll find the link. If it's say fast, you fast. Encourage me say only by God's grace you survive. That is true. And Sherry said we should encourage you to write the book. And Superstars Academy say yes, we'd love the book. Amen.
Yeah, yeah,
Anika,
yeah,
okay, thanks so much, Lanika. Thanks. Continue, my dear.
yes. So after that, now we were gonna move, and her son wasn't happy with her doing that, and him talking to her about that. When we moved, she didn't come with us. She took her stuff, except for what we moved with, and she went to one of her friend's house to stay. But when she went to the friend house, she got a friend house, got fast into the friend's business because the friend had adult children living there. And that's when I got pregnant when we moved now to the next place, an apartment building. It was just him and I and his brother that moved there. And like I said,
So
him
the
and I
brother
were,
had the brother meaning the nephew, right?
yeah, the
Yes.
nephew.
So Sashi, I hope you didn't miss that no, because you've been waiting for baby number two. So this is episode 2 now, baby number 2. Right,
So I
right.
was pregnant with baby number 2. When I got pregnant with baby number 2, I'm still working. I'm finished the school now. I'm still working. in the telemarketing, the same place, but I'm mostly sick. And guess what? Who pops up at the door when the friend couldn't take it with her no more, and she couldn't get her way with the friend? Pop up at my
At the
door with
door.
clothes per hanger and with plastic over it
But
and
it's
say,
so amazing how they're drawn to you. In the hour of this, their distress, they're drawn back to you. Whoa.
and in my one bedroom again, she's there again in the living room with my brother-in-law. And this is when the brother-in-law now go find a girl out there, and this young girl is pregnant and comes to the house, comes to me.
To
She wants
live.
no to stay. She's there. She just got pregnant and she's there most of the time, not
Oh,
living.
wow.
This is the brother-in-law's first baby mother. And she's gonna be telling the girl she not stay there, and the baby is not the baby, the brother's. She's telling the young girl, who's very young, that she can't stay there. And I said to the young girl, no, I took her up under my wings basically to say, no, this is my place. She can't tell you to leave. You're not going nowhere.
Wow.
And up until 2019, that young girl and I were very close. And she would always say that when that lady wanted to tell her not to come back to the place, Nikki said, I know you're, Nikki, you're not going nowhere. So and so, you're not going nowhere. Because that young girl and I are no friends anymore. Okay, back then though, the young girl is pregnant and comes there, and the nephew is disrespectful to her sometimes. And I remember one time he was laying down in the living room and being feisty to her. And she go
Hmm.
and get a cup of water and she wet him up on the mattress that's on the ground in the living room.
Well, thank God it wasn't hot oil or something. Oh,
She
my
wet him,
Lord.
she love dash water upon people. She wet him up with the water and say I should have him DEAD instead of her daughter.
And this is the person who she possessed so much, she loved so much. What happened? Welcome, Annette. Thanks so much for coming, darling. Thank you for coming.
That's what she said to him.
Wow.
And my baby father was just, because his mother is there now, all of a sudden he's not there close to me as he was.
As it before, yes,
And
yes.
he's now gone back to into his old ways, and he's down at his friends most of the time, and he's promiscuous. And I had to leave to go stay at my stepmother and my father to wash the baby clothes because I'm pregnant and I'm later down in my pregnancy, no longer working because I'm pregnant. But
Yes.
we bought a little car. We
Things
bought a
getting
little
better
car.
now. Things were getting better.
Yeah, we bought a little car. All of a sudden, he's just taking the car to drive to go wherever he wants and drive me to go to work. After being really sick, I was still working while pregnant at a later stage in my life. I mean, later stage in the pregnancy.
Yes.
But it was a problem for him to get up at 1 o'clock to bring me to work. Because he would be out all night and whatever he feels like. And when he comes home and he has to bring me to work is a problem.
Oh, Jesus.
Right? So he's out there, and I go to my stepmother, and on that weekend, I went into labor. So my second born was born, and he was nowhere
And he wasn't there.
he
Oh,
wasn't
wow.
there again, becoming
And
a
it's not
threat.
like the firstborn where your mother-in-law was around, and although you didn't know her intentions, at least she was there to support.
Yeah. And now with the second one, he's there, but he's not there. And her and I are not close. So I wouldn't have made her come to the hospital.
Right.
She's living with me, but everything that's going on in the house, she's writing it down.
So she was still in the habit of writing things down.
Writing. I caught her one time after having baby. I went out. I saw her went out there, but I went to throw something in the garbage. When I went out there, everything
Hmm.
she write, she mince it up into pieces and then go throw it away.
So was it maybe OCD or something?
She was writing something, and every when she write, then she rip it up. She would mince
Yes.
up the paper, whatever she's writing. And I went out there after her once to throw something away. And when I looked at the paper, I was seeing my name and stuff.
Of course, I'd imagine.
And I started trying to put the things together. And I read her talking about Nikki did this to my son. She mentioned my son, the firstborn. Nikki did this to this, and Nikki this, and Nikki that. And I'm like, what? And then shortly after that, I found out that he had a girl pregnant. I overheard his brother talking about it.
Oh Lord. Hmm.
He was leaving one time, though, to go to this person's house. And I told him to leave my keys. And he was fed up because every time I found out that he was out there doing something,
Hmm.
I would tell him to leave, pack his stuff, but I would always call him back to come back.
Yes.
I would be so distraught wanting him to come back. So I was fed up and he was fed up as well. And he put his hands on me. And I had two black eyes
Wow.
after he was finished with me. And his
So
mother was
was he ever
there.
physical before, or was this the first time?
First time. Sorry, he was physical before, when they lived at, when I just had my firstborn, and I went in his, I wasn't living there with him, and I came to visit, and I came in his room and overheard him on the phone with someone. Yeah. And he was pushing me out of his room and stuff. But this was
Yeah.
the first time he put his hands on me
Oh
like
wow.
that. And
And this was by about what age group? Maybe like 22 or so?
I was about 21.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome,
21,
Chinesia. Thanks so much
22.
for
Yeah,
coming,
21,
Chinesia.
22. Yeah.
Mega love shout out. It's just a second. Millar, thank you so much. Yes, my
Yeah.
dear.
And I called the police and they came and they brought me to the hospital and they asked the mother and she didn't know nothing. Kept her mouth quiet and so did her grandson, my brother-in-law.
Remember, she already quote unquote bought out the cops because she knows them. So, oh Lord.
So I was in the hospital and he went his way, right? And um he was wanted for something else though, besides me, what happened with me. And the cops caught him and they were behind him. No, he wasn't wanted, sorry. He was driving once while out there after this, after physically assaulting me. And they had weapons in the vehicle, so he was stomping down. They were behaving suspiciously. And when the cops pulled them over, the cops realized that they had weapons in the car. And the cops
Wow.
beat him up. And she saved that shirt that was bloody. She saved it. She said she's going to save it because they beat him up.
For
But
what? Save it for court or something?
she saved it, but at the same time, she was friends with one of his friends' baby mother. And she was telling them that I was the reason why the cops beat him up.
Wow. This circle is so tight. It's like everyone knows everyone.
Everyone knows
Oh
everyone.
wow.
She told one of his friends, babe, she was on the phone in my place and talking about me, and I overheard and I picked up the other line and told her to get off my phone.
Oh dear.
But I moved from there to housing now my
Mm-hmm.
first housing unit, and she came along because when he got arrested and he was incarcerated, the cops to they wanted me to testify, and I didn't want to testify.
Yes.
And it just so happened that because I was assaulted, I got first priority to housing. And I was
Okay.
there in the housing unit and we moved, but she moved with me over there, even after being on the phone, because she didn't have nowhere else to live, to go. But she caused me hell for the time she was there. Anytime anything would happen between him and I,
Mm-hmm.
that was her. My cousin came there once to stay with me, and she sat down and told my cousin her whole life story. And even though I told my cousin, don't sit down there and listen to this lady about nothing, don't sit down and talk to this lady, okay? You don't know anything. And she
But,
told her,
but
sorry,
but
go ahead.
these people who are narcissistic, they know how to present their story in such a way that everybody believes their side of it.
Okay.
Mhm.
She told my cousin, because when he beat me up at the place and then he got arrested, he was in jail for that, for the weapons, but then also he was on charges for hitting me. But he had told me that he had money somewhere there before, and after being beaten up and I couldn't go out and
Mhm.
stuff, I took some money out of that money that he had, right?
Yes.
And she told him whatever money was missing, whatever, and he called and asked me about it, and I denied it and said I didn't. But after a while I admitted to him that yes, I did take some of the money. But when we moved to this place now, this housing now, and my cousin came to stay over, she sat down and she told me this story before too, that his father, who now lives in the States, had won the lottery and won some money, but the wife took it all.
Wow.
And when he called now, she told him that my cousin told her that the same way how his father's wife took his money, that's the same way I took his money.
The thing with most of the characters in your experience so far, they believe somebody else's word over over the person, over you or whoever the person is. And that seemed to be a consistent pattern. If it was asking whether she don't work or anything.
She don't work. She don't work. From the time I know her till now, she's on assistance. She never worked. She said she now work for white people.
Oh wow. And then what she collects for her son up to 18, the grandson up to 18, then more than likely that's why she told him to put Chin to
She's
sign the
she's
birth
been
certificate
on
of
a
Chin
system.
because
She knows the system from the. She knows
I'd imagine.
everything.
Yes, yes. I'd imagine. Thank you so much, Tasha. Thanks for coming, Shanesia. How are you, my dear? Yes.
Anything you need to know, she will say, "Call this person, do this, do that, this." She knows everything, and she would always talk about us single mothers and the baby bonus money we are get.
Oh dear. Yes.
Very hateful, very hateful with others and life they live. And if somebody have off the big house for them have over, loves to talk about others and what's going on in their life. So I don't even remember where I'm at now. Um yes, so anything happened, she would, oh yes, with my cousin. So
Mhm.
when he called from jail now and he's saying this to me, because he's upset with me now, because he's saying, oh, I'm telling my cousin that I took money from him. Meanwhile, my cousin doesn't even know anything about that. As if to say I'm bragging about taking his money. So I called my cousin with him on the phone. And I, before my cousin even answered, it's not like I spoke to my cousin and said, "This is what's going." I connect the three-way right there, and I said it while he's on the phone. So and so, remember I told you not to talk to this lady? I called her name. No, I mentioned my baby father's name. Is calling me to let me know that you said to her the same way how his father won lottery money and the wife took it. I took, and my cousin's like, "What? What you said, Nikki?" She said, "Nikki, no, no, so and so have me in the living room and tell me, oh, so and so's father win lottery money and how the wife take it. When me know about you and taking money, you take money from so and so."
Oh Lord.
And my cousin swear up and down anywhere she see my mother-in-law, she's gonna mash her up.
Oh wow.
And
So
she still,
she believes her. Just a
she's
second. Thanks, Inga. Thanks for being there. Thanks for that amazing super chat, Tasha. And congratulations for being a member for 5 months. Guys, feel free to join my membership if you like what we do here. Your contributions goes towards sponsoring one of my many outreach projects. Somebody had said something up there, Nikki, but I think it was, but I missed it.
I don't know.
I don't remember. So, what's her name was encouraging you with, but I think it's gone too far. I can't find it. Okay, you can continue because it scrolled too far. I can't find it again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
I couldn't live with those type of people. Me would have lose my mind. Long time Yvette, but then with Nikki, Yvette with Nikki, growing up as a child is as though this has always been her sort of environment. So she gains the strength. She has
Except
gained
for
the
all
strength
of
that
the
right.
hearsay, here's all of that. I know about the close knit, but with all of this going, I've never experienced all the stories being told and the lie. I didn't experience that growing up, right? So
Exactly.
so when that now she started sounding like she was afraid because I took back the phone and she started walking. Hey, my no, hey, my nobody touch me. No want nobody touch me. No, saying she doesn't want anybody to touch her because my family love use knife and love to
Oh
STAB
dear.
STAB up people.
Oh Lord.
Because when I was pregnant with my firstborn, two in-laws,
Hmm.
two uncles' wives got into it together, and that was involved. And she was so close with me that I told her what happened. So she used that now
Yes.
to say with them. She said them love use knife, them love STAB up people. That was her remark when my cousin said that.
That is
Anywhere she
scary.
see her. So now that and that now, and I'm there, and my baby father ended up being let out of jail now again, and he's home, and you know, the person that is pregnant, I'm not hearing anything because he was denying it all, the whole thing. So I didn't know whether it's true or not until going to see him. He got arrested again for something, and
Oh Lord.
I went to see him in the jail, and there was this girl with one of his friends sitting down, and she turned around for me to see the belly.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I found out. And I asked the friend, whose child is it? And the friend told me. And meanwhile, he's incarcerated because it's him who I went to see. So, anyways, he comes out now and all of that, and he's there, and you know, he's still going on. I've one next child out there, but he's still out there going on with his thing. And I got fed up. And one time I said, this is it. He didn't come home once. I got a next job somewhere else, and he wasn't being home for like a 2 weeks or whatever. And when I looked up phone bill and find out, and I call numbers and I hear him at this person's house, the number that I called. I'm gonna say, okay, and I just took down everything out of the closet. She wasn't there, the mother. I draw down everything and carry them out in the hallway, and I got a scissors and I just ran a scissors through everything. I just run the scissors through every single thing.
Wow.
I cut up even the shoes. When I couldn't cut the shoes, I just put a lighter to it and burn.
So that was like just total frustration at that level.
At that level, I'm thinking, okay, so I forgave you. You went out there, you have a child, and now you're still out there doing all sorts of stuff. That's it. Get out of me. Get out of my life. I just want. It's like cutting up the clothes was cutting him out of my life.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what that symbolized. Because by at this stage, I guess by now you just want to just take your kids and just move away from everybody, from the entire situation.
I couldn't run. But only
And
thing was
that's
left
the
was his
thing.
clothes, and I didn't want him. I didn't want him there anymore. I had enough. That the hurt was too much.
So you felt trapped in a sense
I
then.
felt really trapped.
Hmm. Wow, right, Sidonie? No, sir. Yes, Sanya. Wow.
And she came and saw the clothes outside, even his CDs that he had. I broke them up. She came and saw everything, the pile out at the front. And she went on
Hmm.
a payphone and called him and told him, anywhere he is, don't come there. Because she already knows that he has anger in him and what he will do.
Yes, yes.
So she said, anywhere you're there, don't come. And told him I cut up all the clothes. So she took the clothes and carried to wherever he was. And he was, she and him, they got a place, but I found before she was still there with me, but they were looking place and I didn't know that. But I had his password for his phone, and I searched up and found that her leaving a message saying that to tell the girl that he was cheating with, that she found the place, and the lady said this. So the mother was already looking a place for her and the girl to get for them to live. And I told her when she came home, it was late at night, but I told her, I told her that I made her aware that I heard the voice note that she's looking place. She and the girl, she's looking, the voice note she left for him. And the next morning when I got up, I went to bring my children to the daycare because remember, I'm working still.
Yes.
And when I came back, no, I said before I left the house, I said, when I come back, make sure you're not here. I told her, make sure you're not here. And that's how I got rid of her from living with me. That was 4 years.
4 years she lived with you for four
4 years
years.
she lived with me for.
So that's 4 years of hell. I can't imagine like raising a young child, raising
Four
young
years of
kids,
hell.
and having to be in that psychological state while trying to raise your babies. Wow.
Yeah. With two children at that time. The second one. They were whatever. I don't remember what age they were. So
Yeah.
when they left now, I was at work one. He wasn't coming to see the kids much because, upset of me leaving him clothesless. It was only the clothes on his back, I guess he had, or wherever. And he came there to see them once and, wanted to have intercourse with me. When he just left and whatever and came back, yes, I did allow that because I was still wanted him to come back home,
Yes.
feeling sad for cutting up his clothes and stuff and all of that stuff.
Hmm.
And then after a while, I'm like, whatever, let him stay out there. So he came once and say I heard him and his friends discussing about going to a party. And before he left, he said, let me just go, Tasha.
For
Hey,
real, Tasha, that's what I'm saying long time. I didn't want to say it out like that. That's why I said,
Tasha,
here you go.
Tasha, wait till you hear the story and stop talking about the story, please.
Oh dear.
So now I um after telling her to leave or what and all of that, and they're out there, they found place together and all of that, I'm hearing. So he came that night and said he was leaving he left through the door, and I just saw him come back to the door and came in and say, you know what, let me go kiss my kids good night.
Yes.
And he went and kissed his kids, and the next day he was on Canada wide news because him and his friends,
How many times is gonna get involved with the law?
got into an altercation with a guy, and there was a lot of bullets flying around, and a person lost their life.
But this is like the fourth time that he is involved, got entangled with the law. Oh my Lord. Keep up the. Thank you so much, Sania. God bless you. Thank you all for staying, guys. I know this is long, but it's like we're spellbound. Get the popcorn and the. Well, I don't drink Pepsi, so see, I went to get my Ensure. So I know your coffee must be done by now, Nikki. So I hope you have a next cup. And
Water, I
especially
need to
not
fill up
alone,
my
I am
thing. I need
behind.
to
I
fill up
don't
my
want to
bottle.
miss anything. Oh,
I need to fill
Tasha,
up
refresh, refresh. Somebody type and tell Tasha to refresh. Continue, Nikki.
Yeah. So now he's on Canada wide news, him and his friends and his nephew, for what happened where this young lady lost her life. Because she was just going in the vehicle, but she's a friend. She was a friend. They grew up together, but her boyfriend didn't know that, and he was jealous of the encounter between my children's father and her. And threatened them, saying he's going out for his thing and what's going to happen and what's going to happen.
Yes.
And they followed him out there, and that was going on. And the young lady lost her life innocently. And
Oh
now
my God.
he got sentenced for a very long time. But now I once again, after trying to move on, working and already getting comfortably, him not being back and all of that, this
Mm-hmm.
happened, and it threw me into sympathetic mode again. And I called his phone and told him to turn himself in and all of that. And
Yes. Yvette said the pregnant lady. I remember that story. Yvette is, as I said, is Canadian.
no, that's not, that's way
Oh, that's
before.
a different one. Okay.
That's
So
way before.
you had the strength and all of that to like advise him to turn himself in, or was that out of fear that you might get
No,
implicated somehow?
out of fear of what might happen to him.
Oh, to him. Okay, not to you, but to him. Okay,
To
fair enough.
him.
Go ahead. Yes.
I really wasn't even thinking of myself. Somebody from, they claimed they're from the side of the young lady that passed, called me, and they were telling me, "Where's your baby father? Tell him to turn himself in," and all of that stuff, and and making threats and stuff. And I said, "How do you know the police is not outside listening? Our phones probably tapped and stuff." Like, because they
Yes.
were threatening me and stuff, and I'm like, I didn't believe that he did anything like that, because I knew that he knew this girl and they were close. They were like brothers and sisters. The
Uh-huh.
group of them that went to the party and met up with her, she was even with somebody, a next girl, that they all grew up on the same building. They're all friends.
Yes. Yes.
So the fact that this happened and now it was being shown in the media, I was like, what? Lies, a lot of lies were being told about him threatening the young lady, saying she's not going to leave there alive and all. And I'm like, what? Just a lot of stuff was going on. And it
So
was,
you sort of like wanted it to him to turn himself in so that he could also get to give his side of the story
yeah,
eventually when it goes to court and that sort
yeah,
of thing.
it was devastating. I felt so bad for the mother of the girl, because I had spoken to the mother. I'd had a physical interaction with the mother through his mother before, when I was pregnant with my firstborn. So I also knew the mother of the young girl too. And
Mhm.
it was devastating.
I can only imagine.
It was
Yes,
devastating. I
yes.
saw the girl weeks prior to that happen, because she was in the mall right across from my neighborhood where I lived. She
Hmm.
was in the mall in the neighborhood, and I saw her. And it was just so surreal to me to hear that she lost her life. And
And
I
she
just,
was about the same age group like you and him?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Probably a little younger because he referred to her as his little sister because I think he used to babysit her.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, and he was even at her house while I kicked him and his mother out. During that period, they were by her house for some point in
Okay.
time.
So
But
she was pretty close with
in
him,
the
yeah.
news, it was being sounded as if him and her were having a relationship too, and all. It was so messed up. It was so messed up, right? So that my I was very devastated. My family was calling and all sort of stuff, and I was ignoring everyone, and it was too. It was just too much, right? And so now he's incarcerated. He's in the big penitentiary now because
Hmm.
they pleaded and he got a long sentence. And
Wow.
he was speaking to me on the phone, and he wants to see his children, which is the two boys at the time, and if I'm gonna come and see him, and he could get trailers. And I'm like, what? I'm not coming and all of that. I'm not coming with you and nobody and you having your people. So he dropped that person like a hot loaf of bread. And all of a sudden it's me and his children now. And I went, and that's how I got pregnant with my daughter.
I thought you said he was in Penn.
He was in Penn, and that's how I got pregnant with my daughter. They give
Sashi, are you still there?
they give conjugal visits, and I
In
would
Penn.
go
Okay, I didn't
once
know
every
that.
6 weeks. And they have a trailer with 2 bedroom. It was 3 bedrooms, living
Okay.
room,
Hmm.
kitchen, bathroom with washing machine, dryer, and that's how he spent his time with us.
Can you imagine if they did that in Jamaica? Oh, can you imagine the level of crime would have? Ooh, that would be like a vacation for some of these guys. Yes, my dear, continue. If it leaves Sashi alone,
So
yes,
I would
continue.
take my two boys. At that time, I learned to drive because I
Yeah.
can't be just going around with my two boy on the bus. And then I got pregnant and had my daughter now. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like I can't be traveling back and forth and to go all the way 2.5 hours drive to go see him every 6 weeks to spend 3 to 4 days with him and the children on in that trailer.
Yes, yes.
Regularly he's spending his time in the jail with in the jail cell and everything, but
Mm-hmm.
for once every 6 weeks he gets to spend the time with
The
us.
time, okay,
And
okay.
that's how he did his time. And after all of that, now I transferred, I moved because too much was going on, and I left from Toronto and I went to a far place to live. And when I went to that far place, his brother was now on his third baby mother, and he was when I got pregnant with my when I was gonna have my daughter. It just so happened that he called me the night before, and he came to the house, and he's the one who brought me to the hospital in the morning. The brother, the nephew,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So you know all of that, and I had my daughter, and I was still going back and forth to see my children, my baby father, and brother and I were close and stuff. And you know the third baby mother came into play now because now the mother is on her own for all that period of time, back and forth. She lives here, then she got evicted. She lives there now, and then she lives here. And she had to leave. She got evicted again from somewhere, and guess where she ended up again?
At your apartment. You really have a big heart.
Because her son influenced my thought process a lot, and the love I had for him, I still love him now, but the love I had for him at that point had me in that type of mindset where anything to make him happy.
Because Nikki, like 2 minutes ago, I was waiting for the appropriate time to ask you about love because apart from grandma and grand aunt, I haven't heard you use that word. So listening to the story of when he was in pain and that sort of thing, in my head I'm saying, but I don't hear you mention love, but that must have been that's only love.
I loved him like so much. At
Not
one
again with your mother-in-law, right, Sanya? Yes.
yeah, yes,
Do
she
you
ended up coming
consider
back.
that relationship too? Yvette, I'm blind. Can you see Yvette's last comment? Do you consider that relationship what? As toxic?
Yes, yes, very much
You
so.
mean with the kid's dad, Yvette, or with the kid's dad? I guess that's what she meant. Yes.
Both,
Yes, sir. She skipped back about 5 minutes, and I figured you were on your way home from work.
both. Mostly the mother. Him, I
Definitely.
with him I say by being manipulated, groomed a lot by your own mother, being filled with information as to how to think
Mm-hmm.
a lot. Um, I don't see her giving him a lot of affection, but the things she does, she plays it out as being because of her love.
Yes,
She's
yes,
very
yes.
possessive.
Yes, and you can see she's narcissistic, she's controlling, she's possessive, as you said, and all of that, Yvette. So
She wants to be in the middle of everything. When I found out
yeah.
about the girl out there and I was pregnant with my daughter, I
Hmm.
went to her and she didn't say that the child was going to be there,
Yes.
and it surprised me, and I was still hurt, and I came back and took my children because I drove off to go see my cousin. I came back and because it was so hurtful, and she
I
cursed me out and
imagine.
asked me if I wanted a DNA test to prove that that child was his.
Was his. Under the circumstances, I mean, you could accept why they think so. My God, this is heartrending. So
Yeah, she
true,
cursed
couldn't
me
it?
about the child that was out, the outside child. If
Yes.
I wanted a DNA, you want a DNA test? That's what she said to me. The thing is, it seemed like she was more accepting of him going out there and having a child with somebody else than him
Mhm.
having a child with me.
With you, yes, yes.
Because she would
Nikki, I'm
always
gonna
be telling him, no more children, no, me no, no more children, no. But it's only when it has to do with him and
with
I
you,
having
right,
children.
right, right.
Yeah.
Nikki, I'm gonna put a timestamp on this right here because I want to. The thing is, at this hour, most people are heading home from work.
Yeah.
So my audience is down to about half, but I know they want to hear,
Yes.
but they're heading home. So
Yes.
we want to hear a bit about the excoriation disorder. And then, if we have enough time, we'll pick up back from here because I
Oh.
really wanted them to hear that before they have to leave. I know many people will come back and rewatch the last part,
Mm-hmm.
but for those who are still here with us, thank you for staying. Let us hear it because this is new to a lot of people,
Yes.
excoriation disorder. So I'd love for you to just touch on that a bit and then we can pick up back from here. I hope you have set boundaries with that lady now. Of course, if
Okay.
she's a big
I
woman now, should learn her lesson. She's a big woman.
you guys haven't heard the part where that I don't know. Is there a time limit for your live or just for that
No,
part?
no.
Okay. Okay.
We can go up to, we can stream for up to 9 hours.
Okay. So let me
But
tell you
I'm
about.
staying here that long. I have prayer meeting at 7, really.
Okay. Well, let me
So
tell you
maybe
about
like the next hour, but
Okay.
within the next hour. But I really want us to hear a bit about the excoriation disorder
Yes.
because I know that is new to maybe 99% of us on the line.
Okay. Well, excoriation disorder, it's also referred to as a skin picking disorder.
Mhm.
There's another word for it. What do they call it? I can't. Oh,
Something dermatilious.
dermatillomania.
Yeah, right, right.
Dermatillomania.
Yes.
It's a mental illness that's related to OCD,
Mm-hmm. Let me drop it
right?
in the chat meanwhile.
Obsessive
So
compulsive
guys, listen
disorder.
up carefully because I was gonna wait until Nikki's over, but I do believe that several of us suffer from even a minor case of this without
Yeah.
knowing.
Yeah, you know when you pick,
Definitely without
you get a
knowing.
bump on it and you can't help but you pick the bump. You know
Yes.
the people that always squeeze and bump and pick, or pick, not say squeezing, but more picking your bump.
And if it will tell you that is me, that's why I found it so interesting when I was
Wow.
doing a little reading on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, my dear.
It's characterized by repeated skin picking,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it leaves lesions, and it causes disruption in your normal life. Because if you, with me, when it went out of control was 2019, and I'm gonna get to that when I ended up in the hospital and surrounding that. So I'm gonna get to that when I start pick up from, my story. So
Yes.
when you get things on your, if you get any little thing that looks out of place on your skin, like a bump, a pimple, a
Yes,
scar,
that's me.
a little scab, you know, and
Yes.
you're obsessive compulsive, so you don't like the rugged feeling and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
so you're trying to get rid of it, but because of the obsessive compulsive factor in it, you're going at it. I'm sorry. One second, let me call my son.
Yes, that's good. So
Right here.
OCD, guys, obsessive compulsive disorder.
Right here.
Listen up, guys, because I think far more than us, far more, it's far more common than we think. And there are a lot of us who might have a minor case of it, but we're not aware
Call
because
Rhea for me, please.
we
Call
don't think
Rhea.
of it as being OCD. So please listen. Let me just read this now. What does she say? Then we laugh. I am watching back about baby number three. Missy what Spice and Cartel did a talk about when them say conjunctional visits. Oh Lord, Sashi. Yes. So guys, I typed the name here. You see the title, right? If you're the and this is the medical name. So excoriation disorder, and the scientific name is dermatillomania, or just the common name, skin picking disease. Go right ahead, my dear.
Yes, so yeah, so that's what happened with me. I'm gonna get more into that, but that's what excoriation disorder is. And it's after
Yeah.
going through what I went through in 2019 and then doing it myself and repeatedly with the OCD, and then it started leaving scars on my skin, and it gets rough, and then I'm so self-conscious, and I'm
Yeah,
scared to go
we
out.
pick it even more when it gets rough. I know that. That's
And
my experience as well.
it
But I
was
didn't
worse
know it
on
was
my
a
chin.
disorder.
It was on my chin, and if you see in some of my videos when I just started YouTube, it looked like I have a goatee here because of
Oh,
how dark and bright the scars were.
okay. Well, I didn't see that one, but I saw one that where you were sharing about it with a patch on your hand, so
My
to speak.
hand and on my
Yes.
leg.
Make a love shout out, Sarah Lynn. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming all the way from the Philippines. Yes, my dear.
Yeah. So, where was I now? About before that.
You no, you had said you explained what it was, and you mentioned something about how you ended up in the hospital, but you said you would go back to that, I think.
Yeah. Before we started talking about excoriation, I'm trying to
Okay.
remember. Him being incarcerated. Okay. Yeah. Having yes, my daughter. So with the incarceration, so that's when I had my daughter from
Yeah.
there during the time period he was incarcerated for. But he decided that he wanted to engage to me
Wow.
while he was in there. So he got his whatever money he came up with or had, he had his friend's sister, um pick out the ring for me. I guess he told her get a nice one, whatever. And you know, he was just gonna put it on my hand and said, "You better do it right." So he went down on his knee in front of his children, his princess. That's the first child, first girl, only girl, whatever, out of the boys that he had or has. And he went down in front of my two boys and our daughter and whatever. And
Oh,
we're just laughing and
oh,
stuff.
romantic, right, Yvette? Pop the question.
Pop the question. And yeah, and until he came out, we were good. And then when he came out close.
So that was in pen while he was in pen?
Yeah, he didn't come out. Yes, let me talk. I shouldn't be
Oh,
talking
okay,
about him being
Sashi.
out.
Hear this now, Sashi.
That was
No, you understand. Yes.
that was while he was in pen. Yes, and like I said, she lost her place while he was in there as well, and she came by me and I asked her to watch the children for me to go to Jamaica, the two boys, because I brought my daughter. I had lost my grandmother, my father's side. Yeah, on my father's side, my grandmother passed, and I went down for the funeral.
Sorry, Nikki. Sashi said, me cut my 10 for this. So you trusted her that much to leave the kids with her at this stage?
When it came to her grandchildren, I did.
Okay.
With me and her and our personal relationship, I didn't care about that then.
Yes.
It didn't matter to me, but the love that I thought she had for her grandchildren,
Yes. You trusted her with
I
them
trusted
or
her
them with
with
her.
them a whole lot. Yeah,
Mhm.
I did. More than I should have.
Wow.
At that point now, she was there. She found out where I live. I didn't even tell her where I live, but she found out where I lived because I transferred from where she was when I got the housing first, and now I'm
Mhm.
living at this other place. But his friends live very close by, a street away from me, and they and his and her grandson, which is his brother, knew of me being there, and they were there. So obviously from them, she knew. So I saw her pop up at my door once, but she didn't come to live this time. She
Yes.
came and she stayed until when she felt like leaving. But come to think of it, when I got sick in 2019, I started to think. When I was diagnosed, that was around 2008 or 2007. Yeah, 2008. That's when I started experiencing the anxiety attacks, the thoughts, the racing thoughts, going to the doctor wondering what's going on with me. She was there once and she got up in the morning and she made tea. And I just heard her call me and say, Nikki, me make you some tea or something like. When I came out in the living room, she said, so one cup of tea, then me make you.
Are you gonna drink it, Nikki?
Me drink it.
Nikki, you really drink it?
Me drink the tea.
No, man, Nikki. Me lose off of you right here, so no.
Me drink the tea. I would always hear her talk about Obia and stuff and how much she believed in it. And she was a strong, but I always fight out against it. You know them say bonfire upon it. I always
Yes,
fight
yes.
against. I always talk against that. I don't want none of that. I have nothing to do with that. But I didn't know the magnitude of how deep she was in it until
You
2019.
see, Tomlin, girl, Tomlin, if you were here from the start, you really have to. I said, Nikki, you drink it. Because somebody who did you all of those things, somebody who writes your name on paper and write things about you and mince it up and throw it in the gut. And you, mm-mm. So she send this over Pinkwald. Continue, my dear. Thanks.
I think I was in under a spell. I think I was under a spell from
That's
when.
why I say I lose off of you because In as much as you have been through since you were a child, you were amazingly strong. And apart from like the earlier days with your dad part, by
Mm.
now in this relationship and all your experience, you were amazingly wise.
This one, I think this one is where my downfall what had
Mhm.
started. Had started.
Okay.
I later realized that in 2019, when you're gonna hear, but a lot
Yes.
had been done before that.
Yes, yes. And not judging, guys. We're not judging her or
Yeah.
anything, but
Them
we're
call it
just
Yamed.
sorry.
They call it Yamed.
No, and I'm not gonna say you're a Yamid. Given the environment in which you grew up, you're wiser than and stronger than all of us put together.
And that's what I say too. I'd laugh at the term sometimes and whatever and say, yeah, me did I really, yeah, me, and stuff like that. But
No, no.
yeah,
Yamid, the people were supposed to have sense and grow with sense, but them
yeah,
still do stupidness.
yeah,
Must so baby, you didn't have any control, right, Tamlin? Right.
yeah, yeah. A
Nikki,
lot of things, there was a lot of
brave, because even if I
manipulation.
didn't make the tea and leave and come back, me not drinking it. That's what I'm thinking, Sashi. But as she said, something else was at play, something supernatural. Continue, my dear.
Something supernatural was at place and I wasn't aware of it. If I was aware of that aspect, then, but I was not, yeah, aware at that time.
Nikki,
So,
don't take the title. Oh, don't take your Yamed title, right, Sashi?
no, for me, I know you made over here.
No, Yamed supposed to know better. Them grow with sense, but them do nonsense, right?
So yeah, so when she and I drank the tea. Yeah, I drank the tea. But I know it was after that all of these were going on with the headaches and
Mhm.
all of that and all of this and going to the doctor and this, that, and yeah.
And
And
the tea,
once I laid down in my bed and I just felt my head going sinking down in the bed. I
best tea you
felt
ever drink.
my head sinking down in the bed, like my whole head was sinking down. That's how it felt. The throbbing of how. And I went to the doctor, and the doctor sent me to psychiatrist and everything. And that's when I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression.
Oh, okay.
I went to her house when I was going through that because I was scared of staying there. And she so happened to be there. And guess what she suggested? That she take the children
Mm-hmm.
and go over her house to leave me in the house by myself. And when I look back at it, I saw how cold and calculated this lady was.
This she was right. That's why I kept saying Lifetime movie.
So if I
Lifetime
was
movie
supposed,
network. Cold and calculated indeed. She knew exactly what she was doing and she was grooming you for this day.
yeah, yes,
Remember to give a thumbs up, please, guys, if you have not yet done so. Anxiety and depression can be very hard to deal with. Trust me. And hers and Nikki's was long time in coming, Tamlin. I don't know how she lasted that long because I
yeah,
expected it from earlier days based on
yeah,
her experience.
yeah, because it wasn't for me. It
Yes.
wasn't for me. So it had to be ignited.
Stop giving her your power, Nikki. You needed to get diagnosed to get the medical attention you deserved from all the bad things that happened to you from you were two, right? Did
Yes,
she do
true.
something to her grandson baby mother to the grandson baby mother, Sashi's asking?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I can't talk about anybody else. I can only speak on my personal experience.
Yes. I do agree, Yvette. That's why she got sick because she needed medical attention. And without that experience, you would not have, should not have had any, even if she went to the doctor for a regular medical checkup, the doctor not going to give you a psychological evaluation.
Hmm.
So I agree with that. God was leading you to the help you needed.
Right? Okay.
Right.
So now that diagnosed and everything, and she has nowhere to live, she's there as well. but she's on the phone talking to her friends and so and telling them she's somewhere where she don't even want to be. After I went to Jamaica and come back, I overheard her saying that. And it's like, nobody asked you to stay here. You could go wherever you want. She no live nowhere, but she's on the phone talking that. But anyways, long story short, she finally gets somewhere now.
Oh, so
And
she said she was. I'm sorry. So she said she was asking, oh, if she treated the other baby mothers the same. But maybe Nikki wouldn't really know what treatment they got.
I know she can't stand the second. There, he only has one other baby mother, but that person was just he basically he it was she got pregnant and there's no interaction with
Oh,
her.
okay. So she wasn't really involved in their
No, she and
family's
him
life.
wasn't involved. He
Okay.
was cheating on me with her, and that happened. But I wasn't with her and him knowing that,
Yes.
yeah, it wasn't a threesome. Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, it wasn't a
Understand.
three of us in a relationship. Only when I didn't know, before I knew. So after that, it wasn't like that. Yeah. That's why I forgave him because he made it seem as if
Hmm. Hmm.
something happened that he regretted. Not to say regretted the child, but regretted the situation. Yeah. So now she got her place now and whatever, and I'm there with my children, and I don't really speak to her, because I already know she doesn't like me, and she just everything she says, I always hear it back, right? She might bring my children to her, though. She would call, and sometimes she would just not even say hi. Can I speak to? She'll say, make sure let her speak to one of the children. I give my eldest son the phone, and she would say, tell them about wanting them to come stay by her or whatever conversation. After their conversation, that's when my children would come to me. Mommy, can we go to grandma's and all of that? Got my mother up here and my sister because my mother and I were in contact, and my mother and sister came, brought them to go see him on a regular visit and stuff like that. Oh, I forgot, I even brought my grandmother here before bringing my mother. My grandmother met her. She told my grandmother about what went on with her son and all sorts of stuff. And you know she wasn't living with me, but my grandmother was living with me. At a certain point, my grandmother went back to Jamaica. Then, years after, I got my mother up. And at that time, I wasn't having her come to my home like that. You know, I just totally tried to cut her off because she was back and forth with my name with from one other nephew's baby mother to the other. She was always bringing something about me, even though I was having no interaction with her,
Hmm.
except for bringing the children to go see her.
Yes. Nikki,
Right?
you said you brought your mother up during this time.
Yeah, I brought my mother. I brought
So,
my
so
grandmother up.
where was
Brought
your
my
mother when all of these things? Your mother wasn't aware. I mean, going back to even teenage days, your mother wasn't aware of all the things that was happening in your life. You
nothing,
weren't opening up to her as yet.
nothing like that.
Okay.
When I got my mother up, I got her up on a visit with my sister, do up work, do up. I use the engagement and do up something and say she's coming up for wedding.
For the
So my
wedding,
sister
yes,
is a part of
yes.
the,
Because I remember that's how it used to be with Canada. That was the easiest way to get someone up. Yes,
yeah, saying that my sister is a part of the wedding party.
yes.
I know how to, I'm,
Understand, right? You don't have to go into that part. Yes.
yeah, and but it didn't last. My mother came and I saw too much favoritism for my sister, and
So your mom was staying with you
yes,
guys,
yeah, came to live with me.
and your mother-in-law was there at the time as well.
No,
Oh, okay,
that's
okay,
before that was during the time before I was diagnosed. But I'm just saying that, yeah, my mother
okay,
came up at one point. Yeah. Sorry
okay.
about that. Yeah. I had missed that part out, but yeah. And they went back and all of that. Not to get too deep into that, but sticking to with my mother-in-law now. So
Mm-hmm.
um, my children would come back and let me know that, every time I bring them to grandma, she'll stand up at the door, her door, she closed the door, and when I go to the elevator, she'll stand up behind the door and listen up for the elevator to leave. And then she would say that witch, but not witch. She would say that bitch.
Oh Lord, you serious? Who? It's like, I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's like all the powers, all the connections, all the relationships in your life they're all basically, except for your grandmother and your grand aunt. Everything is just,
But
negative, toxic.
this one is actually had a vendetta. She's just out for blood for me.
Right. Right.
I don't know what I did to her, but that from every time it would always be something negative about me. And
Oh
I had
boy.
no interactions with her, and I till it was like, okay, I know she don't like me, I just stay away from her, I don't talk to her on the phone, or I'm that was just how I lived my life, just knowing that she
Hmm.
don't like me, and that was it, but it didn't matter to me, right?
Yes, yes.
But she wasn't satisfied with that. She was out to get me any way she can, from spreading rumors and telling people this and that, and everybody that came into his life, even when his last baby mother, I mean his brother, I'm talking his brother, his last baby mother came now. And after I went to Jamaica, I was saying that, and I brought I came back from Jamaica, and he had a new girlfriend. That's the brother. The brother had a new girlfriend. That's before she left. That's during the time when she was watching my daughter,
Hmm.
right? And this one is the one that was there when I got sick now, and I went to her house. Remember, I said I went to the mother-in-law's house because she wanted to just take the children and go. And I said, you know what? I was driving at that time. I'm like, let me bring you guys. And I stayed
Hmm.
over there, but I was ill. I was sick. So that daughter-in-law saw me at my lowest point and started taking medication when I was diagnosed, which she used at one point to say I should go pop some pills. She tried to use that to curse me and say, aren't I the one that saw you in so and so's chair popping pills? But that's
And
another.
knowing that that was your prescription.
Yeah, that was my prescription. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's demonic. They're most of them over there with
I
the
know.
daughter-in-laws. Yeah, most of them are demonic. Yeah,
I
you'll
know.
hear. Hmm.
Because I'm thinking, welcome, Rambo. Welcome, 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 Rambo. You missed a lot, but we still have more to come. So was the anxiety and all of that? I guess it was so severe at the time that immediately they had to put you on medication.
Yes, they put
Mhm.
me on medication when I was diagnosed because
Mhm.
when I explained to my doctor what was going on with me and when he sent me to the psychiatrist, I still didn't open up to the psychiatrist about what I went through with my father. I just told him that yes, I went through something,
Mhm.
molestation, but not in detail.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
so she got her place now. She's there, and I'm just going back and forth, like I said, with the children's father. And yeah, it was at one when I was so ill, even before I got pregnant with my daughter. I remember I was supposed to go stay with him for the Christmas. That when the mother-in-law was still there, and she sent me to some place down at Chinatown in Toronto to go and get some
Yeah,
natural.
I remember Chinatown from kids' days. I wouldn't know where to find it now, but I remember going there. Yes.
Yeah. And I would always wonder, why is this lady always telling me what to do, where to go? But then in the same time, when she's behind my back, she's tearing me a new, you know, ASS. Why
Yeah.
she so she used that front to show as if she's so helpful and she'll give you this. She always want to give you this, give you that. On my birthday, she would always want to give something. And me like an idiot would take it. even
But
though
I wouldn't say like me like an idiot, because you just had a genuine and a trusting heart. There's a question here from Sashi, but I don't know whether that is something we need to address, though, Sashi. I mean, one way or the other, I wouldn't think that is. If I were in Nikki's shoe, I wouldn't want to share that on this
no,
platform.
I'm open. My children, thanks be to God. Thanks be to God. None. But when it
Okay,
comes
so you see then, guys, that this whole thing about woo,
to generational curse,
generational curse, nothing no go so. It's
nothing
choice.
like that because
Your
I'm
kids you chose to raise them the right way and they chose to remain on the right path.
I
It's
speak
not in
to
your
my
DNA,
children.
guys. You
I
might be
don't only
prone to it.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Not because I don't only speak like this open, I speak to my children openly. And
Yes.
it wasn't until I had my last child when I told my children about my molestation. But I at that point I told them about that. But I was always open with my children. Me and my children have an open dialect. I communicate with them. I have my ignorant state, and when they were younger, I was more ignorant and beating children when they don't do right, and all of that stuff. But other than that, I
Yeah.
grew out of that fast as well. I haven't beat them from they were 8 to 10, you
Mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm.
and
Which
then
is pretty much what curbing
yeah,
period. That's pretty much
yeah,
what we do,
I
even when we
start.
live in North America.
Yeah, I got too angry at one time,
Mhm.
slapping my firstborn, and after that, I told myself I'm not gonna do
Yes.
what my dad did to me, and I'm not gonna let them grow
Mhm.
up any way that I did.
Right.
Yeah,
I can understand that anger because it happened with my son and he ended up I was so angry at something he did and he jumped over the back of the couch and then he had a nosebleed and that just shook me so much. I'm like, no, I can't regardless of how much trouble he might have been given, I would never take out my anger on him like that. So she says the family seems cursed, so I was just asking to see if it was a no. Generation
generation.
Generational curses, actually, even from the Bible, is a choice. We might have the same tendencies because we grew up with that in our environment, but it's not in our DNA. God wouldn't do that to us to put the sins or the things that our parents used to do to put it in our blood, so to speak, as we'd say in Jamaica. But
Yeah,
yes, we have the propensity to it. I see my mother always keep man and have children with different man. So I might grow up thinking that's okay and I perpetuate the cycle, but it's not a generation.
generational.
Yes, my dear. I don't know why I put in so much syllables in the word. Simple. Please explain. The text talks about the sour grape and the children teeth get edge. Okay, let me look it up meanwhile. Inga, go ahead. Let me see if I find it. Yes, that's why I'm glad her kids are there. Yes, because she chose to raise them different. She explained to them all her experiences, and I'm sure she impressed upon them the importance of not following in that footstep. And they chose to rise above it. They broke the cycle. I'll
Yeah,
look it up, Inga, and see whether I can address it now. Go right ahead, my dear.
yeah. No, Papa, not now, not down here. I just told Ryan to order something for you because mommy a bit tied up now. Okay? Yeah,
If
yeah.
you need to attend to your kids, then that's fine. We can keep the discussion in the chat going in the meanwhile.
No, they're good. They're older.
Okay.
They're 24, 21, 17, and 8.
Okay. Just a second. Quickly, Inga, just a second on a slightly different note because I don't like I think whenever somebody asks something about anything from the Bible, as long as I can address it, I'd like to address it there and then because it might be the Holy Spirit impressing upon them the importance of understanding. So Inga, not to sidetrack, but the text says that in those days they shall say no more. The fathers have eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. So this is from Jeremiah, which we know is a prophecy. So I haven't read the entire chapter, but more than likely, that's Jeremiah 31. So more than likely, Jeremiah was giving them a prophecy as to what the sins of their of Israel's foreparents since they came out of Egypt. You know, so many times they God made covenants with them and they broke the covenant, and because of that, their curse or their reward or their consequence was always being taken over by another country like Babylon, like Persia, like Greece, and that sort of thing. So, because of the sins of their father, meaning the sour grape, the children bear the consequence, meaning their teeth are on edge. So, it's not the children suffer for their sins, but it's the consequence. Because, hey, be honest. If you're like, if my dad is a thief and he ended up going to jail and then leave me, the nine of us, and my mother alone, and she have to struggle with us and we have to suffer, then of course we're not being punished for what my dad did, but we're bearing the consequence of his poor choice, his poor decision. But I leave that there because I'm not sidetracking from Nikki's story. Go right ahead, my dear. Thank you. Thank God it's over now, says Sanya. Rambo, break the chain of negativity. Exactly, Rambo. Thank
Yes,
you. All
yes,
right. Yes,
that's
that's
what I
okay. I read
decided
that.
because my children were being taught too much about being racist and who to be with and who not to be with,
Yes.
and this race is this, and 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 it's too much, and I'm not like that, so I don't want I talk to my children. I say, listen, even denouncing Jesus and all of that, and I'm like, I know everyone has their own belief, but those are being placed into my children's head, and I decided that I wasn't going to let this person with all her hate and
Exactly.
evil put what she wants to put in my children's
It's
mind.
there.
I
Yes.
was going to be the one to teach them the right thing.
And I applaud you for that, because can you imagine if they were left to such an environment or such an influence that as hers without any knowledge of God? God forbid how the devil could have taken them over. But thank God for a knowledge that you raised them with a knowledge of God. And that is why they are who they are today. Praise God.
And
Okay,
do you
my
see
dear.
why it's important to fight me though? Do you see the importance of why it's needed to fight me?
Yes, yes.
I didn't understand where the tug of war, but I'm too strong, and take I don't take what you tell me, and you can't get me to do what you want me to do. I wasn't an easy cookie for
Yeah.
them.
So you see how significant that the tug of war at two, a 2 year old with one family member pulling you that way and the other one pulling you the other way. You see how symbolically how it played out in your entire life experience. Wow. God
Right.
bless all. May I go bed very late. Okay, Rambo. See you
Over
tomorrow
here,
at 4:30 on your live stream, Rambo. Thanks so much for supporting. Leave your thumbs up with me before you go. Yes, Nikki.
right? So I lost my track again where I was. So this is me having my daughter now, and yeah,
Mhm.
and all of that
Yes.
transpiring, and so it just so happened with there now. um I was at the point where I went to a farther place, 2.5 hours away from Toronto. But
Mhm.
she was telling the last baby mother for his nephew that if she's not gonna allow anyone to come between her and her son, because at that time the last baby mother and I were were close, because she got pregnant for his nephew, and she met me. And when I moved to Waterloo, the nephew got in problems, and even though my baby father was out, he got in problems again. He was just in and out, in and out. He was on parole, then he breached parole. Just always something to bring him back incarcerated. So he was
That's what I'm
always,
saying. It's like, how does I can
always.
understand being a repeat offender, but maybe like the second or the third time. But it's like
I can't
at
keep
such a
count.
young age, Welcome, Mickey. Thanks for coming. Thank Mikey. Thanks so much for coming. Have a good night, Rambo. Yes. It's like, where do you get a grip and say, let me deliberately strive to change my pattern of behavior so I don't end up getting the same results?
Constantly
Wow.
back and forth, constantly. His children was barely seeing him. They grew up knowing him and having him
Hmm.
like for short periods at time.
What was the relationship like though as a dad? What type of dad was he to your
He's
to
a
the
good
kid?
dad.
To
He
the
loves
kids?
his children.
Okay.
He's a
So
good
like
dad.
when
He
he
just
when he
never
go,
got
they'd
the
really miss
opportunity
that.
to be a full-time dad.
Yes, yes. So he'd really be missed when he goes, they'd really miss him a lot.
He's really missed when he's gone.
Mhm.
And outside of having his eyes on other women out there, him and I, we do okay together,
Together, yes. Yeah, because I was about to ask about that as well. I was about to ask about that.
right? So he'd come, she before he even got out, that was her word to the last baby mother of his nephew. Because
Sanya said she's leaving.
I moved
Sorry.
from Toronto. All
Have a
right.
good night, Sanya. Thank you so much. God bless and keep you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had moved from Toronto 2.5 hours away, but that was for her to say that she's not gonna allow anybody to come between. And I don't understand how that was me coming between them because I was taking, even though he was in agreement to leave from Toronto, because Toronto is a city where it's pure problems. And when he's in Toronto, it's the familiar faces from his past, the crowd, the toxicity, just the
Yes.
environment, right? So we were thriving outside of being in Toronto. I was facing racism, yes, and all of that stuff, and neighbors, and you know, that type of stuff. But I went back to school. I was a personal support worker now, and I was making really good money. Right, my children were in school. My daughter was in daycare, and then they start getting old. But at the same time, I was still bringing my children to see her in Toronto. I would still drive the distance to drop them off there.
Mm-hmm.
And on this time he came out, he was on parole and he was staying by me, but it was just pure problems because when he goes there, he's free to do as he feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And he got into trouble and he had to go back in, and his brother got in trouble as well. And this is how the last baby mother of his brother came, and she was telling me so much things about my mother-in-law, all that she was sitting down with her and telling her thought um talks of Obia, how she's gonna do me if I try to come between her and her son, all sorts of
Oh
stuff.
Lord. She came back and told you everything.
Came back and told me
Oh.
everything. How when the daughter was alive, or the mother's daughter, that because it's her child's
Uh-huh.
grandmother that passed. So she
Yes.
has a child for the nephew. So her child's grandmother is not alive. My
Mhm.
children's grandmother is actually the daughter-in-law's children's great grandmother. Yeah.
So that again, your child's grandmother, that is their dad's mom,
Hmm.
is the
The daughter-in-law for his nephew, because remember
great great
his sister
grandmother.
passed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for coming, Sunny. Have a good night. So, Nikki, through all of this, I'm sure you must have had a lot of judgment, not just from that family circle on both sides,
Everybody.
but from people who know you at work, people who know you in the community. Um, they must have been judging you, boy. You. I'm not gonna say Yamid, but you must be blind in love, either you're blind in love or you don't know what you're doing, or they must have had a lot of judgment because
They
it's
were
like
having a field day,
I can imagine. But
all behind my back.
what was your in your thought process through all this? Because you said he was a very good dad to his kids. When he's good, when he's home and he's good, you and him are really good. You said you love him and all of that. So what's in your headspace when you get all this sort of judgment? Be
I was
honest now.
thinking that he was a young man going through stages and needing to grow up.
Oh, so it's like you're saying, is it ever that, oh, he'll change when he's matured, he'll clean up his life, and since we're good together when we're good, we can be really good? Or maybe, oh, if it wasn't for his mom being so possessive, so obsessive, so meddling, we could really be good
At that
together.
point, I wasn't thinking anything about his mom having
Oh,
anything
okay,
to do
okay.
with anything.
Okay, I
It
get
was
you.
just him growing up without a father himself,
Yeah,
and the environment and what he told me about how not being not knowing how to be, not having that father figure, growing up with the drug dealers and all
yeah.
of that influence around him, you
Hmm.
know,
Hmm.
that
And then
was,
because of your own experience as well, could it also be that you sort of latched onto him because you needed to belong, you needed to feel as if somebody in your immediate circle belonged to you and you only, and that sort of thing?
yes,
Yes. Okay,
yeah.
good. Good night, Sanya from Yvette. All right, guys, if you have questions and comments, I'm going to see if we can wrap. I don't want to cut your story, but I'm
Hmm.
going to see if we can compress whatever else you had to have to
I'm
share,
gonna
especially
compress it. Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
like
compress it.
15 minutes or so. Because
Yeah.
remember, on Monday night, I said, whatever you are comfortable. And that's why I'm not
And if
interrupting
they
you much.
want to hear in more detail about this part with
Hmm.
my mother-in-law, I did a series on my channel called um, "Dealing with a Toxic Mother-in-Law,"
Yes. Okay. I'm going to look it up and share it right here meanwhile.
and that
Yeah.
details further into me getting ill in 2019 and going to the hospital and
Yes.
all of that, and the
Yeah.
part with the issues of um, spiritual wickedness, witchcraft,
Hmm. Hmm.
all of that. That threat that she made with the sister-in-law who came back to me, um, it was showing its face.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we're not going to go into that details, guys,
yeah,
because then you'd perhaps not want to go over to Nikki's channel to catch what she's saying
yes,
over there.
yes.
So I'm going to drop the link for one of the videos from that series so that you can go over and check it out.
I
What
spoke
about
more
therapy?
about the first part one here with her
Mhm.
and getting sick and stuff. So I think from part two or three on, they'll hear
Okay.
the remaining and when I got sick and all of
All
that.
right. About how far back should I go? Before
Uh,
Christmas, right?
it says dealing with it's a series. If you look in the playlist, you'll see series,
Okay. All right, let me continue searching.
and it's
So,
called,
what about professional attention, like therapy and that sort of thing?
yes. When I got sick in 2019, um, my lights were shut off because the hydroid came and said I needed to pay, and I everything was just a blurry period. I didn't know what was going on, and CAS was called in because the lights were shut off, and it was my eldest son and I who ended up in the hospital. And the ones that were remaining at home, my youngest was about 6 or so. My daughter was about 15, 16, and then my second born, he was about 19 or so. So they couldn't be left in the house by themselves. So when CAS came in, I got a lot of support. Yes, the Children's Aid Society. They gave me some outreach programs and told me about different organization, connected me with them, and they helped me so much. They have a group now that parents who have to deal with them, or seek their organization, get to talk on a night, once or so every month or twice. And my worker always said to me that I'm such an influence, a good influence and inspiration, because of how she saw that I put in the work, everything that she asked for me to do and to seek out, I always do it, to get the help that we needed for our home. We got evicted when I came out. I'm not going to speak anymore about that. Like you said, it's going to. So I can't hear you. I don't know what happened. Why it's on mute. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, yes. Welcome, Pao Pao. All right. So dealing with a toxic mother-in-law, guys, that's the one I just dropped. A
Yeah.
four-part series. You can check that out. And she also has a video on the experience she shared with her uncle. Her
Yes.
uncle, my uncle threw me out for what?
Yes.
Sleeping with, right. You can check
Because I
that one
slept with
out.
his. Yeah.
Livingston said, girl, pick me up, had a journey. Catch the rest later as work calls. Oh, so you're
Yes.
going to work. You can catch up on the rest. We just have a few more minutes left, Livingston.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for coming, Pow Pow. Guys, remember to give a thumbs up. Thank you so much for your love and support. Connect with Nikki, Short and Spicy Nicks, by clicking on the pinned link. The pinned link is a link at the top in blue. Support my channel by Super Chat, or my PayPal link is in the description. And feel free to join my membership. And it's very reasonable, guys. I just started $2.99 per month. It's not no big money. That's just $24 for the year. Thank you so much. By doing so, you will be supporting one of my many live streams. Livingston, 7:15 Saturday night, Friday night for the worship live stream. All right. Okay, Nikki. I will keep
Thank
you in our
you.
prayers. And that's from Livingston.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for making it
Livingston.
behalf. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's still a fight. The children's father. It's like I have to decide to, just let him be, and let the because I realize it's taking too much from me. I'm a child of God now. I decided to serve God and give my life to him and put on the full armor. But I realize that when you are so embedded into what you grow up all your life, knowing and trusting and believing, me letting you know this is my experience with this person, it's more demonizing him and the relation, what's left, or what was left of the relationship between him and I. Because it's like, even doing my YouTube and bringing attention to this and speaking about the toxicness of his mother and all the manipulation and the things she's done, it's put a strain on our relationship more. So it's like I don't want to have to deal. I don't want to have to deal with what he brings to the table, with not being sure, you know, of what he's gonna be doing, long term. I threw the ring away. I even have a video that I threw the ring away as well, because seeing too much repeated behavior, and there's always an excuse why he's out, why he's doing this, and hustling. And I want to walk with God and do better for myself and my children. And I see the generational curse on his side that is not being looked at for what it really is. You're muted.
No, I'm saying he's not making any effort to break that cycle. He's not
Yes,
interested in breaking the cycle.
yes,
Mega
yes.
love shout out, Maria. Thanks for coming. Guys, please give a thumbs up if you're just coming in and connect with my guest. Her link is pinned at the top, and you can follow more of her inspiring story. by connecting to her channel.
Yeah.
So,
So,
what about forgiveness though?
sorry?
Forgiveness for him, for mother-in-law, for uncle, for daddy, for mother, for stepsister, for stepmother.
Hmm.
Oh my Lord, your list is long, girl.
Yeah. And I pray to God um always. Like,
Yes.
prayer is something that I'm embedded in. I can't stop praying. I can't stop praising God because He used my children to open up my eyes.
Amen.
He's shown me so much things that I was unaware of.
Hmm.
Um, so I decided to put Him first and, you know, ask Him for it to be His will and not mine. Because as you could see, if it's for me, I'm gonna mess it up. So I tell Him
Amen.
His will and not mine because
Not
I
all,
use my
yes.
heart a lot. Used my heart a lot to make decisions instead of my mind, even
Amen.
though my mind is telling me something else. So um I'm trying to use my mind more now and not so much my flesh and what my flesh wants. So I've been learning a lot. I'm rooted and grounded,
Amen.
in God, and I'm not going to allow the devil to use his um, advocates to trap me because of my fleshly wants.
Amen. And you
You
should know them inside out. You've had them in your lives from two
Mhm.
years old
Yeah,
in,
yeah,
in your life. So Nikki, there are two things we would love to take away from you now.
yeah,
I mean, we could always chat sometime in future some more
yeah,
on some of these things.
yeah,
But for the first, looking back now as an adult, a godly, Christ-like person,
yeah.
you have forgiven a lot. I don't think you'll forget because people tend to think that you take it out of your memory. That's not possible. You
No,
forget the hurt it caused you and
yeah.
that sort of thing. What would you say to a younger you or a young person coming up who is faced with these sort of demons? Is it something that, looking back, you think you could have escaped if had I done this, had I not gone there, had I said this and not that? Is it something you could have escaped? Is it something any young person coming up could have escaped or avoided some of these experiences, or it was just totally beyond your control?
I would say, first of all, trust God. Put God first.
Mhm, mhm,
He shows you so many things
mhm.
that you push aside
Yes.
and you go by your own understanding and your heart. Trust your mind more than your heart. Your heart will fail you.
Hmm.
Trust your mind over your heart. Trust God. Put Him first. Talk to Him. Speak to Him. Cry out to Him. Every opportunity you get, ask for help. Ask for help. Speak up.
Amen. Amen. But speaking of trust God, I mean, that's first and foremost. And I appreciate that. But speaking up, you think would be a great weapon against
Speak
some of
up.
these
Speak
demons?
up. Speak up.
Yes,
Speak up.
yes.
Don't matter who wants to ostracize you and single you out and make you feel like you're not a part of them, or don't care about what anyone wants to think, because for a long time I tried to respect my children's father
Hmm.
by allowing this person of his to
Hmm.
continue to enter into my life and get more access of me.
Yes, yes.
Because of what he would say, I did not say no. When she
Hmm.
came to my house when I didn't invite her, and she got a chance to
Yes.
come in and do certain things,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't thinking of myself. I was thinking of my children and their father, and not what she has done to me before, and
And
not.
that's perfectly acceptable. For those of us with kids, we know that we would suffer or we would make the sacrifice just to make sure that our kids have, especially a good family relationship,
Yeah,
especially if we didn't have that.
yeah,
So that's fine.
yeah.
Yvette says she's leaving and she said you have been through a lot,
Mm.
but you have the right idea to not let your kids be victimized like you were. And please keep that evil woman out of your sphere. Right, Yvette? So true. So
I'm having
true.
a hard time now because I've learned to set boundaries now. And because I
Amen.
set boundaries, I'm being told why it's their grandmother, why they can't send over no lotions, no creams, no nothing. I said
I
I don't
wouldn't
want
even want her around
anything,
them.
any sick. I don't want a thing from
She
her.
not them not sleeping in her house. She not having no unsupervised visit. She not giving them not even a soda in a closed bottle. No, and it's
That
not
is
because
where
I'm
I'm having the
superstitious,
fight.
guys.
That is what
But
I'm having the fight with her, with their
mhm,
father, say
mhm.
that they're old enough to make their own choices. He's still in denial of the
Of what she
evil.
did, because she ruined him from an early age, and she doesn't. He's not. I don't think he's capable of seeing on the outside. He can't see it
Yeah,
otherwise,
yeah,
right?
yeah. That's where
So
I'm
what?
having the battle. She's giving my kids jewelry, my second born, after telling them not to accept anything, after telling her not to give them and stuff. And I've had to be getting rid of those when he brings it here, and then talk to him
Exactly.
about it and say, listen, you don't understand. I've had to do a lot of praying. I still pray. So I really appreciate you.
Amen to
Keep me
that.
in your prayers, because I'm not we are not fighting against flesh and blood. This is a
It's a
spiritual
spiritual
warfare.
warfare, and you have experienced it from 2 years old.
And I'm going through a spiritual
Amen to
fight
that.
because I decided that God chose me a long time ago. And
Amen,
I
my
had to
dear.
come to realize it. And it wasn't until I almost lost my life and spent 2 weeks in the hospital in 2019, and everyone calling me crazy when I started speaking about what I was going through. It wasn't until then that I realized the magnitude
Of
of
what?
what I
Yes.
was facing. And it's not over.
Because
It's
when you live
not.
it every day, it becomes so normalized that even if it feels wrong and it looks wrong, you just said, oh well, it's just another day. It's like the pandemic. It's so normalized now that nobody even think it's real. Oh, really? Did we just lose like 6 million people? Just drop dead like fly? Did we just live 2 whole years covering up our nose and our mouth? It's just so normal now. Yvette says, still, sister, always remember God is the master. Their ways can't win against God.
Glory
Amen.
to God.
Sydney
Glory
says,
to
prayer
God.
is the key. Sydney, you're still here for 5.5 hours. Thanks,
Thank
hon.
you, guys. I know
Prayer
it's
is the key
long,
to your
and
life, right?
that's why I try to do that
Yes.
series right there, and I
Mhm.
try to as much as I can, because I'm not trying to. Sometimes when you speak your story, people say you keep living in the past and you're talking, but I started my platform after going through mental illness, the mental illness part. It was only until 2019 when I started realizing about the spiritual wickedness part of it.
Yes,
But I
yes. It is
tried to
scripture
do
true.
my YouTube from 2015, speaking about dealing with mental illness, anxiety, and depression, and
Oh,
sharing my
wow.
story, and about not demonizing individuals battling with this illness.
Because we don't know. We don't know. And it's not mental conditions or disorders are not mainly clinical, guys. It's not just a medical condition, right? The what do you call it? The Gerasene demoniac, the man in the tombs, in the cemetery. let me put it in Jamaican terms, the madman in the cemetery in the Bible. What did God, was it, is not Pfizer and whoever Jesus got tablets from, medication from, to give him, to get rid of his mental illness. It's a legion of demons God cast out of him. So mental illness is not just something medical or clinical. Peter say, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. So if a sound mind comes from God, an unsound mind, or in other words,
From what?
mental illness, it's from the devil. It's a spiritual thing.
Glory.
Inga had said something about encouraging you to keep praying. Thank you, Inga. True. Jihan, mega love shout out to you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. So, guys, we're gonna keep Nikki, and just to say, keep Nikki in our prayers, because I'm not so people like me can pray for them type of something here either. The type of prayer that it needs. And it's not just like something that's in your head. It's like you have a whole world of people, the closest people to you do you nothing but bad, negative, evil, harm, apart from your kids, perhaps. And I don't know if your grandmother passed on and your grand aunt. That's not easy. I can't even imagine. Thank you all so much, guys. So your children, I don't want to ask anything about, but how do they, when you tell them these things, what level of, are they in denial? Are they in shock? Would they want to be spiteful towards the people who have hurt you in the past? Or do they just say, Mom, let's try to forget about it. And I love you. You're the best mom. Let's just put them aside and live our lives to the fullest.
My firstborn is now battling with mental illness
Oh,
himself.
wow.
It was him and I who were brought to the hospital in 2019, and like I said, it's going to be in there. The issue with their father and their grandmother, I was battling with them a lot because of the denial and not believing of what she's capable of. Their father doesn't even want me to mention anything. That's why I don't believe from this point on I don't know, it's a fight. It's a fight with the devil on one side and God on the other, literally. You're mute, you're mute. You're muted. You're muted.
Actually, I was just saying amen, so you could continue. So
Yeah.
then they say, oh my gosh. Sashi had said up top, she sounded like she would sleep with her son. And Sashi, I wouldn't put anything past some people, but I'm not judging because I don't know what is in her mind. I don't know her and I've never heard her side of the story.
It's the possessing. Nobody should be, she should be the only queen in her son's
In
life.
his life, right, right, right.
Yeah.
Wow.
When my children used to go by her, she would always, even though he lived with me,
Yes,
you'll see in the series, you'll hear about from
yes.
those parts. But this part I didn't say in it. She would always refer to one of her rooms as his room,
Mm-hmm.
even though he has his own family.
Because he's a grown man now.
Yeah.
These kids are, some of the kids are, I see in your videos, they're I don't know their ages and we don't need to know, but they're grown. They're old enough now to,
Yeah.
for her to be trying to control them more over her son still at this age.
They're only old enough in their eyes
Mm-hmm.
for them to decide to go by her,
Yes, yeah.
right?
Yeah, because that's to me, as long as you reach like 12, if you reach 12 and you decide you don't want to talk to your mother, that's up to you. Nobody should be able to force you. Moreover, at that age, the mother-in-law, they're not easy at all. So, any final questions or comments or thoughts, guys? We're gonna wrap up with Nikki now. All right, I don't want to keep up much more for time. I mean, in later months, we could perhaps wrap a little bit more about any aspect because this is a whole story and it's not the full story, but we could pick out one aspect of it. Connect with her, guys, and watch her very enlightening videos. And
Yeah.
I'm sure there are people at in times like these that are going through a lot. I remember a friend of mine called me and said, I'm at a deep, dark place, and especially I'm so lonely, especially with the pandemic. And the country that friend lives in is already a lonely place. And I said, I try to comfort and to advise, and the person said, you're not listening to me. It's so bad. I'm having suicidal thoughts. So platforms like these, live streams, dialogue, programs, content like these are meant to inspire people like those. So connect
Exactly.
with Nikki, guys, and help her to grow her platform as well. Thank you for helping to grow mine, and thank you, Nikki, for coming. So I'm gonna let her give her final thoughts. Tumbling girls, you're still here. That's so nice. There's some devious in-laws out there. This want a part two. Continue it on your channel or so. So she said, yes.
You see,
Maybe you could.
most of my videos and my lives I did, I speak about, you see, the one about um I can't remember. I did a live when Kaylan, you remember Kaylan?
Yes, Kaylin, the girl who was beat up at the hospital at
Yeah,
the first when she's still in life
I
support.
speak about the incident where one of the last baby mother for his nephew brought a girl to the party to fight
Yes.
me. Yeah, brought a
Oh,
girl to a party to fight me. And oh, my mother-in-law, when she heard that I pepper sprayed the girl, her only reaction was, "What may I do with pepper spray?"
so it's as if you shouldn't, girl. What you care pepper spray for? Because them could have done you under that me did want.
Yes, exactly.
That's more like, oh my lord.
Yeah. So just check out my videos, guys. You will
Please
hear
do,
a lot.
guys. Our channel is very informative and inspiring. And
Yeah.
also, Short and Spicy Nicks, follow her on Insta. And follow me, simple underscore things YT. Or if you type in simple things outreach media, get me. I wasn't taking IG too seriously, but recently I understood all the reels and all of that work. And I've been growing, believe me. So help me to 500. I know if I spend more effort on it,
Yes.
I can get to 1K very soon. And for those of you who are content creators, build your IG platform, guys. It helps you to bring traffic over here if you do it the right way. So
Yes.
please. So any final thoughts? I'm happy to see where you are. And I know that even for this young man, the passion that you have to rise above it all and the love and compassion that you have for him, if he could just sever the ties with his mother. I'm not saying cut her off because that's his mom,
Yeah.
but just put her in a place and say, mommy, me a big man now. I mean, you could lift him out of that place that he is. I see you elevating him to such heights that he would be surprised. He would be surprised that he could reach to that level. But the mother is the one who keeps pulling him back, and I don't think he realized that.
He doesn't. And that's why I'm on the side of just let his mom have him and let him continue along the way that he's comfortable with. He sounds at times he would convince me as if it's a battle and he's trying, but just to me, I don't see him trying hard enough. And
Yes,
I just feel like I can't keep allowing him not being where he needs to be to drag
yes.
me from where God's brought me from and where God is bringing me.
Nobody's gonna put, only you could allow yourself to be pulled back.
Mhm.
Nobody is gonna pull you back from this level.
Yeah,
I
because
can assure you of that.
I'm not gonna accept certain behaviors. I
Yes.
think that I've accepted and allowed too much, you know, and I believe that it's because of God trying to bring me closer to Him,
Amen.
and I just
Amen.
want to keep going there.
Amen.
Yeah, I
Yes.
want to keep following the straight and narrow road,
Amen.
right? I don't want to. I'm not going back to where I've come from.
Praise God for that. My
I've
dear,
come too far
to
from
turn
where.
back. No, I know, right? Nikki, God has a work cut out for some of us. But if He brought us down that straight and narrow path, we wouldn't have gained the experience, the wisdom, nor the strength to do that
True.
work. So some of us, He has to bring us a long way around the
Yeah,
mountain because He knows that one day He's going to use
yeah,
those of us, you,
yes,
others like you, Sylvia, Marlene, and others, Michael, Cornerstone Boss, and others, to
yes,
pull others up that mountain.
yes,
So he trains you like a soldier. You don't just the soldier get drafted and you send him to Ukraine to fight war or Russia. No, you have to train them first because they when you put them on the front line of the battlefield, they are the ones who is facing the BULLET for the rest of the soldiers and for their entire nation.
yeah.
So that is why, I mean, it's hard to say your life could have been free and easy, but
Yeah.
would you be the strong person you are today?
No.
No, no.
I
Would you
say it
be?
all, sorry,
Yeah,
I
go
say
ahead.
it all the time. I'm thankful even for the bad and the tragedies. Not like I would want to go through them again, but I'm
Yes.
thankful. Yes, Inga, I do. I really do. And I
Amen,
don't pray
Inga.
bad prayers. Um, I ask God to help me to forgive her because I know I haven't completely
Yes,
forgiven her because I see the evil in her up to this day. And I pray to God for her. I pray to God for her son because I know he's not evil, but he's I don't know what to call it. He's from evil. Sorry to say.
yes, yes. And it might not, that is all that he has ever known. Him no know no better, as we'd say in Jamaica.
Yeah,
So she said forgiveness is a process, and that is so true.
yeah.
Yes.
And I want to thank you, Simple Denise, Mama Simple, for inviting me over. I had a lot of opportunities to share on so many other platforms.
Yes.
I wouldn't say this, but I was very close knit with a lot of um, social media
Mm-hmm.
personalities and even some YouTubers as well. Um, but something, and it could only be God, why I'm here to share it on your
Praise
platform.
God. Praise God. And I feel so honored. I feel so honored. And I hope time allowed enough. Tamlin, the girl said thanks for sharing, and Sister Sherry said thanks for sharing. You're welcome,
Sherry,
Denise.
thank you
Yes.
so much. I told her last week, a couple days ago, I'm like, thank you so much for the connection. Like,
Yes, and
thank you.
Sherry is just amazing. I don't know her in person, but the connection is so great. And I want to, it's an honor having you. I hope we allowed enough time for you to just speak your mind because
Yes.
that is what is important. There are always when I have a guest sharing their experience, their testimony, their story, there's always someone in the chat who says, "Thanks for this," because
Yeah.
my experience is similar, but I didn't have the guts to
Yeah.
share it like this. So you're always speaking to many, and I'm sure that you'll be speaking to many for
Yeah.
as long as this platform lasts.
Yes.
It's the right time. Encourage me, said.
Yes.
Amen. So,
Yes.
guys, give your thumbs up if you haven't yet done so. When is your next live so we can come over and join you?
I go on Fridays. Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, I go at 7:15, so I could join you for like maybe
Yeah.
just half an hour because then I have to set up for mine.
Yes. Yes.
All
That's
right.
why
So
when
you
Sher-
Fridays at 6.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Friday.
Do you
And
see
what's
how
your
the
topic
time
this
works
week?
though?
You have a topic set for this week?
Not yet. Sometimes it's
Okay.
like the topic sometimes even comes the day of. And then
Yes.
even so, I'm like, you know what? Free for all. Let's just talk. Right?
Yeah,
So,
okay, that's fair enough.
yeah, sometimes that's how it goes.
And Sashi, you're tomorrow night at 8. Sashi, tomorrow
Okay,
night at
Sashi,
8. Put it in the chat.
share it out, Sashi. Let others hear. I started the
Yes,
platform because I knew there were a lot of silent sufferers out
exactly.
there,
And
silent
Inga is
battles
Monday
going
at
on. Yeah.
7. Moderated Kathleen, mega love shout out to you. Thanks for coming. Mega love shout out. So, guys, this Friday at 7:15 is my worship live stream. Once more, we're going to return to the Bible study portion where we're looking at what is the plan of salvation. Wednesdays, again, at this time, we'll have another motivating, inspiring, festive, and hopefully next week we can go back to some giveaways as well. You know, we have fun, wholesome activities, so you can join us for that as well. And Sunday mornings at 9:15, my weekly uploads. When do you upload videos?
I try to upload at least once a week, once per week,
Okay,
no specific
no
day.
specific day. All right,
Yeah, just once a week.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, this is what you're reading. I didn't go last week, so I think I am going tomorrow. Yes, I realized that you weren't there last week. I was looking out for you. Two of my classes ending next week, so it's a lot of assignments, and that's more
Okay.
important. Encourage me when is your do you go live? Thanks so much for sharing, Nikki. It's truly a blessing to hear your story. Stay prayed up. Don't be discouraged. God has you as mouthpiece to help others overcome situation like these. So true.
Amen. Amen.
Anybody else going live, you can drop it in the chat. And I just want to thank Nikki so much. There's still a lot of people here. But guys, I didn't eat lunch, so that means I still haven't had dinner.
Right. I didn't even make supper.
Right.
We're ordering out. Didn't expect
Oh
it
Lord.
this long. Wow.
Plus my church has Bible study online right now. So I'm gonna log in. She's a blessing indeed. Encourage me.
Amen.
Sydney, when is your
God
next
bless
upload
you.
or live? Sydney, you need to do more live stream. Thanks for being here from the start. So you can put it in the chat, guys. Promote your next event, your next live stream, or your next video.
And
And
if
I
you guys,
hope
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. No, I was just gonna say I hope by now we have all connected with Short
Yeah.
and Spicy Nix because it's just
Yeah.
great things she has going over there.
And I just wanted to say, just leave a comment or so I could press on your channel to support you guys too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
Sydney uploaded today, and Encourage Me is wrapping up her 30-day challenge. So let me make a note of that so I can check those out later. So I want to thank you all. I am gonna check out Nikki. Sashi, you know those yet? You were one of the first persons again. Oh she said again. I watched the video with your daughter you posted earlier, but we
Earlier.
okay, okay. Sorry, Sashi. I forgive you. Celebrating my anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Oh,
Yes. Soon start doing live stream. Oh, that is so great. So thank you one and all. Nikki,
yes.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
We've learned about struggles.
Yes.
We learned about excoriation
Disorder.
disorder.
Yeah.
We learned about struggles. We've learned about strength. I
Yes.
think that's the two things I take away most is strength and forgiveness. Because I don't know how you do it, but that's so encouraging. And I thank you for teaching me, well, two things plus the excoriation. So I learned a lot from you today. And I was inspired by your presentation and know that we all are. And I just want to thank you so much. Miss Sherry, thank you so much for making this possible. Because
I
if it
love
wasn't for
her.
you, we wouldn't have connected.
That's
Thank
my
you.
sister right there.
Yes. So I
Yes.
want to say thanks to you. Thank some of you have been here for all of 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 9 seconds.
Them tell me so me can't chat, but me never know say so me can't chat. Jesus.
And me chat a lot, so you're lucky me never disrupt your much today because normally I'd be chatting more, but I know that your story was way too
I
important.
really need to write that book.
Yes.
Like, whoa.
Sashi, I was watching. Okay, Sashi, that's for you. Perseverance and resilience. Yes, guys. So just put two things in the chat that you learned from Nikki and from this live stream today. Two things. I'll put mine. I'll put my three because excoriation. I learned of it because of her from this week. So I'm not going to put that, but forgiveness and strength. Two things, guys, just drop it in the chat before you leave. Two things that you learned from Nikki today. Not any sentences, just two words. I learned forgiveness and strength. And Sherry said she learned, I'm going to read them out. Sherry said she learned, where is it? Perseverance and resilience. Drop it in the chat, guys, before we go. Mine is forgiveness and strength. Quickly, so we can wrap up. What did you learn? Two things you can take away. You learned from Nikki today. Not no long sentence. Just drop it in the chat quickly for me, please, guys. Are you still there? My screen shows that you're still there. Two things that you learned so we can wrap up. I want to thank Nikki in the meanwhile. Remember to follow her on Instagram. Anybody else? Anybody else? You're still there. I can see your numbers, guys. Just drop it in the chat. Two things you learned. Two things, guys. So we can wrap up. And in the meanwhile, I just want to thank you all so much for coming. I want to thank you for continually supporting Mom is Simple. I want to thank you. I love you all so much. Resilience. Okay. Resilient. Thank you so much. Resilience and staying connected to the source. I like that. Amen to that. Praise
Glory.
God. Courage and strength. Right. Yeah, I know you meant the source, meaning God. Thank you
Oh
so much.
yes. Oh
That
yes.
is
We
so
know the
good.
source.
Yes. Praise
Have to
God.
know the
So I want
source.
to thank you all, Nikki.
Mhm.
Stay prayed up. Stay on top of things.
Mm. God is
You're
good.
all the people who have hurt you. I'm happy that you've forgiven them, and I don't qualify to pray for them but I'll keep them in my prayers. You and your children. We look forward to great things, continued great things on your channel, and we'll meet again on these YT streets.
Thank
So
you. Have a
thank
blessed
you.
evening.
Yes. Thank you all for coming, everyone. I'll see you all again on Friday at 7:15. Until next time, if you have a story to tell, reach out to me. My links are in my description. Simple_things YT or on Messenger. Simple Things Outreach Media. Until next time, remember, Simple Things love you, but Jesus loves you more. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things.